Good morning, good day, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us here today at Bitcoin Unleashed. For those who may not be familiar with Bitcoin Unleashed, this is a conference that we have hosted all over the world. We hosted it multiple times virtually. We hosted it in Austin, Texas. We also hosted it in Miami, Florida, and now we are here in London, one of the next rising crypto hubs in the world. And we're going to be talking all about that, along with what's happening at a technical level, to an application level, to all of the layers when it comes to building on Bitcoin today. We've got a ton of great speakers from around the world who have traveled in to share their thoughts, their insights, and what they are seeing in the world of the Bitcoin economy. Now, before we get started, I want to give you a little bit of the lay of the land. Where are we? What are we doing? What's going to be happening today? So first and foremost, we have two stages. Right now, you are all with me in the living room. Treat this as such, a calm, comfortable place that you get to hang out, you get to sit down, and you get to hear from the best and the brightest in the industry. Around the corner, we have the dev stage. The dev stage is where you're going to hear technical talks, demos, and workshops, but not like any other normal technical stage. Instead, a little bit silence disco-like. We have headphones for you to tune into every single presentation and hear in real time what is happening as well, and not get distracted from all the exciting stuff happening on this stage as well. We also have an outstanding gallery of ordinals and NFTs from around the world and from the ecosystem that have been contributed, so make sure you check that out. We also have the Hero Lounge. We also have giveaways, and the Leather Wallet team have put together some fun activities, so if you haven't had a chance, make sure you check that out as well. And lastly, if you haven't seen the team already, make sure to go to council.xyz/Bitcoin and download the Council app. Why? Because we all need another messaging app, but more importantly, because you can talk to everybody that's here today. Each and every one of you, to your left, to your right, everybody that's going to be on here on stage today, all the demos, all the sponsors, you can talk to everybody. We're also going to be sharing announcements in real time, and those who may be tuning in at home, you'll be able to watch the live stream and see all of today's presentations as well. We also have a few giveaways, a few airdrops, all kinds of fun things. So again, make sure to check out Chris and the Council team as well later today. With that being said, I'm going to be your host today and MC, so get excited, get familiar with me. I'm Kyle Ellicott, and with that said, I do want to kick us off because we've got a ton to talk about. Today, we have over 600 attendees and registrants from across the Bitcoin ecosystem to have come to see this stage. We have over 700 and growing for the EZA Hackathon this weekend. So if you haven't already started building, you have not missed your opportunity. Instead, wait just one more day, join this weekend's hackathon to see what is possible when it comes to building on Bitcoin and more. That said, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our very first speaker and our opening keynote on the state of the Bitcoin economy. Please welcome to the stage, Muneeb Ali.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Muneeb. I'm the co-creator of Stacks and CEO of Trust Machines, that is building Bitcoin applications. Today, we're going to talk about unlocking a Bitcoin economy, and specifically the role that Bitcoin L2s can play in it. But I think before I sort of start with that, I want to take a step back and talk a little bit about Bitcoin itself. Like, why is it important? Why do we like it? Why is it special? Like, there are so many cryptocurrencies out there, so many other projects out there. Why is Bitcoin special? So I'll tell you a little story. I'll tell you a little story about this person, Wences Casares. Some of you might know him. Some of you might not. He likes to keep a very low profile. So Wences grew up in Argentina. He actually experienced rapid inflation a couple of times. As he and his family, they experienced rapid inflation a couple of times while growing up. And that's why he was able to recognize Bitcoin very early, something around like 2011 or so. And I was talking to Wences recently, and he says that the world is beginning to understand the importance of Bitcoin. Right now, I think they understand a little bit about the transparent 21 million cap, that the fiat currency effectively has no cap. Governments can print money whenever they want. It's effectively, they can tax you whenever they want. Like if you think of this way, if you have $100 and your tax was, let's say, 25, and the government was printing money, and they printed 20% more money, that's effectively another 20% tax on top, right? And the governments can do that at any point. The markets are beginning to realize that having a very transparent 21 million set in stone hard cap asset is actually very helpful. They're very useful. I think they're beginning to realize why is Bitcoin valuable, because of that predictability and that scarcity that it has. But the market still doesn't realize is the number one thing about Bitcoin is that it is open and neutral. What do we mean by that? Think of it this way, that the Bitcoin network doesn't differentiate or doesn't discriminate against anyone. You could have any passport in the world, you could be from any background, you could be using Bitcoin for whatever reason that you want. The network is not going to discriminate against you. And that's huge. There's actually no network like that. Whenever you walk into a bank, it matters. Like I had a Pakistani passport, and I didn't have access to certain services until I got my US passport. Think of it this way. We're all human, but we get discriminated against depending on where we are from, what type of credentials we have. Bitcoin doesn't do that at all. Does not matter who you are. The second thing is, once something happens on Bitcoin, it cannot be reversed. When you look at the power structures around the world, something happens, some people don't like it, they can actually do something about it. They can come in, they can reverse that transaction. They can say, this never happened. We don't want this to happen. Take it back. Let's say you send the donation to the wrong party. Someone will come and close your bank account and say, you can't do that anymore. On Bitcoin, when something happens, it happens. That's it. No matter how big a country is, how powerful it is, if they want to come in and they try to reverse that, they actually physically cannot do it. It's impossible. And I think that type of power, that type of technology is something that we are only, in many ways, like just scratching the surface of like how powerful it can really be. And then sometimes people ask me, like this is another thing that came up with Wences, that what about these other cryptocurrencies, right? Like there's so many other cryptocurrencies, like why Bitcoin? Why is Bitcoin the thing that is most important? And I think there is something to be said about the belief in Bitcoin, the community behind Bitcoin. It is truly grassroots. It's been there for over a decade now. It is truly grassroots. There is a set of core believers, me included, Wences included, a lot of others included, who will hold Bitcoin all the way down to zero if it ever went down to zero. I'll do it. I'll absolutely do it. All of my Bitcoin, I'm not selling. Let it go down to zero. I'll hold. If anything, I'll use any fiat left in my bank accounts to buy more. That's the level of belief that it's not just me. It's not even a community of tens of thousands at this point. I think it's hundreds of thousands of people who truly believe that we will stick by Bitcoin no matter what happens. And I think that matters. I don't think that type of community exists behind any other than Bitcoin. And I think that grassroots movement, that value prop, that these people actually run their own nodes. Like imagine what's happening in the world these days. You can't trust anything. You see anything online, you see a picture, you see some information, you just can't trust it. That's why it's important that you can run your own node. We are heading towards a future where we will not be able to trust any information. We will not be able to trust people. We wouldn't know, am I even talking to the right friend or not, right? Like because of where AI is going and whatnot. But being to verify things yourself is a huge, huge thing. So if there are other cryptocurrencies, there are other blockchain networks where you can't even run your own node, most of them are like that these days. They're much more centralized, it's much more compute intensive to try and run your own node. Bitcoin is not like that. From day one, Bitcoin has been about anyone with a normal internet connection, with a normal off-the-shelf hardware, should be able to run their own node. And I think these properties are extremely, extremely important. And we all know about Bitcoin being durable and predictable. You're going to hear from Jameson Lopp in a while, but he had a great stat that you can actually just download Bitcoin software literally from 10 years ago, from 2013, boot it up, and it will still sync with the current version of the blockchain, and it will work. A software that was like 10 years ago. I think you cannot say that about any other cryptocurrency, any other software project for that matter. There's something that is that durable. If this is what happened in the last 10 years, it gives us high confidence that decades from now, Bitcoin will still be there, still be durable, still be predictable, something that we can rely on. I think this is what makes Bitcoin special, and this is what makes Bitcoin just stand out from everything else that's going on in the industry. I'm not against the other stuff. I think it's great. There are different experiments, people are doing all these things, but let's not confuse those experiments with Bitcoin that is fundamental and that can actually become a global standard. That makes me think about another point. So for Bitcoin, look at the sort of like the perfect storm that is arising in the world. We have rapid inflation, we have a looming debt crisis, and there is increasing mistrust between nations. So let's say if Brazil wants to have its own network and its own currency and wants to trade in something other than the dollars. What thing do you think people would agree on? If there are two countries, they're not the US, they want to trade with each other, and they want to come to a common standard, they're not going to adapt each other's standards. Every country wants to have their own thing. So people are looking for something that's actually truly neutral. When global standards emerge, they emerge around something that is truly neutral, right? That's TCP/IP. It's neutral. Anyone can use it. It's universal. It just works everywhere. And I think once standards emerge, it becomes very hard for something else to compete with it. I think gold is a great example. Once gold was gold, it was very hard for something else to come in and displace gold. And I think this is where Bitcoin is heading. And it's sort of like unfortunate in a way that bad things in the world might happen that might actually benefit Bitcoin. It's not that we are rooting for those bad things to happen, but what we are saying is like, let's be prepared. Let's keep our eyes open. Let's understand all the stuff that's broken with the current financial markets, and at least we can be prepared. We can tell our friends to be prepared, our family to be prepared, and go out and try and educate as many people as we can so that they can be prepared for a world where the traditional markets start to crash, and Bitcoin is the thing that is a flight to safety. And I think with the Bitcoin next cycle, it's almost like I've seen this story for 10 years now, right? Like every cycle, I look at Bitcoin as the price of Bitcoin almost is a technology adoption curve, right? The first cycle went from, depending on how you count it, from a few thousand users to maybe a couple of million users. Then we hit 10 million users. In the last cycle, maybe we hit 100 million users on the high mark. Again, depends on how you count it. Are they active or not, or somebody who's just made an account once? And I think next cycle is the one where I'm pretty confident that this time we'll cross 100 million users and maybe run towards 1 billion users. That's huge. That's the time when technology goes from just being in the hands of early adopters to much more mainstream. So I think next cycle, and halving is not that far away, I think April of next year, is something to really look forward to, because that's the time when you're taking the leap. So far, I've tried convincing you that Bitcoin, the technology, is special. It is something that is truly revolutionary, and it can change the world. So now when we look at Bitcoin itself, what is needed to unlock that level of growth? Is Bitcoin, the technology, ready to do that? And I think that's the place where Bitcoin L2s come in. So this is a great visual to think about. Like if you think of like a glacier, part of it is actually visible above the water, right? And that's the thing. That's Bitcoin, the asset that you see right now, right? Almost like $500 billion of value. And I think when you think about creating a Bitcoin economy, that's the thing that we are not seeing right now. That's the big part of the glacier there underwater, where if we unlock BTC, truly unlock it as internet money, and people are able to use it, people are able to freely trade it in decentralized exchanges, people are able to deploy it in liquidity protocols, in lending protocols, and use it as internet money all the time, then you're creating a native Bitcoin economy. And we have seen this happen with other assets like Ethereum. And it creates a great flywheel that the more people that use it, the more developers that can use it, it actually makes that economy much more valuable. And Bitcoin is so valuable just as a store of value right now. And if we can unlock this, if we can unlock a truly native economy for Bitcoin, I think that would be huge. We all know that how Ordinals sort of like revived Bitcoin builders culture. I think I won't go into too much details, but it was an amazing thing to see where Ordinals came out of nowhere and really, really changed the culture, and developers started coming in and started saying that Bitcoin is a place where we can build, Bitcoin is a place where we can do interesting stuff. So if there's one thing I want you to take away from this talk, that is that Bitcoin L2s are the single most important thing that we need to work on to grow Bitcoin. What's the reason? I think a lot of people make this mistake, and we should like mentally separate Bitcoin, the asset, from the rails that it runs on. Right? So there's BTC, it runs on the L1, and there are certain properties of the L1 that we want that would make BTC very valuable. That's good, right? So whenever someone says, hey, don't change Bitcoin, what they're saying is, don't change the L1. That's fine, but we can have different rails. There can actually be hundreds of L2s if you want, and those L2s could be as experimental as you want, because it doesn't matter, because you're moving your Bitcoin. It's like moving your Bitcoin from cold storage to a hot wallet. You'll keep most of your holdings in cold storage anyway, and if you want to play around with certain amounts of Bitcoin, you can move it to an L2, and these L2s could be cheaper, they could be faster, they could be more experimental, there could be smart contracts running on these things, and I think this is a key thing that has been missing in Bitcoin so far. So then, with the lack of L2s, what happens is people start alternate networks. When you see a Solana, it's great that there are so many developers building in Solana, and they're experimenting with all these new DeFi primitives, but they also create a different asset than Bitcoin, and that just separates out the community. Right? It's almost like you're starting a separate country. You're no longer flying the flag of Bitcoin. You're no longer using BTC, the asset, and you've created something else. And I think you can resolve that by having a lot of really good, high-quality Bitcoin L2s, because these L2s can have BTC as the asset. And this is the thing that Stacks is doing now. Like with the upcoming Nakamoto release, it's completely focused on the movement of BTC from L1 to L2. Can we have a decentralized network that in a secure way can easily to the L2, and then you can just use BTC on the L2 how you want to. And obviously, we're trying to work on making it faster, so the UX could be something that is comparable to what people are used to on networks like Ethereum, Solana, and so on. So personally, I'm super excited about the Nakamoto release. I think it's finally getting all of the check marks that we need to unlock Bitcoin DeFi. And the way I think about this is that Ordinals really showed people that NFTs are possible on Bitcoin. And I think what sBTC can do with the Nakamoto release is really solidify that Bitcoin DeFi is possible, is here today, and we can actually work with it. Let me pause there. I think the takeaways from this talk should be Bitcoin is special. We are lucky to witness the growth of a technology like Bitcoin. And the next step, the most important thing for the growth of Bitcoin, for truly taking it to 1 billion people, is to have extremely high-quality Bitcoin L2s. Stacks Nakamoto is playing its role, but there are a lot of other projects who are moving in the same direction as well. Thank you so much.
All right. If you are putting anything out on social media, which we do encourage, hashtag Bitcoin Unleashed. Make sure you tag it there, and we'll continue to support, like, and reshare as well. To Maniv's point, L2s are incredibly important, layer 2s specifically in the Bitcoin economy. But as he mentioned as well, we are seeing not just one, not just two, not just a handful that we've seen in the last 5 years. We are now seeing over 25 different L2s and protocols come to the Bitcoin economy, and new ones being introduced every single day. And our next speaker is going to be talking more specifically about that and what is happening when it comes to the evolution of Bitcoin and why that is a good thing. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to welcome up our next speaker, Jameson Liu.
Hello. All right. So I actually gave a talk earlier this year that was fairly pessimistic, looking at the state of the Bitcoin ecosystem. And over the past 6 months or so, I think it's been nice to see some improvements coming along. So, I was talking a lot about ossification earlier in the year. We're still going to be talking about it. I think it's going to be an ongoing thing because, ossification is this natural consequence of network protocols. We've seen a variety of network protocols over the years, whether it's TCP at the very low layers of the internet stack that we're all using every day, to SMTP, the email protocol. It seems to be almost a rule of physics. Basically, you're creating a protocol. It's a way to communicate with other people around the world. So we have a common language. But if we want to keep changing that language because we want to make it better, we want to fix things, we run the risk of breaking it. And if you break that language so that you're no longer able to talk to each other over this common protocol, you're running the risk of destroying the network effects of that protocol. So essentially, what happens is these networks continue to grow around this shared language, and they eventually get crushed under the weight of the size of the network versus the ability to change it without breaking that network effect. So as of today, these low-level internet protocols have not changed in 10, 15, 20 years. And by no means is that because the protocols are perfect. In fact, you talk to any of the wizards at the Internet Engineering Task Force who worked on the early TCP IP stack, they would tell you that one of their greatest disappointments is that encryption was not developed into the lowest layers of the internet. So what ended up happening, it had to be bolted on at higher layers, and it was not a default. So there are many people that are using internet-based protocols, and they're not using encryption to protect whatever communications are happening. This is something that I think we want to avoid as much as we can to happen with Bitcoin. And in particular, I like to talk about SMTP. And that's because I was an email engineer for the first decade of my career. I got to see the inner workings of this protocol. And SMTP, if you actually look at the protocol, it's a fairly straightforward back and forth between client and server, two different machines that want to talk to each other. And in the early days, this was how email worked. You could start up a server, you could follow the rules of this protocol, and you could be highly guaranteed that whoever you were talking to on the other end would receive the message and that it would eventually get to its destination. But over the decades, we saw the network change. We saw mass adoption happen as AOL came in and millions of people started joining the internet, and of course, naughty people started using this protocol and abusing it and sending large amounts of spam. And this was something that my own company had to deal with a lot when I was there, because we were trying to send 100 million emails a day on behalf of our clients, and we had to very carefully navigate a lot of the tricky rules of the ecosystem around spam and blacklisting. And basically what went wrong with email is that one of the original assumptions of the people who designed SMTP was that we want to ensure delivery. And the assumption was that you would want to receive the emails that people were sending to you. That was true for many years, but that changed. And as that changed, the rest of the ecosystem had to figure out how to adapt. So we went through many different phases. One of the early phases was using something called Bayesian filters, basically like looking for keywords, looking for spammy occurrences of words and characters that were generally seen in spammy emails. This was very crude. It ended up with a lot of false positives, and it was eventually abandoned after several years. What happened? We started trying all of these other new things. We started creating much more complex systems on the back end. And it worked a little bit better, but still, this was mostly trying to look at content. It was trying to classify content as being good or bad. And so it was a never-ending battle of the spammers always trying to find ways around these filters. So what happened? We ended up settling on something called reputation. Rather than looking and trying to judge the content of the messages, we started judging the actual entities that were sending the content. And this led to a proliferation of dozens of different companies that did nothing except try to come up with reputation scores. You may have heard of things like Sender Policy Framework, Sender ID, domain keys. The list goes on and on. My own company is there, Bronto Software right in the middle, and we were trying to navigate this whole complex ecosystem to ensure that our customers' emails were getting to where they wanted. But if you're familiar with how any of these technologies work, they are highly centralized. They have gatekeepers that assign things like domains and IP addresses and actually create blacklists that you then have to go beg to get yourself off of if you accidentally end up on one of them. And the fatal flaw to this particular solution is that it was highly centralized. And it created this really monstrous meta protocol on top of actual SMTP. One of the other problems that happened is that this imposed a great cost upon people who wanted to navigate this system. Like I said, I was working for a big company. We had a lot of money and engineers and people who could help with the reputation stuff. But that caused even more centralization. So where are we today? 90% of quote-unquote email users are captured by 5 companies. And this centralization, it ended up producing non-economic solutions to spam. And today's email servers will tell you that they're accepting an email at the protocol level, but in many cases, they will just black hole it. They won't tell you that it actually went into a spam folder or it just got silently dropped. So the short version is that SMTP as a protocol, the ability for any of us to follow this protocol and be able to communicate with people using the network is pretty much dead. You cannot actually be sure that your message is going to get to where it's supposed to go. So sure, email is mass adopted, billions of people are using it. Could you say that email works? Yeah, but at what cost? At a great cost that I think few people even realize are being paid on a day-by-day basis. Essentially, you're having to ask permission and hope that these companies will allow you to use the protocol. And the downside is that one of the prices we pay is our information. Many of us, probably most of us, are not paying money to use our email provider. Rather, we're allowing these email providers to harvest all of our data, use it for their own purposes. Did it have to be this way? I would say no. There was actually a proposal back in the 90s by this guy called Adam Back. Came up with something called Hashcash, using this concept called proof of work. The idea being that instead of having a few centralized gatekeepers doing filtering and reputation, you just have whoever wants to use the protocol spin their CPU for some amount of time to prove that they had put some computational effort into it. This was a decentralized solution. It imposed an economic cost upon sending email that was supposed to make sending high volumes of spam computationally prohibited. But for a variety of reasons, that didn't actually get implemented. So how does this all relate to Bitcoin? Well, we see a movement of some people in the Bitcoin ecosystem that say, we should actually want to ossify the protocol. We need to do that because it ensures that the protocol remains as it is today, which we know is in a good and working state. That's a decent argument. There's also people who are worried about changes that could happen that might make the protocol weaker. This is true of all software development. Whenever you make a change to software, you might be making it better, but there's always a risk that you may be making it worse in some way. This is sort of law of unintended consequences. Like, there will always be unknown unknowns. That's true if you make changes, but I would also say there are unknown unknowns if you don't make changes to the protocols. And this, I think, is really exhibited well if we look at SMTP or we look at the lack of encryption at low layers of the internet. Basically, you can ossify a protocol. You cannot ossify the rest of the world. The rest of the world will continue to change. New, unforeseen problems will arise. People will demand solutions. The question becomes, how do the solutions get implemented? If you can't implement them at the protocol itself, they will be bolted on somehow else. And the unfortunate nature of most software design and of, I would say, human nature in general is to default to the more naive and straightforward centralized solutions that end up creating gatekeepers in these ecosystems. So there are risks. If we don't allow some flexibility, then we cannot improve the protocol, and people have to figure out hackier solutions for how to achieve new functionality, how to solve problems that are coming in from unforeseen vectors. So we have to be aware that not changing the protocol can still result in the protocol changing, but at higher levels, basically this meta protocol. Point being, as I said, you can get onto the internet today, you can follow SMTP to the letter, to the spec, and your email doesn't get delivered. I would pose to you that means that SMTP as a protocol is broken. People who are actually using email would tell you, no, there's just a lot of other rules that you have to follow, and they just aren't in the spec. And so I think this would be a disaster if this happened to Bitcoin. We definitely want to avoid that. Now, we can somewhat quantify the level of innovation happening in this space. This is from a report last year. I thought it was interesting that nearly 30% of all development, according to the way they quantify it, was happening in Bitcoin and Ethereum. More concerning, though, you can barely see Bitcoin at the bottom there in the orange. It only seems to be maybe 20% of the sort of size and velocity of Ethereum development. I think it's not controversial to say that Ethereum has a more diverse developer ecosystem. This, of course, is due to a number of different reasons. More flexibility and functionality and programmability, more tool sets that have been built up and let people experiment in different ways. But I'm optimistic. These are just some of the hackathons and accelerators that I have come across this year. I'm sure there are many more that I'm not even aware of, but compared to previous years, it seems like we are seeing some acceleration in development in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I'm optimistic. We are seeing more functionality, more applications, and as Munib said, more second layers being developed. I think we need to do this for scaling reasons. I think that sidechains and layer 2s, as Munib was saying, are one of the most important things that we can have happen in this ecosystem, because this is how we really enable permissionless innovation. I think it's not controversial to say that ossification will happen. As I said, it's almost a fundamental rule of networks. And so we want people to be able to innovate on related but different protocols to Bitcoin so that we're not having to constantly fight over changing the base protocol. We can look at things like sidechains, whether it's like Liquid or Rootstock. These have kind of stalled out from a number of different metrics, but also they are not totally permissionless. They tend to be based around federations. Perhaps that's one of the reasons why they haven't gotten a great level of adoption. But we do have other sidechain proposals out there. Drive chains, currently a lot of debate happening around that. Spider chain, fairly new concept that was just announced about a month ago, which actually requires no changes to the Bitcoin protocol. It's a new way of pegging second layers to Bitcoin. There's even something that was just announced last week, and they haven't even released all the details, but this radiant trustless two-way peg. And then we've also seen things like BitVM, just announced in the past week or two, that have potential for enabling a massive amount of permissionless innovation happening because they don't require changes to Bitcoin itself. Covenants are another interesting primitive that I think Bitcoin could really benefit from. What is a covenant? It basically means the ability to place restrictions on the future flow of money through the system. Now, this right here looks really complicated, and it is, because the only way that you can really do covenants right now involves pre-signing a ton of transactions to restrict what's happening with the Bitcoin. Basically, nobody does that. It's really onerous. It's very brittle. Developers don't want to have to deal with this level of complexity. We have actually a minimal covenant proposal called OpVault that allows you to do some restrictions on the flow of funds, basically giving you the ability to take your money back if it's taken from you without your permission, if you put it into one of these vaults. I find that very interesting as a security professional, because this actually enables a completely different type of security. Instead of only having upfront security, and if someone penetrates your security, you have a catastrophic loss, now you can actually react to security failures. So how do we prevent ossification? At a network protocol level, there's a number of ways to do that. Unfortunately, encryption isn't really an option for us because Bitcoin is an open, transparent system. There's extensions that are used in protocols. I would say the closest thing that is basically changing opcodes within Bitcoin. As we've seen, that's very difficult to do, but it is possible. I really think that things like sidechains and rollups are the solution. Now, the problem is that we most likely need A to get B and C. We need some small changes to the Bitcoin protocol to really allow the permissionless innovation to bloom within this ecosystem. The other thing is just velocity, and I think that's also one reason why I'm optimistic. As I said, I'm seeing so many more hackathons, so many more developers coming in from other ecosystems or just from outside of the whole crypto ecosystem, because they're seeing the ability to build more functionality, do new things on top of Bitcoin. So I don't advocate for any one specific thing. I think we need everything. Historically, we can look at stuff like, okay, what would have happened if we had ossified protocol in 2015? If we didn't have check lock time verify, we wouldn't be able to have Lightning Network channels. If we didn't have check sequence verify, Lightning Network channels would not be able to stay open indefinitely. Without segregated witness, we'd still have a lot of transaction malleability problems that would have prevented Lightning and other second layer networks. Without Taproot, we wouldn't have Taproot assets, which were just officially released, I think, yesterday. So we need to keep allowing new functionality to happen because it can have a order of magnitude multiplier effect of what people are able to do on these other layers. If we don't enable that, then it'll either be people doing really hacky stuff or just choosing completely different protocols that may be competing networks with Bitcoin. So not any one thing I propose. I want all of the things. I want the experimentation to keep happening. I think the only way forward is to continue building, failing, learning from the failures, and evolving. And so, ossification is going to happen, but we need to keep racing forward and get as far as we can before it actually happens. So, permissionless innovation, developers, developers, developers. If we allow the developers to innovate, I think they will come. So, we'll continue building, and I'll be here to continue talking about all the great things that Bitcoin and its ecosystem can do. Thank you.
I feel I need to channel my inner Steve Ballmer after seeing that GIF being here on stage. Developers, developers, developers. Speaking furthermore on developers, to confirm what Jameson had said, yes, the Taproot assets did hit mainnet yesterday. We had the big announcement from Lightning Labs, very exciting piece of the Bitcoin ecosystem coming to light as well. And on the developer note, to his point as well, not only have we seen developers grow across the Bitcoin ecosystem, but even in the Stacks ecosystem, we've seen in 2023, those numbers double as well. So more and more of that transition from one ecosystem to another as well, very exciting. That said, let's continue this discussion around ossification and whether or not Bitcoin should change. And to welcome up our speakers, Manib Ali and Jameson Lopp, back to the stage to have that discussion with our moderator, Rizzo.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. Yeah, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, editor-at-large of the Kraken Cryptocurrency Exchange, and Bitcoin historian on X now, if you follow me. Welcome to the ossification debate. Does Bitcoin need to change? Of course, we've got Mr. Jameson Lopp up here who just gave a fantastic overview of ossification, and Manib Ali, CEO of Trust Machines. All right, show of hands. We just heard a little bit about ossification. Who in this audience believes that ossifying Bitcoin should be a goal? Show of hands. We should want to ossify Bitcoin and prevent changes to it. Show of hands.
Don't be afraid.
Wiggle around. All right, we got one lone hand there. Okay, who thinks that ossifying the Bitcoin protocol is a concern? Show of hands. Okay, well, that's a great, thank you from the audience. Okay, so we're going to define ossification, maybe state the positions on the panel. So I guess without further ado, what is ossification? Are you for it or against it, and why? Let's go with Jameson.
Yeah, I mean, ossification basically means no longer changing the protocol. I think it really comes from like almost calcification of bones, if you will. The idea that in order for the network to continue working and people to be able to rely upon it, then it needs to remain stable rather than in flux.
Maybe I'm making an assumption, but it sounds like from your presentation you are against ossification.
Yeah, I think that Bitcoin at a protocol level should be conservative. But as I said, there are risks if you can't respond to changes in the environment.
Well, we'll dig in all the nitty-gritty on why the pro-ossification movement might have something to say. Manib, are you for ossification? What does it mean to you, and why?
Yeah, I think the way I think about this is that being for or against ossification really depends on the definition of ossification you're using. And in my mind, when people talk about ossification, I look at it as a trend. That is Bitcoin trending towards becoming more stable and hard to change over time?
Because you did say in your presentation, I mean, durability is a feature that we want from.
Yeah, exactly. Or is it becoming more experimental? I definitely don't want Bitcoin L1 to become more experimental over time. I want it to become more durable over time, and I would say trend towards ossification. And I think the second part of it is the ossification debate really forces interesting discussions. That if you want to trend towards ossification, I'm not saying that, hey, we could do this today or tomorrow or maybe even 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Then it forces the discussion that what sort of properties do you want from the L1? And so that most things can happen on the L2. And I think that's a very interesting debate to have, right?
I want to see if those hands are working. We had a minimal show of hands earlier. So talking a little bit about participation in network consensus, how many people here run a node? You have a computer or a device that stores the Bitcoin blockchain at home. Come on, everybody. We should see a full room here. All right, a few. How many people have actually participated in Bitcoin consensus? You've run software with a proposed change. You've signaled for a software with a proposed change. Show of hands. You participated in Bitcoin governance. We got one in the back. All right. So pretty minimal participation here, which I think highlights some of the issues. So barreling into that question, I think we've seen a lot of innovation on Bitcoin this year, right? We've seen the Ordinals protocols bring, something I think that is technically better than an NFT to the network. We've seen BRC20s, we've seen BitVM. All of this is happening without lower level changes to the protocol. Why are we upset with the status quo if the status quo is giving us so much to work with? Jameson.
Well, I mean, some people would actually say that the Taproot and TapScript changes of a couple of years ago created this unintended consequence of inscriptions and related ordinals technology. So, as I said, there are always unknown unknowns, and you can't necessarily know, what the entire breadth of functionality and how it will be used if you're just creating primitives that people can build on top of. I think you could argue that people could do inscriptions without Taproot. It just made it easier. But as we keep going forward, we need to look at the ecosystem as total scope, like from developers, of how limited are people in what they can do. Like, do we want developers to have a wider variety of things they can do, or are we going to say, okay, Bitcoin is only money, and you can only store it and transfer it. You can't do more complex type of scripting functionality. So I think there's conflicting perspectives. And perhaps it's because I'm technical and I'm a developer, and I've always seen Bitcoin as a programmable database with all of these other interesting properties, whereas a lot of people may say, oh, it's only digital gold, and you should just keep it in cold storage unless you really need it.
So it sounds like you're saying that ossification, this attitude that we have, is actually, it was our unwillingness to ossify Bitcoin that created this explosion of interest and new protocols. Munib, your take?
Yep. I think it's great that there is Ordinals now, BitVM, and these projects are great, but I would say that they're happening in spite of the quite hostile conditions for developers that currently exist. Because I think Jameson had a great chart, right? Like, when you look at the number of developers, pretty stable, not growing that much, but also not disappearing. I would call these as like die-hard Bitcoin believers, and who are working with like very low-level primitives and doing extremely hard work, right? Like they deserve credit for actually being able to do that. But it is not a very developer-friendly ecosystem right now, right? So if you introduce, and this can only happen on L2s, you introduce like more high-level languages, easier developer environments. This is some of the work that we do with Clarity VM or with Rootstock. You have EVM compatibility. And I think these things appeal to a much broader set of developers. And I think that it can be really good for the Bitcoin economy. If all of those developers start using BTC as an asset on an L2, I think that could be really good good for Bitcoin. So we shouldn't look at like, hey, look, BitVM happened. That means that developers can do this. It just means a very, very tiny portion of developers can do it.
That was my next question, right? We've seen BitVM this week. I'm not sure if people are familiar with the proposal. Could bring smart contract functionality to Bitcoin, or it might be more apt to say it discovered that it was already there. So you could make the argument that maybe 10 years ago we could have made it easier for smart contracts to happen, and then we would have never discovered that this was possible, right? It really is when Robin Linus put out this proposal, he discovered something that generations of people who launched other cryptocurrencies didn't discover. Does not ossification encourage that? And then if you block that pathway, what will you lose, Jameson?
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, there's kind of the time preference argument of it may be a sort of non-falsifiable statement. Some people will say, oh, you can do anything you want on Bitcoin if you try hard enough. But the flip side of that is, who is going to try hard enough, right? If it's really, really, really hard, it may only be.
I mean, we have seen people this year. They did. Casey Rotemore tried hard enough. Robin Linus tried hard enough.
Yeah. So then, the question is, what would the world have been like if it wasn't that difficult? It's very hard to say.
Don't we know? Isn't that the cryptocurrency ecosystem is that world? No, Mini?
Yeah.
No, I think the BitVM thing, I wrote some analysis about it as well. I think there are many things to be extremely excited about for BitVM. Like, for example, personally, the thing that I'm most excited about is that it can actually lower the trust assumptions for moving BTC between L1 and L2. I think that's huge. But I would want to make it very, very clear that these are not what you call full smart contracts or full VM, right? This is something different. It's more similar to DLCs, and having basically advanced capability to prove something between multiple parties versus the type of contracts that people are used to on Ethereum or Solana.
But we don't know whether people will build on that and achieve even more.
We sort of like, we know that if there are two ends of the spectrum, they're starting on this end of the spectrum. And we are talking about people who are already operating on this end of the spectrum. So these are very different things. And I want to be careful about it because people confuse Taproot with smart contracts. This was just a year ago, right? There were headlines that smart contracts are coming to Bitcoin. No, these are not.
It was the same scripting language as ever. It was just constructed
exactly
differently.
I don't want to make the same mistake with BitVM again, right? Like that's why I was pretty vocal about it. That hey, these are not what most developers would consider full smart contracts.
Well, let's dive into the activation process. I think when most Bitcoiners say they're pro-ossification, really what they're saying is our activation process is a mess. Partly that's by design. You have the UASFs, the MASFs, URSFs. Some of this hasn't been tested. Some of it has. So I guess the question I would have to the panel is essentially, if you're against ossification, are you pro some sort of regular or recurring or standardized upgrade process? Yes or no, Jameson?
I think it's not feasible to ask for that. Unlike many other cryptocurrencies that have foundations and set standards and processes, Bitcoin is too diverse and too spread out to do that. Even the group of developers who may be working on a given proposal or different generation of developers than those before. It's kind of funny. Like you can look and point and say, oh, there's this Bitcoin improvement proposal process, but there is no one who can actually enforce the Bitcoin improvement proposal process.
Right, because the network needs to upgrade and activate it. Munib, you're
so I think the situation with Bitcoin is actually very interesting, right? The situation is that James is absolutely right that there is no really well-defined Bitcoin improvement process. It doesn't exist really. Like if you try to define it, like people will be like, oh, they're missing holes, right? Like some other networks.
Well, some people would argue that we shouldn't. It's actually a security vulnerability and.
Yeah, who defines the process?
But then here's the interesting part. There's clearly something because Bitcoin does upgrade. We did get SegWit, we did get Taproot. So the interesting reality right now is I do think that Bitcoin right now implicitly relies on a bunch of trusted individuals or parties.
Okay.
And once proposals are coming from those more trusted parties, the reaction that it's almost like circles, right? Like if the proposals are coming from the inner circle, like the outer circles respond better to them. They're not that hostile to those proposals.
But that inner circle is simply a meritocracy of people who.
It's reputation.
It's reputation, right? But so that's how it's actually working. And if a proposal, so what ends up happening
what is wrong with the current process then?
I think what's wrong with the current process is that if you're not part of that group, you cannot really propose good ideas.
But can't anyone just earn themselves into that group through work?
I do think that the order, like it's a timing thing, right? Like if you were a Bitcoin developer in 2013, 2014, 2015, you have a lot more respect than someone who's trying to become a Bitcoin developer in 2022 or 2023.
It's a very challenging road because, as we said, even within the Bitcoin improvement proposal process, there is no best practice, much less anything written down of how you go about garnering support.
Right.
I would say the best way to describe it is, it's the cypherpunk ethos of rough consensus.
Crypto-anarchy.
Yeah, it's crypto-anarchy, rough consensus and running code. But in order to run the code, you have to get through the gauntlet of developers who believe that the code is worthwhile to actually merge into the implementations.
Right. Well, I want to go back to the one hand of the person who participated in consensus. Thank you again. So when you're looking at that and you're saying that we don't have a standardized process, we can't have a standardized process, how do we end up with anything other than what we have, which is essentially needing a bespoke activation method every time we like to make an upgrade, and then needing that consensus to be very difficult? Jameson?
I mean, I don't have a better proposal. I think this is just, the
well, then
way
where does
that
the
it will
angst
be.
come from with the people who seem like they want to change how Bitcoin is working?
Yeah, so this is a very complex problem to talk about because there are many different attributes of Bitcoin that are essentially sacrosanct, these inviolable properties of the network. And if you propose something that has, even the smallest chance of weakening those properties, you're going to see massive pushback. But I think on the flip side, and perhaps what we don't talk about as much, are some of the less well-defined properties of, like, everybody talks about self-custody, running your own node, but how does that fit into scalability?
Multisig was enabled by an upgrade even, yeah.
Yeah, but if we continue on the current path and the protocol doesn't change to enable more scalability, how does Bitcoin onboard 1 billion users? How do we even have 1 billion UTXOs that people can self-custody? There's, I think, a lot of unanswered questions there.
Muneeb, same question to you. This bespoke process we have now, where does the angst come from if this is the only option?
I think the process right now is actually, I don't have anything glaring that I would want to fix with it, right? I think it's actually a pretty decent way, an open, transparent way as well. It's not like people are going in secret back doors and making any decisions. It's a very public sort of a thing, and it has community support. I think where my worry comes from is that I'm in the camp that Bitcoin basically needs a few very critical changes to the L1, mostly in the camp of supporting better L2s. Right? Either it's like ARP Stark Verify, or ARP Snark Verify, or something different, like where you can verify an entire thing like a WASM computation. But if you get that, right, then I would start caring a lot less about how is Bitcoin upgrading, because you've basically implanted the biggest change that you need, which is much better support for L2s. And then most of the experimentation is happening on L2s after that.
So we're talking a little bit about the bespokeness of the upgrade process. I want to talk about the participants. We've seen, as you mentioned, several upgrades over the years. Who should participate in the consensus? Are there groups that should not? Maybe for-profit companies, certain types of entities? How would you look at the participants in consensus upgrades in Bitcoin?
Well, I think everyone who has the capability should participate.
But if we saw a company come out and advocate for a consensus change, you would argue that that would be a very negative thing for...
It depends on what the change is. But this is why it's so complicated, is because there's such a diverse group of participants, and we all have different things that we value and interest. So, much like Muneeb, I think like some of the highest priority improvements should be around permissionless innovation, just allowing for more experimentation to happen so that we don't have to go through this rigmarole every couple of years. I'm a security professional, so I would also like to see the security improvements that I talked about. I'm also a cypherpunk, so I would like to see more privacy improvements. That's a particularly gnarly problem because really strong privacy tends to harm the auditability, which is another one of those inviolable properties of the system.
Munib, how do you think about the participants in the consensus process?
I think it should be open to as many people as possible. So Bitcoin defaults to if there is very high level of consensus and support, only then a change will happen, right? So even small parties who can be very vocal, who can be very vocally against something, can actually stop something from happening, right? So as Bitcoin keeps growing, you can see the trend line, right? Like the more and more people get involved, it's like there will be more people who would be against whatever you're proposing, right? And if Bitcoin keeps going in that direction, that's why I think we have a sweet window of opportunity maybe in the next 5 to 7 years or something, where we should get enough of these changes in that are forward-looking, that enable future permissionless stuff. Like, for example, I don't see privacy happening like in terms of like fully encrypted transactions happening on L1, but we should absolutely have L2s that have that, right? And people who want to use that feature, move their BTC to an L2, they have their privacy there, and then they can come back for auditability at the base layer.
Running a bit low on time here, so want to move to the next question. How do we know that we won't destroy or harm Bitcoin? Of course, this was the allegation about some of the things that Taproot enabled with Ordinals. We see the UTXO size increasing. We see the blockchain size increasing. People are concerned about that having a centralization effect. How do we know that we won't harm Bitcoin if we don't ossify?
Yeah, I mean, we can't know. As I said, as I said, one of my biggest worries is we ossify and we don't have the scalability and permissionless innovation. And actually, I worry that Bitcoin does go mainstream without these changes, because the only way that I see that happening is by basically a billion people ending up with their money in dozens centralized gatekeepers. It's very similar to the email problem.
You think if we ossified today, that's more likely to happen?
Yes. So there are many things to worry about, but it's an interesting process of discovery. For example, we had check template verify that Jeremy Rubin worked on for years and was pretty soundly rejected, but now it's coming back around.
He was also proposing a change to the activation process as well as a specific technical change to Bitcoin, so a little bit different there. Would you agree?
Yeah. So he gave up on that.
Right.
But now it's interesting because actually with op vault, we're seeing people looking at op vault in the context of check template verify and saying, oh, these two things are actually mutually compatible and can help make each other stronger.
So you're saying the initial negative reaction was positive?
It just goes to show how difficult it is to foresee how these things will interact with each other. This is a continual process of discovery. Now, I'm optimistic because this is a system that is widely distributed, and many of us are paying attention to what is happening. So if something does break, and there is general agreement that we have strayed off in the wrong direction, it's still possible to course correct.
Munib, how do we know we won't harm or destroy Bitcoin through this process? I
think Bitcoin is already sort of like, the culture is to be extra careful. Like if it's a spectrum, we're already leaning towards that. And I think the market forces would pull you more in that direction anyway as Bitcoin becomes more and more adopted. Like, if BlackRock is using it or other people, like people would want stability more and more. So I would say that right now, this year, seeing the revival of interest in developers, and Bitcoin certainly became relevant in the rest of the industry where the developers were, right? So this year would be probably the worst time to signal that, hey, we are going to ossify Bitcoin, right? Like a lot of developers are getting interested. They're feeling that, hey, Bitcoin is open to change, new things are happening. So I think this year would probably be the worst time to signal that, hey, we are actually not.
Well, that brings me to my last question. Isn't ossification an inevitability? And then how do you know when that line is or where it is? Jameson?
Yeah, I mean, we won't really know in hindsight. I think We're seeing that the time period between making changes to the protocol is growing. And so perhaps if we've gone for a decade, then most people will agree that there's no more changes that are likely going to happen. But once again, I worry we get to a point where 50 years from now, we do need to make a change in response to something, and there are literally no developers alive who have gone through that process.
The question is when will we know we've done it?
I think when basically there are no more improvement proposals needed from the layer, right? Like you look at TCP/IP, I think some work happens there, but in decades, TCP/IP has not changed. Why? And I'm going to really sound like a broken record, because they enabled other layers on top, right? Other layers on top were able to give the new features so that TCP/IP never had to change. So I think ossification, I don't think it's something you can proactively drive towards. It's something you reach because people are no longer demanding features from that base layer anymore. And I think that can never happen without very thriving economy of L2s and L3s and L4s on top.
We got a little bit of time left. Just want to run that show of hands again, get people up and ready. How many people now, after hearing everything you've heard, think that ossification is a concern? Show of hands here. Okay. How many people believe that ossification is a goal? We should keep Bitcoin the way it is. All right, one guy. Thanks. All right. And how many people learned something about ossification or learned about the Bitcoin process? Okay, there we go. Maybe that's the best we can hope for.
Mission
Thanks, guys.
accomplished.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good job, everybody. Good job. Good job. All right. All right. Thank you very much to our last speakers. Great conversation, a great debate had. I noticed the room was a little divided. We had one side over here who was pro the ossification. We had a little bit on this side that was not, and then everybody learned something new, which is super exciting as well. Again, if you haven't done so already, make sure you do check out the Ordinals and NFT gallery that we have here in the living room at the main stage. The developer stage behind us for technicals and workshops and demos will be starting up a little later this afternoon. Also, definitely check out the Hero Lounge. And guess what, everybody? This guy's got the microphone. So, shh, there we go, there we go. Wow, that was really quick. It's like we walked into a library. Went from the living room to the library. Speaking of lounge, Hero, make sure you do check out the Hero Lounge. Also, the rest of the booths in the lounge area with leather and their giveaways and their competitions that they got. If you need a little competitive spirit, there's a lot going on with Leather. Council as well. Make sure you download the app, get in there and chit chat with our speakers who you've just seen on stage and all those who are running around the audience today, and each of you as well. If you haven't done so already, talk to the person on your left or your right, maybe front or back, someone you can chat with in the chat as well. That said, we are now going to continue on today's programming and welcome up our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Ray of Civ Kit.
All right, London, how are you, brothers and sisters? Looking good, are you excited? Oh, I need more love than that. We are in the end times. Are you ready for this one? You ready for the last battle? All right, we're ready to make things happen. So, very special time in human history. Lots of emotions in the air. Change everywhere. We haven't had a break since 2020, haven't we? It's been rough going, and us Bitcoiners are still here, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be a part of this community. I've been looking around and I've been seeing that we're fighting on a lot of different fronts right now, but the only one that really counts is to take back the financial pillar of power. Once we have that, we will have the freedom to move. We will not have fear of anything because the money will flow and we'll be okay. So I started something called Civ Kit, Civilization Toolkit. I'm a Bitcoin purist. Some might call me a maximalist. Any maximalists here in the audience? Raise your hands. Maxis, toxic maxis especially, the most toxic available. The more toxic, the better. I like to tell people, you expect your infantry to be nice? These guys are holding the front lines. There's going to be some toxicity, so God bless you. I consider myself a bit more of an optimalist. Bitcoin is our last best hope to resist centralization. It is the strongest thing that we have with the strongest community, and I'm proud to be a member. So I'm not going to build anything into Bitcoin. I'm not going to change Bitcoin at all. I like it the way it is. But you better believe I'm going to build around Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin is something to be built around. Just like people built around the internet or on the internet, I'm building around Bitcoin. And that's what Civ Kit is. Bitcoin is peer-to-peer electronic cash. An amazing invention, and it seems to me to be the crown jewel in the peer-to-peer revolution, right? We started with the internet. This is the first peer-to-peer innovation. Then we got all these amazing devices, like this one in my pocket right here, a little mini computer called a smartphone. There's billions of these around. And then we got peer-to-peer electronic cash by Satoshi Nakamoto, an amazing invention. So, before I talk about the next phase in the peer-to-peer revolution, let me tell you a little bit about Civ Kit. It's a peer-to-peer electronic marketplace. It's open source for life. For life. There's no foundation, there's no company, it's just a GitHub repo and a white paper, and me, and all of those whose hearts are attached. The protocol does not earn a single Satoshi at all, and that's by design, to keep the protocol pure. And because of that, we have some amazing people coming to help us. Truly mission-driven people that want to change the world, and Uber geeks as well. We're self-funded, there's no VCs, we took not a money from any of these people, and that is also by design. One of the biggest banks in Japan said, hey, we'll give you 200 million if you have your own token. We said, no thanks, we already have a token. It's called Bitcoin. And that's the way it's going to stay. Borderless, permissionless, and most importantly, unstoppable. I believe it's the most important Bitcoin project there is. So we're completing the work of Satoshi Nakamoto, right? We've all been waiting for Satoshi for a while, and it kind of feels like that. Our mascot is this cute little Atiko Inu, very cute little Japanese dog. They're actually quite big. Anyone ever see the movie Hachiko with Richard Gere? It's based on a true life story of this dog that waited for his caretaker to come back 10 years until he died. And Hachiko waited there for him faithfully. That's why we chose Hachiko. It's not Dogecoin, don't worry. It's just Hachiko. The bestest boy ever. So Satoshi's original vision, what was it? Was it just for us to have this wallet and replace the banks with this wallet and we'll have this store of value and that's it, we're done? No. The clues are in the code. The very first version of Bitcoin Core, anyone here ever messed with Bitcoin Core in the early days before we had BitGo? Yeah? Man, that thing leaks memory like anyway. The very first version of Bitcoin Core, it had marketplace functions in it. Functions for inventory, functions for escrow. 11 such opcodes, which were removed, because they were cluttering things up. And I'll tell you, as someone who has built a marketplace for the past 10 years in the Global South, building marketplaces is hard. It takes quite a bit of fine-tuning. There's the immense threat of fraud. So much to do. He didn't have time to do it. I've actually done it, all of it in a centralized, distributed manner. I built a peer-to-peer marketplace. We got 13 million users. We were bootstrapped, and the demand was immense. 10 years ago, actually no, 9 years ago, I went to Africa for the first time. I'm originally African. I was born in Egypt. My parents came to New York for the promise of a better life, right? Any other immigrants up in here? Any other immigrants? You know we work hard. We work real hard, right? My parents worked real hard because there was no opportunity where they're from. They went to America. And they did all right. But I went to Africa and I saw the tremendous demand that people had for Bitcoin and the problems that they had. I talked to the people on the street, the students, everyone. What are your problems with money? You wouldn't believe. And when I heard all that and I saw the energy that these people had, I said, wow, this is the place. We're putting our bets on black, brown, and yellow over here. These people are alive, they're ready to go, they're young. And these problems define them, but they won't let the problems define them. They want the solution to define them. That is beautiful. As an entrepreneur, I was sold. And I said, Africa is going to lead Bitcoin adoption. This was 9 years ago. Everyone laughed in my face. I got Nigerian scammer prince jokes, starving Somalian kid jokes. Africans couldn't figure it out. They only make $2 a day. Now, Africa, Nigeria, leads all of Bitcoin adoption globally. That was the market I got closest to. So there's something here, folks. I'm not just a crazy guy with a hat. Reality has proven us correct, and this is just the start. So, someone's got to finish this work. I built a peer-to-peer electronic marketplace. It was called Paxful. I have a new one now as well. Because that experiment didn't work out because it was centralized, and it was an American company. And God knows Uncle Sam don't love peer-to-peer. Let me tell you that right now. I saw the writing on the wall real early, and I got out of Dodge. And I refuse to put anyone in danger. But guess what? We need peer-to-peer now more than ever. We're in the final round right now. It has officially begun. The urgency is on. Because guess what? We've been losing for the past 400 years. By we, I mean humanity. We have been under assault by the most violent and aggressive entity that we couldn't possibly understand this thing. But it just won't let us go. And we've been beaten down since. All this new tech, great. What does it matter if our spirits and our sovereignty is taken away and beaten out of us inch by inch? And we're going through such a test right now where our humanity is literally on the line. So I'm taking this seriously. And I hope you are too. Because I don't play to lose. I play to win. It's not just because I'm American either. It's because I'm human. We're here to win this test, guys. So we spent 14 years trying to replace banks with wallets. Has it gotten us to the level of success that we were hoping for? Anyone here buy one of those lattes with Bitcoin? Is that our measure of success? Who should we study? Are we really still trying to replace the banks, which never really worked anyway? Shouldn't we be trying to do something better? The Lightning ecosystem is doing great. Lightning apps popping up all over the place. It's beautiful. But Lightning isn't moving fast enough. Self-custody. How many people here in the audience actually self-custody? Raise your hands, be honest. All right. Oh my goodness. Wow, really? Awesome, I'm impressed. I'll tell you, from running a marketplace of 13 million users on the ground, less than 1% of the people are still using 2FA, let alone self-custody. So we got some work to do. And guess what? sBTCs are here. Right now in Nigeria, everyone in Nigeria gets an e-Naira sBTC account by default in every single banking app. So it's already here. The Nigerians said no to sBTCs. They've been fighting it, but hey, it's just sitting there. And the same thing is going to happen in Europe, right? Christine Lagarde. She's going to put one of those e-Euro wallets in all of your accounts. So it's already here. And guess what? Shitcoins are still here. They're still here, folks. Islamic coin is now running all over Africa. It's a total scam. Try to warn people, but we still have to deal with all these scammers. And regulation is closing in on Bitcoin. By January 6th in this country, you're going to need to take a test to buy your first Bitcoin. A test. And if you fail it 3 times, you're permanently banned. You can only put 10% of your total wealth into Bitcoin or crypto, even if you do pass. And this is going to be the trend throughout the entire West. They don't want you having Bitcoin. They certainly don't want you self-custodying Bitcoin. They certainly don't want you doing the things with your Bitcoin that matter most, that move the needle most. So we're still here after 14 years of FUD, but we got some serious work to do to win this fight, to win the actual fights. This is the last round. Any Street Fighter fans here? Final round. Here we are. So what's our strategy going to be? Who's in our corner? Well, first we have to recognize that the Western world is collapsing. And there's a lot of people here that have been saying, man, I told you it was going to go down. And they're real happy about being proven right. But this is nothing to actually be happy about. There's going to be some dark times ahead. We'll come out the other side as winners, and the entire global south will rise up, and the west as well. But this is what we're facing right now. We are firmly in World War III. If you haven't figured it out yet, I hate to break the news to you, but we are officially in World War III. We'll deal with it. Hyperinflation is growing. It's going to grow even more. We see that right now every time we go to the store, the supermarket. The banks in the West are all going to disappear. All these small little regional banks, your credit unions, and we're going to have one big bank. That is the trend. They are not trying to hide it from us. Klaus Schwab is very happy to tell us there's going to be one big central bank and we'll be eating bugs. Okay, that's what they want to do. We see the path to that. sBTCs are a big part of that. And the whole West is spiraling down, and it seems that chaos is the prime objective. Infinite wars. No one knows what is what. Up is down, down is up, left is right, right is left. No one knows what to believe. It's chaos, and it'll continue to grow. If you think it's bad now, it's going to get worse. And there'll be refugees, a lot of refugees. Maybe not physically displaced refugees, but we're all going to be looking for something to do for our livelihood, and Bitcoin is going to be the refuge. Bitcoin will be there always. That's our job, to make sure that it's there and welcoming people, because the refugees are coming. We need a lifeboat. So Bitcoin is that lifeboat. Bitcoin will become the leading store of value in the global south. I just was on a call last night at Twitter Spaces. Two brilliant brothers from Nigeria started telling me about what's going on over there. And I was like, yeah, give me the alpha, bro. What does Nigeria need right now? And one brother said, all the old people in Nigeria, anyone over the age of 40, Africa's so young, if you're over 40, you're old, I'm old. Don't feel bad. And all these old folks want to buy Bitcoin. They love Bitcoin, Nigerians. They want to buy the Bitcoin as a store of their value because the Naira is rapidly depreciating. 50% in the last 2 years. It was 800 Naira to $1 2 months ago. Now it's over 1,100 on the black market. Think about that growth. 28.9% in 2 months, and it's only going to accelerate. And every time you listen to the news, you heard about the Sahel region in Africa, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso breaking away from the French. Oh, it's beautiful. I'm wearing this French beret here in solidarity with them. I got nothing against the French. You guys are okay. I love the frogs too. We're all fighting the same virus here. But all these leaders in the global south, like it was the leader of Kenya, Ruto, that got right up, right while Macron was sitting there looking at him with this smirk and said, hey, we need a new global financial architecture. Where is it? He's looking over in crypto land, seeing a bunch of scammers and dudes with withers hats and a bunch of carnivores, and they're like, is this it? Not yet. Sadly, we got some work to do. But they're looking for it, and they're waiting for it, because guess what? Those leaders won't do a damn thing to help their people while all their money is in France, Paris, London, and New York. Their money has to be somewhere else. Because a lot of them want to do the right thing, but they are trapped, and they have a gun to their head. And we're going to work on fixing each one of those problems one at a time. So no matter what, no matter how bad things get, no matter how high inflation is, people still need to trade. And when the going gets tough, the trading opportunities grow in arbitrage potential. There is more opportunity to be made for those that keep a cool head, a grounded spirit, and keep their eyes on the prize. This is the era where not just billionaires will be created, trillionaires will be created. So keep your spirits up, don't crack under pressure, and keep listening. So peer-to-peer is the way, guys. This thing whole started out with peer-to-peer, and it will end in peer-to-peer. Already now you see people, a lot of Palestinians, a lot of Arabs actually have contacted me and said, hey, Ray, can you help me unfreeze my Binance account? They just locked it and told me to talk to the Israeli police. I was like, no, sorry, I mean, me and CZ, we've had some drinks together, but I don't have that kind of pull. And really, CZ can't do anything either. He's a good guy, he doesn't want to mess with any of this stuff, but it's compliance. And once they get that message, they're all going to follow suit. All these centralized exchanges. No matter who runs them, a CEO cannot overrule a compliance decision. That is the law. It all has to go peer-to-peer, completely decentralized. And what we really need for a true lifeboat is Hawala 2.0. Anyone here know what Hawala is? You've heard of Hawala? It's just the Arabic word. It means money transfer. It's just peer-to-peer money. You guys ever go to, it's like Western Union for the people. You go to Egypt and you want to send some money to Pakistan. You meet a guy in the corner. He's like, yeah, I got a brother that lives in Pakistan. You give me 100 pounds here. I'll give you 100 rupees over there to whoever you want. And then those two guys, because they have a trust relationship with each other, will settle up. Hawala came to be because there was a huge problem with agency in the Roman Empire at the time. And traders can't deal without agency. We call it third-party payments now. So these Muslims got together and said, hey, we have a trusted network. We've got this immutable ledger, the Last Testament, the Quran. Let's do this together. Let's build a peer-to-peer money network together, and it still exists. It's called Hawala. It's huge in India. Bitcoin will allow us to do Hawala 2.0, Bitcoin with a marketplace. That's what we're building. So we're searching, right? We're searching for those use cases. We're searching for traction. We're trying to figure out how to put this thing together. Over the course of 8 years, I built a user base of 13 million people, completely bootstrapped, $10 billion in peer-to-peer volume. We solved some big problems, like getting the first Bitcoin into Africa. That's hard, right? How do you get Bitcoins into Africa when it's so hard for Africans to send money out of the country to buy the Bitcoin from a European, an American, or someone in China? Any ideas? Whole companies are set up in places like Nigeria just to get money out of the country. I was trying to solve this problem too. Like, hey, I'm saying Africa's going to solve, lead Bitcoin adoption. It really needs it, but golly, how do you get that Bitcoin into the country? You can't get money out. It was $10 million at the time for a minimum order of cacao beans. I also looked into animal skins. I didn't have $10 million at the time because I was actually homeless, so that wasn't going to happen. So I needed a hack. So I came up with a hack, thanks be to God. I showed Nigerian brothers and sisters how they could, instead of getting paid with Western Union, ask their relative living in California to buy a gift card from the gas station with cash, and then send them the back of that gift card code. They would then take that gift card code and sell it to someone in China, get Bitcoin. They might lose 50%, actually. And people are asking me, why would someone give up 50% of the value of a gift card? You know why? Because right now, if you send $100 from Western Union, from California to Nigeria, yeah, Western Union will charge you $10. And everyone says, oh, that's too high, man. $10 is nothing. The problem is when the money goes from into Nigeria, it gets taxed by the government through the exchange rate, and they lose 50%. Your $100 becomes $50 because the bank gives you the money at the official price, which is 400 naira, and the black market price, the street price, is 900. So you're already losing over 50%. So they were happy to give a gift card for 50% off and be able to get Bitcoin instantly, and they could turn around and sell it to the guy next door for a cash transfer from their bank to his bank. So what you've effectively done with a peer-to-peer marketplace is you've created a universal translator and transporter of money. A gift card bought with US dollars in California becomes a Nigerian bank transfer in Naira with 2 peer-to-peer trades. Anything can become anything else. And this basically gives us infinite opportunities for arbitrage. This is the hot new industry. People just don't realize it. Even within Bitcoin, even within crypto, everyone's so focused on making their own token, they're ignoring this tremendous opportunity for arbitrage and profit. Every week I get pictures from all over the world. One guy just sent me a picture of him in his new Lexus. He started out unemployed, then he hired his entire graduating class, all of his friends, to actually work in his peer-to-peer business, which he built on this marketplace. I'm so proud every time I see that. It brings a tear to my eyes. But building marketplaces is hard. There's a lot of challenges, especially when it comes to fraud, especially in the global south. People tell me, you built a safe business in Nigeria, India, and China. These are the fraud capitals of the world. I'm like, yes, we did. Because those people are overwhelmingly honest. It's just that the banks don't want to deal with them. So I've been learning a thing or two over the past 10 years, and we know how to mitigate fraud without ruining the party. Anyone here ever get their bank card shut down while you're traveling? Anyone ever that happened to anyone here? It happened to me 3 times last week. Real pain in the ass. these guys, their fraud detection algorithms suck, they don't work. Ours works. We're doing better. And we have to scale to every single use case, right? This peer-to-peer marketplace has to solve every problem, not just making people money through profit, but it has to solve remittance, payments issues, everything. And the focus has to be on the global south. By the global south, I mean Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, India, places where people are young, where people are ambitious, where things are open instead of closed. I'm putting my bets on black, brown, and yellow, and I've been proven right and richly rewarded. And as long as we continue to do that, we will win. Anyone here want to come with Nigeria to me? Ghana, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Cameroon, Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa. Cape Town's beautiful. I promise you, if you come with me to Africa in November, you're going to see an energy unlike anything you've ever seen, and you're going to be part of history. It will be documented, expect a Netflix. Yes, I will be wearing this hat the entire time. We also need a massive educational effort. That's a big job. And we don't get rewarded for the education, right? Anyone here make educational content about Bitcoin? You guys rich yet from that? No? Well, I promise you I'm working on that too. Because you guys, if anyone deserves to be rich, it's you guys. But the world demands more, right? We're not moving fast enough. So we're searching. We have this lifeboat, but what we really need to do is build Noah's Ark. Because there are going to be that many refugees. Civilization needs a total reboot. Civ Kit is Civilization 2.0. We are delivering the kernel of civilization in code. I don't care about ordinals, NFTs, deeds, or voting. Anyone here care about voting anymore? Does that even work? When is the last time that worked? You care about voting? No, all right, he's cool. Some people still believe in democracy. I don't. I don't believe in DAOs either. They're not really solving a problem. What we need is a decentralized, autonomous civilization right now. 99% of governance is about money, right? No one cares who gets in, it's all about the money. Shadowy super bankers figure that out first. Who cares who makes the laws, as long as I have control of the volume of money in circulation? And there are certain things that are needed to build this arc, certain things that are very, very hard that no one wants to do. Because there's a lot of great marketplace protocols out there right now that work pretty damn well. LND markets, etc. Great stuff. The problem is they're missing a few things. And you only know what they're missing when you've tried to build and scale a marketplace. Number one, there needs to be reputation, right? I'm saying this just as Jameson Loop is getting off stage. I think it's the first time I've seen that dude without his baseball cap and sunglasses. If he heard me say that we need reputation, he'd probably slap me. But guess what we do? It's a critical part of transaction and commerce. And the people in the global south are tired of being invisible. They want to be visible. They want their global financial passport, and they're ready for it. So we're going to give it to them. Reputation, web of stakes, is going to be built into Civ Kit. There will be a web of trust, and you'll be able to judge the web of trust score without it revealing the graph of who you've traded with. So privacy is built into it from the start. We also need a stable form of eCash, right? I love Bitcoin, but let's face it, USDT on Tron is kicking our butts right now. How does it feel 14 years later and most of the volume on crypto is on Tron? We're going to fix that. And guess what? The last thing we need is a decentralized court system. That's hard, guys. But whenever there's a dispute in a financial transaction, and it happens, there needs to be someone to mediate. There must be recourse. We need a decentralized peer-to-peer court system. Super important, super hard, actually harder than Bitcoin. I've been building it in a distributed, centralized manner for the past 8 years. Now it's going to be on Civ Kit. Huge, huge part of the project. And you can see, this is why it's Civ Kit. It's a civilization toolkit, not just a marketplace toolkit. We're going to have judges, everything you need, and nothing more. And of course, it's all built on Bitcoin. So if we get this right, how does the world look like? Where are we going to? The whole world is rising up right now. As the West spirals down, the global South is rising out. And it's not us versus them. All of humanity will benefit. We're going to see an explosion in commerce. Whenever you have truly free trade in a truly free market, the result is always wealth. That's why it's all about getting those caravans from one place to the other, because it makes everyone rich. We've known this since we were riding horses and mules. It works. Free trade works, it makes wealth. And there's trillions and trillions of dollars of wealth out there waiting to be unlocked. We're gonna put people to work. 50% of the global south is young and unemployed. Imagine what happens when you put all those hands to work. That's what this will do, and I've seen the proof firsthand. BRICS is trying to do it on a nation-state level. Hey, we'll use our currency, you use ours, and skip the dollar, man. It's all good. Great. BRICS is not going to save us. We must save ourselves. What BRICS is doing on a nation-state level, we must do on the ground. Corridors must be built in the global south by the people of the global south. And the big enchilada here, the big prize, is price discovery. Anyone know what I mean by that? Price discovery? The biggest tool that these central bankers have, besides this broken transmission network, is that they determine the price of everything. They keep the price of gold and silver artificially suppressed. They can do so with a bunch of fake paper shorts every morning on the Forex. They can say to the presidents of Egypt or Nigeria, hey, you're not listening to us, so guess what? You're going to be a hell of a lot poorer tomorrow, your whole country, because your currency is going to take a dive, and it's been happening. We take that power away from them, and we've officially won. When the price of everything, whether it's gold, silver, Bitcoin, bolivars to the dollar, naira to the dollar, whatever, when the price of everything is set algorithmically by trusted peer-to-peer trades, and humanity has an alternative index for this that is respected, we have won. It is not their game anymore. Price discovery rests solely in the hands of the people. This is the prize. For you true geopolitical strategists out there, this is important. I wish I was smarter and I could explain it better, but my heart's telling me it's really important. So I'm going right for it, because I know it's gonna piss them off, and I love pissing these guys off. Even if it means being public enemy number one, the reward is a new world. We will have cities like Dubai popping up all over the global south. Runaway prosperity can happen very fast, ladies and gentlemen. In less than a decade, in less than half a decade, you can go from zero to hero, and history has proven it, especially with 3 billion young people in the world ready to go to work for us, and us, I mean humans. When whole nation states can get on a Bitcoin standard like that, as easy as setting up a WordPress blog, we got something. We're going to see El Salvador's popping up all over the place. I intend to be visiting some this November. And self-custody will be common. We're going to make it simple. We're going to make it work. People are going to love self-custody. It's going to be the new thing. And then the people take control of the narrative. And the armies shrink. Hopefully go away completely. That's my dream. Thank you all so much. Did I go over time? I did.
Thank you very much, Frey. Now we are going to take our very first break. We'll be back here in the living room at 11:50 with a very, very special announcement. Also, just so you know, during this break, the developer stage is open. The silent disco mode is activated. Headphones are available. There are demos, workshops, and technical deep dives happening on the developer stage. Make sure to check out the lounges and the giveaways along with the galleries. With that, we'll see you back here at 11:50. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everybody, from our short break. We've got an entire second half of our morning before we even get to the afternoon talks still to go. A lot more discussions on what's happening throughout the Bitcoin economy. And with that being said, very excited for this next talk. It is a very special announcement, one I happen to secretly know, and you will soon find out in just a moment. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up to the stage our next two speakers, Michael and Mitchell from the Stacks Foundation.
All right. I know we have Michael on the slide, but I'm remembering it's Mike.
Mike.
Mike, thanks for being here, Mike. Tell us a little bit about you and Copper and the team, and let's get into it.
Yeah, so Copper is a crypto-native custodian. So, we didn't sort of spin out from any of the big banks or anything like that. We're in place really to support, safe custody of assets. I know it sometimes goes against the grain in the room, but listen, if we want Bitcoin to be adopted in the way that we all want Bitcoin adopted, we have to protect pristine collateral, and that's what we view Bitcoin as at Copper. We have various solutions for the trading firms, et cetera, that trade in this space. And one of the most important ones is Clearloop, which allows Bitcoin, which is pristine collateral on all the exchanges and for derivatives transactions, to remain in safe custody at Copper. It never moves. We have technical integrations and legal agreements that protect that asset. The only time it ever moves to the exchange is if there's a P&L event. So in short, protecting against the FTX saga.
Gotcha. It's a great overview. Thank you. And I want to get right into the special announcement. This is something my team at the Stacks Foundation has been working on. Rena from Trust Machines and lots of other people I should give shout outs to. But for those that maybe have missed the news yesterday, do you want to talk a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, so we're very proud to announce that we've integrated Stacks. We're the only custodian to do that. We have our lead engineer in the room that did it there. Andre, well done, man. So, why are we doing that? We really want Bitcoin to move around and circulate in a very, very safe way, and we're behind everything that Stacks is doing. So, in essence, that Bitcoin that is there as the layer 1, and then Stacks as the layer 2, we'll keep that Bitcoin safe at Copper, and then we'll support everything that the Stacks Foundation is doing. The Nakamoto upgrade, all these things are going to be there, and we'll support them every step of the way.
Yeah, we appreciate that. I want to highlight something. For those in the Stacks community in the audience, who's familiar with Nakamoto or sBTC upgrades that are on the way? A lot of you. Great. Okay, so something that I don't want to get missed in the news here is that Copper has come out as the first kind of major player to say that they're going to support the upgrade. Nakamoto and sBTC, this is going to be a really deep integration. It supports all the SIP10 assets, so any projects built on Stacks going forward. It supports stacking. I know you guys have had some new interest in stacking, which is great to hear.
Literally, as soon as, beforehand, so what happens with our clients, they'll come in and say, can you support a particular asset? As soon as Stacks became sort of awareness in the market, 4 or 5 hedge funds straight away, can you support Stacks? So, yeah.
That's great to hear.
It's picking up pace.
All right, so we're at Bitcoin Unleashed, so we should talk about Bitcoin a little bit more, I think.
For sure.
I'm curious, it seems like it's fairly clear Bitcoin has had one of the most interesting years in a while. What's Copper's perspective on Bitcoin, sort of at a high level? Do you guys treat it differently than other assets? Does it have a special place in your heart? Tell us how you guys view it.
I mean, look, we view Bitcoin as, it started everything, right? So, it was the innovation that allowed finality of settlement. It's the innovation that allowed you to manage your own assets and manage your own private keys. I mean, even the way that we distribute our key shards at Copper, one of them can be given to the person that owns it, the hedge fund, the client, et cetera. We have trusted third parties. So I know, look, in the room, not your keys, not your Bitcoin, but we try our best to be true to the principles of Bitcoin in the way that we've distributed our technology. What do we think of Bitcoin? I mean, clearly, it's the pristine asset. When you look across the exchanges, every single exchange accepts Bitcoin. It accepts stable coins, it accepts Bitcoin. So when you have an asset of that quality and, the hash rate continues to grow, the halving's coming, etc., everything we do is built around protecting Bitcoin. And then look, guys, the altcoins benefit from that. I know the room doesn't care about altcoins, but, what we think about the altcoins really is if you want to change the rails for traditional finance, you need some of that technology to resonate. And what Stacks is doing could be an important part of that journey. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's at the heart of everything for us. We have special solutions for miners, et cetera, so they don't have to move their Bitcoin to trading firms or derivatives counterparts to express views that would allow them to do covered call transactions to pay their fees rather than sell their Bitcoin. So, just to give you a view on how we think about these things.
Absolutely. I'm curious that you work with so many different types of players that are kind of critical infrastructure to the whole industry. Have you seen a change in the way that they're viewing Bitcoin this year? With Ordinals and the different layers that are coming out, have you noticed any difference in their appetite, the way they think about Bitcoin fundamentally, or do you think that's still to come?
No, I mean, look, I think anyone that was in the space, views Bitcoin, if you were early, and a lot of the hedge funds we have, so let's talk about the type of clients we service. So, I mentioned miners, very important to everything that goes on in Bitcoin, but, we have crypto-native hedge funds, and they tend to be more minded like the room here, right? They're managing their own assets, et cetera, and they just use us for that exchange connectivity. But the big hedge funds that got to the space early, Brevin Howard, the proprietary trading firms like DRW, et cetera, they really value Bitcoin as, an asset that they will hold on balance sheet, they'll hold in deep cold storage, whereas some of the other assets, as we all know, they're just trading them to harvest P&L. So it has a very, very different profile. It'd be interesting to see how it kind of resonates in DeFi once, Stacks and all the different builders that are working in this space. Like, we'd love to see that become, what's going on in the centralized kind of world, happen in DeFi as well. And we have very, very specific solutions for that. And Stacks is going to be very helpful in the way we do that, i.e. keep the asset at copper, operate in DeFi, only move it to DeFi if you have a P&L event.
Mm-hmm. I think Bitcoin DeFi is going to be a hot topic throughout the day. I'm curious if you, in terms of how Copper views that, is it just waiting for it to happen? Is it inevitable? Are there challenges in the way of a kind of mainstream Bitcoin adoption besides sort of the run-of-the-mill things we've talked about today in terms of layers? Or what are maybe some other missing pieces?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we can get quite dogmatic about things in that, DeFi is fantastic because it has democratized access to finance for everybody. It's a very strange asset, crypto, and particularly Bitcoin, because it allowed participation for all of us first. Normally, IPOs, et cetera, they're given to the hedge funds and the big asset managers first, and then all of us get a bite at it later, right? We all got the bite at this asset first. So from a DeFi perspective, what we're now seeing is, DeFi is new. There's all the hacks with bridges and all these different things that have happened. And, a lot of the protocols have come to us in the last 12 months saying to us, listen, we've heard about what you do with the centralized exchanges, i.e. keep the asset away from the exchange unless it's absolutely needed for settlement. Mm-hmm. Can we work together to change the protocols or put a solution in place where the asset is held at Copper and they can operate in DeFi? Why is that important? It's a different structure, right? If you're operating working in a lending pool or on an AMM or something like that and you get liquidated, it's your asset. You made that decision, you're a retail customer. If you're a hedge fund and you've bought Bitcoin and you're telling someone, I'm going to get a target return for you on Bitcoin of 15% annualized, and you put that into a lending pool and the market moves quickly, you don't want that Bitcoin liquidated, right? They want that Bitcoin. So the way we work is to have the asset at Copper and then work with some of the DeFi protocols to say, look, from an institutional perspective, give these guys a chance to collateralize the account again, right? Retail, you can get liquidated if you're happy doing. But the institutional side want to stay holding that Bitcoin. They're convicted. They want a chance to top up. Yeah. So that's the big change is we're seeing DeFi somewhat pivot a little bit institutional in thinking. So, totally decentralized, but how do we operate and bring that world in so they feel comfortable operating in that space?
Yeah. It's interesting. It seems like you and the team have a pretty native understanding of the Bitcoin ecosystem. I'm curious if that's kind of always been the case at Copper, or if that's something that, as this movement to build on Bitcoin has grown, that the interest in your team has grown. I'd maybe share a little bit more about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, where I work on the institutional side of things, the big thing that needs to be achieved really is you've got to harness the kind of knowledge, the technical skills that someone like Andre has, and we have great engineers, we have great security staff, and then you have to blend that with, you're not going to want to hear it, folks, but I used to work at an investment bank, you have to blend that together and come out with the right solution. So clearly the way investment banks do things is not what everyone wants, it's not equitable, it's not what we're looking for, but Copper, to answer your question, tries to blend the best in breed of, crypto natives, blockchain natives like Andre, and then the finance teams together. So, we have some interesting chats. We respect each other's knowledge. I mean, I wouldn't dare tell Andre how to do anything. I don't know what he does, but I respect his knowledge. And we work together to put these solutions together. So a lot of it is crypto native, blockchain, native folks. And then I came in because my existing client base that I worked with for 25 years were pushing towards this space. And if they move, I've followed them my whole career. I figured it made sense.
I think that resonates a lot. There's sort of this tendency, and especially in the Stacks ecosystem, but the newer Bitcoin builder movement, that hey, we should allow for safe ways for everyone to experiment and build in the way that makes sense for them, build in the way that makes sense for the customers that they're serving. Yep. So it's great to see you guys are so far ahead of the game on some of that stuff. I'd love to talk quickly. We have just a couple minutes left. One of the things that was great about starting to work with your team is that some of our Stacks teams had already been in touch with Copper, yep. And there's some exciting teams I'd love to give a shout out to. I don't know if they're in the room yet, but Higher Vibes comes to mind, Sustainable Bitcoin Protocol. Tell us more about your relationship with these teams, how you see this integration helping them, and then maybe some other teams you're excited about.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's the ethos of how we think about things. So when the Sustainable Bitcoin guys came to us and told us about their project, it's fantastic because one of the criticisms, which we all know is not accurate, is that, Bitcoin mining is not sustainable. Couldn't be further from the truth, right? We know the rigs are mobile, you can use sustainable energy. It's probably the only thing that you can just pick up a rig and drop it wherever the sustainable energy is and generate a return. So it's a misnomer, but in the traditional space, if you want to launch a hedge fund and raise money, and by the way, we should want that because that's going to grow Bitcoin, it's going to grow the price of Bitcoin. The sustainable guys came up with a fantastic solution, which is you have your Bitcoin that you've bought, you've got your strategy with the Bitcoin, and if you want to prove that this is a sustainable Bitcoin, you have one of their tokens as well in the account, which is linked one-for-one to Bitcoin. So, we could see the value prop of that straight away. We integrated it quickly, and now we're working with those folks to get it across, the hedge fund community, because they will literally open up a Bitcoin fund, and it needs to be ESG compliant, right? And the sustainable guys can do that. So look, we look at every project in the Stack space and try and work out what is the utility. Is it something down in DeFi? Is it lending? How can we help there? Is it in the traditional space? How can we help there? But I guess the main principle is protect the asset, protect the Bitcoin, protect the Stacks. Then how do you get that to kind of move across the ecosystem?
Yeah. This reducing a lot of friction.
Correct.
So are there teams beyond the ones we've mentioned that you're particularly excited? It doesn't have to just be in the Stack space or the Bitcoin space, but what's come across you lately that's got you excited? I
was speaking to Rena 2 days ago, and it's very, very interesting for the community here. The DeFi space, the EVM DeFi space that, have all the lending pools and all that type of thing, they're kind of waking up and interested to do partnerships with the Stacks community, et cetera. So, we will just have to monitor that situation and work together on it. But I do see there's going to be a divergence, particularly with the innovations that Stacks are bringing to the space, where the EVM community, Ethereum, what goes on in that space and what Stacks is doing, you have your own solutions, I get it, but some of this stuff is going to cross over, and that is also healthy if it's done in a smart way, right? Yep. Dollars are fungible. We want the asset to be fungible. We want it to be safe. It's a smart thing to do.
Absolutely. All right, and last but not least, I think a lot of us are traveling. You're London natives here at Copper. Tell us what we shouldn't miss in the city while we're here for Bitcoin Unleashed.
Well, the weather's not going to be kind to you, but if if I was in London, I'd be down at the Tower of London. It's nice to go and see that. It's a beautiful walk along the Thames, etc. So look, London's a great city if the weather's being decent to you. Enjoy it, folks.
I'm from Seattle, so I'll take any good weather.
You know.
All right, we're out of time, but for folks that maybe missed the news or wandered in late, copper.co.
That's right.
Go to the news page. It's the first thing up there. You can read more about the integration, how it supports Stacks and Bitcoin-based projects. And Mike, thanks for the time. Thanks for being here.
Absolute
Appreciate
pleasure.
your support of the whole ecosystem. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good job. All right. What an exciting announcement, right? Let me try that one more time. What an exciting announcement, right, everybody? There we go, there we go. Look, this is the main stage. We gotta get the energy up. I'm here in the developer stage. They are super exciting. Now, it could be the silence disco. They got headphones on so they can't hear how loud they're actually clapping, but let's get the energy up in this room as well. And guys, everyone, welcome again to Bitcoin Unleashed. A ton more conversations to be had today, and we're gonna be moving into the world of decentralized finance, or DeFi. Mitchell from the Stacks Foundation was just up here with Copper in their special announcement, but Mitchell did mention how important Bitcoin DeFi is and why Bitcoin DeFi and DeFi in particular would be a top conversation topic today. And we're gonna continue that trend. In our next panel today, we're going to be discussing what is happening around decentralized finance and real DeFi. What applications from a finance perspective can and should be built around DeFi and Bitcoin. That said, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up our moderator for this panel, Tycho of Zest Protocol, and his panelists.
All right, and then you go all the way at the back there. Yeah, perfect. All right. All right. Well, you've come to the right panel today, or probably the best or most useful panel, because you're actually going to learn something very practical, which is how can you make money with all of this, right? That's basically what we will be talking about. Yeah, so my name is Tycho. I'm the co-founder of Zest Protocol, which is essentially a Bitcoin lending protocol that will be using Stacks and sBTC under the hood to help people generate yield on their BTC. Now, I'm joined here by Ronak, who's building Wrap.com.
Yes.
Which is doing a
custodial Bitcoin bridge. Pretty much we bridge Bitcoin on any chain that matters. And we're the creators of XBTC.
Perfect. And then we're joined by Robin from Liquidium, who...
We're building an Ordinal lending protocol called Liquidium.
Fantastic. So a way to earn yield on BTC and to borrow against
Exactly.
Ordinals.
Borrow against your Ordinals and then also lend Bitcoin to the borrowers to earn a yield in Bitcoin.
Amazing. And then Mithil, who's building Velar protocol.
Yeah, so we are building Velar. It's our vision is to build the entire user-facing DeFi infrastructure using L2s and sidechains like Stacks.
Fantastic. And you'll be starting with an AMM, right? So with the swap tokens?
Yeah, so Velar has 4 versions planned. The first version, which is on mainnet now, is an AMM and a launchpad built on Stacks. The second version, which is under development now, is probably world's first decentralized perpetual derivatives exchange, also on Stacks.
Yeah, and that's great because perpdex is a very important primitive in DeFi to actually lever up on your BTC and basically make trades, right? So and then last but not least, Dylan from Bitflow.
Yep, we're building a DEX for Bitcoiners so that they can earn a Bitcoin yield on their Bitcoin holdings without having to trust any malicious middlemen.
Amazing. And now before we kind of dive in, we'd love to learn as well a bit about you and specifically like what you've done in DeFi before. So maybe we can just do like a quick sort of show of hands, right? So who here has used a DeFi protocol before? All right. That's like about 80% of people. Now, who here has used BTC in some way in a DeFi protocol, right? So that can be WBTC, TBTC, XBTC, right? OK, so now we're down maybe to about, let's say, 20 to 30% of people. And who here has used a DeFi protocol on stacks before? OK, that's a bit more. That's a bit more. So most people have used the DeFi protocol before. Then, let's say, about 40% of people have used DeFi protocol on stacks before. And then 20%-ish of people have used BTC before. So like, that's what we want to flip around, right? So that's what we're here for. But yeah, like DeFi can always sound a bit complex, or people are maybe wondering what is this, or how is it useful, or how did we get into it? Maybe we want to just give a bit the human story there, like how did we get into DeFi? How did you personally get into DeFi? And why do you think it matters? Maybe you want to start, Rona.
Yeah, sure. So I'm an engineer by training, and I worked in finance for 10 years at large institutions like Morgan Stanley, Deutsche Bank, and something that I realized as an engineer working in the financial ecosystem is like how sometimes slow processes were. So when I first read the Bitcoin white paper like over a decade ago, I realized like this is the future of finance. And I came across Wrapped like over a year ago. Like, okay, this is a great way to bridge Bitcoin liquidity over to DeFi in a custodial manner for institutions, for folks that are looking for bridging this over like fast and also in a safer way. So that's pretty much my story.
Yeah, I think it's also funny because to some extent you're the one person here has like actually a deep finance background out of everyone, so that's definitely a good point to note. But I guess going to the degens, maybe starting with Robin, like why DeFi, and how did you get into all this stuff?
Yeah, so for me, I think when I was 18, I kind of got into stocks, and with this, I also looked into crypto, and Bitcoin was fascinating me in the beginning, but then I noticed that we don't have as many opportunities on Bitcoin, at least at that point. So I looked into other ecosystems like Ethereum, and then played around with some DeFi strategies because it was kind of playing around with it, trying to kind of make a quick buck and seeing what the possibilities are. And I think the one thing, even though probably all in all I didn't make a lot of money with DeFi because the bear market came and stuff, but still what fascinated me was just how you can have such a solid financial system on the blockchain, which is trustless in a way. And yeah, you don't have to have these centralized structures around this. So this is why I kind of stuck with DeFi.
Cool. And you actually started building on stacks, right? And now you sort of moved back to the sort of the mother layer, right? So move back to building on
yeah,
Bitcoin
exactly. Yeah, stacks was the first time where I saw okay, Bitcoin actually has possibilities with layer 2 solutions or side chains. So it was interesting to build on. And then I guess Bitcoin is always what it comes back to. As I said, this is how I got adopted to crypto, and then also I think where the fundamental value is in crypto. So seeing that we can sort of build on Bitcoin now is really, really fascinating to me.
No, great stuff. Now we should dive more into that in a second as well. But I think, Mathil, you have a bit of a similar story, but maybe more from sort of institutional background. But curious to hear from you how you sort of personally got into DeFi and started building Velar protocol.
Yeah, sure. So for me, it goes back to 2017 when I just started in crypto, and when I started learning about Bitcoin. I understood the fundamental reason why crypto or Bitcoin or proof of work on which Bitcoin is based was designed inherently was as a fallback option to build a completely decentralized, open for all, non-custodial financial infrastructure in case the centralized systems or semi-centralized systems in financial infrastructure, they fail. So that idea resonated with me quite a bit, and that's how I got into Bitcoin. But Bitcoin is just one form of decentralized money. But what about the money markets on top of them? So that's when I got into DeFi, and just the sheer idea and the scale, if there exists a completely open for all decentralized financial infrastructure, and especially in today's time when, if you see in past few years, the trust towards centralized systems have been reducing, and people want to like move towards a more trust minimized financial systems. And in this time, DeFi is not just the right ethical way to run a financial infrastructure, but also is a huge business opportunity, where it's less than, what, 0.1% of the entire financial system out there. But even I'm not saying we are competing with the centralized systems or semi-centralized systems, but just having the freedom of choice and giving it to users and let them decide if they want to use a centralized system or a decentralized system. That idea resonated with me quite a bit, and being a kind of a rebel myself in my university and school days, there's literally nothing else I would see myself doing.
Yeah. And you ran a Bitcoin-denominated fund before, right? And we're through that kind of looking for something that you're now ending up building.
Actually, yeah, it's one of the top reasons that I started building Velar. And I'll tell you, like, I'm building Velar as a user. I'm the first user of Velar, and we saw a lot of problems. I was running a crypto-focused derivatives trading desk before Velar. It was called TerraSearch Capital. It was a crypto-focused hedge fund. And when we started out that hedge fund in 2019, the crypto market was, like very low. Bitcoin was like 4, 5, 6K in US dollars in price. So ICOs were dying down, and we were just a bunch of young guys trading crypto. So a lot of people wouldn't believe or trust or put money with us, so we had to bring a USP. And the USP we brought was we used to trade on something called coin margin perps, and FTX was coming up at that time, so we used to trade using multi-asset collateral. So we used to cater to people, institutions, or family offices who are already holding Bitcoin, but that Bitcoin is sitting dormant. And they want to earn yield on top of that Bitcoin in terms of Bitcoin. So these people are already Bitcoin believers. They have bought Bitcoin for next 5 to 10 years. So they don't care about the price fluctuations in Bitcoin in short term, but they want to earn more Bitcoin on top of it. So we used to literally trade on Bitcoin, on using Bitcoin as collateral, and earn yield in Bitcoin for our LPs, limited partners in the fund. And that was our USP, which helped us grow quite a bit in a short period of time. But what happened in 2022 was that we used to trade on centralized exchanges, of course, because decentralized perpetual exchanges didn't come up, and it didn't have that much volume to cater to like institutional money, right? So in 2022, when we saw custodial solutions like BlockFi or centralized exchanges like FTX go down, the trust between custodians and institutions was going down. So again, there was a dire need for going back to the same point that, why crypto was born. Crypto was born as a fallback option in case centralized or custodial solutions like this fail. And when I saw the infrastructure, it didn't exist. So I think it is a natural progression for Bitcoin also to have a native decentralized financial infrastructure like a perpetual derivatives exchange on top of it, which we are building right now. Because if you see, like perps even today account for more than 70% of entire crypto volume, and that's where the price discovery happens. So having that infrastructure on Bitcoin is, I think, a very natural progression for Bitcoin, and I don't know why it didn't happen for 14 years of its existence, but being able to build that is just a sheer once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is how I see it, and the risk-reward is just amazing, and that's why we're building it.
No, that's a great story, building for yourself as a user.
Yeah.
And I mean, Dylan, we've known each other for quite a long time, and seen all the different things you've tried building in the space.
Yeah.
But do you want to give a bit what's sort of your personal motivation and the history of Bitflow? I think Ronak is going to come back in a second.
Sure. So I got into
more.
Bitcoin in 2017. Like a lot of people, I just held it and didn't do anything with it. Sort of during that hype cycle. And then I didn't really rediscover it until 2020 when I was in grad school. like reread the white paper with like a new appreciation for it, like when I'm taking an algorithms class. And at the same time, there was like pretty unprecedented quantitative easing, right? Like I think it was 40% of dollars that were ever in circulation were printed in that year to deal with the craziness in the markets. And I just had this moment where I was like, with this new appreciation for Bitcoin, thinking, this is our best chance to have separation of money and state. And what do I want to do with what I've learned from my computer science degree? Like this is the area where I would like to apply that knowledge. And also coincidentally, around the same time, I found the white paper for Stacks 2.0.
There we go, yeah.
And it was like smart contracts for Bitcoin. It sounds great. What does that mean? Like, can we explore the constraints of that system? What can we build? And yeah, I think you saw there were people that were willing to put their Bitcoin at risk to earn a yield on it with some centralized solutions like Celsius or BlockFi, right?
Yeah.
And can we build that better? And of course, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. So people now know what we're building, right? They know why we're building it. But maybe now they should know, because there are potential users in the audience, or maybe already active users. Maybe we should just make it very simple for people, like how can people make money using our apps? Right? Maybe Dylan, you want to start. How can people make money on BitFlow?
Yeah, sure. I think for your average user, it would be nice if it felt more like a savings account. If you bought Bitcoin, you use BitFlow, and you're earning a modest amount of yield on top of it. We're not going to offer anything crazy like 300% APY, but it's you're earning a sustainable Bitcoin yield. But it has to come from somewhere, right? So it's
and where does
it's
the
hard
yield,
it's hard money.
Where does the yield that a user earn on BitFlow? Where does it come from?
So it comes from the trading fees that are collected from the automated market maker, where you can swap between different flavors of Bitcoin on a layer 2, whether it's Ronak's sBTC from Wrapped, a custodial solution, or sBTC on Stacks, the non-custodial, more decentralized solution. I think people have different preferences, and that's okay, right? Yeah. We need to meet users where they are. There are some Bitcoiners that will just hold it and never put it to work, and that's fine. They're not as much fun, I think, as we are. But they add value to the network, right? For sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good for people to have preferences, and when they swap between these assets, these fees are collected, and then they can claim that yield directly and proportionally based on how much they've put into the protocol.
So you're running a marketplace where people can swap between different flavors of BTC, and people can put BTC on there, and in that way they can earn a bit more BTC. Yeah,
and then there's some very interesting work with keepers. I see Philip in the audience, where I think we can leverage that technology to actually generate an auto-compounding Bitcoin yield.
Interesting. Well, I guess more about that soon from Philip. But okay, so we have that. Then, Mithil, how can people make money on Velar?
So a lot of things move together, right? I mean, we have to first. I think nobody makes money in this ecosystem until we hit a critical mass of developers and users both, which right now is completely missing in Bitcoin ecosystem. So what we should all do, I mean, it's not only for users, but there are some builders also in this, right? So to all the builders, what we should do right now as an ecosystem is to hit a critical mass of users and builders and developers first, and then think about anything else.
Yeah, but if I am as a user, right?
Yeah,
I come to Velar, I come to the web app, then how can I earn something?
Yes, so that's what we are building. So the ecosystem we are building, and I'll continue to this. And your question to Dylan was that how do that yield come from? So if you see right now in centralized crypto markets, the majority of because there are a lot of lenders, but what about borrowers? Who's borrowing that? Because borrowers will pay the yield to the lenders, right? So in centralized crypto markets, the majority of that yield comes from exchanges, funds of funds, institutions, and family offices borrowing that money for a short period of time to trade on leverage in perps, in options, in different derivatives markets. That's where the yield, that's where majority of the yield comes from. So the ecosystem we are building, where of course it's a long-term vision, but what with Velar we want to build is that people would be able to use their native Bitcoin as collateral and then trade perps or different derivatives products. So when they are using that native Bitcoin as collateral, and if they're trading leverage, then they need to borrow that extra Bitcoins from the market, and that's where the yield comes from. So it's not just for so we building perps might not directly give yield to our users, but it might give yield to his users or your users. You know, so it's more about understanding the flow of money, and that we all are working together, and the yield will come from use cases like perps, like what you guys are building together. But when we hit a critical mass, you know.
And very simplified, right? So perps are I go to your app, I put some BTC as collateral, and then I can bet that another token goes up or down, and that's how I would make money, right?
Yeah, so basically you can use one asset as collateral, and we will have contracts. The contracts can be, like these are perpetual contracts, can be of any token. So which are, the prices of which are fetched by oracles. So when you put as collateral, but if you want to trade 5x leverage, if you put like one Bitcoin as collateral, which is, for example, $25,000, but if you want to trade 5x leverage, you need another $125,000. And when you borrow it for a percentage. So that's the percentage that you pay in fees to borrow that money, is the yield that goes to lenders or to people who are lending. Yeah.
Got it. So there's a bit more of an active strategy there. Now, Robin, how can we make money on Liquidium?
Yeah, so we are not in this traditional fungible token market. We are more in the non-fungible token market, I would say, with ordinals. So there are actually two ways. So we have borrowers and lenders, and borrowers means they can, like everybody who has an ordinal, and we see a bunch here in the room. So if you have an ordinal, you can just use this as collateral, and you can borrow Bitcoin against it. The usual term is 14 days, so you can just like borrow some liquid BTC on layer 1 Bitcoin against your ordinal. Use this Bitcoin for whatever you want. Like you can swap it to USD, you can wrap it to stacks or whatever. And do whatever you want with it. You can do some like degen strategy or whatever to generate yield with it. We don't care as long as you repay the loan. And then we also have lenders, and lenders are the ones providing the Bitcoin liquidity to the borrowers. So everything is a peer-to-peer loan on our platform. And for example, let's say if you have an ordinal, you can say, hey, I have this ordinal and I want to borrow 1 Bitcoin against it. And I'm, for example, a lender and I have some Bitcoin in my wallet, and I can say, hey, cool, I'm going to give you this 1 Bitcoin and you will pay interest to me. And if you don't repay the loan, I will get your ordinal. And if you do repay the loan, then I'm good. I generated some interest. So this is kind of what the lenders are doing, and they are definitely incentivized by the interest that they are generating, and also, in fact, by the defaults. So if a borrower doesn't repay, sometimes they get the ordinal for like half of the price, which is really cool for a lot of people, and like we see a lot of strategies evolving around that.
Right. Interesting. So if anyone here has invested their life savings in ordinals or is planning to, then Robin is your guy.
Exactly. So if you want to degen into some more mints and you don't have any liquid Bitcoin anymore, just use your ordinals and buy more ordinals.
There we go. There we go. That's not financial advice, everybody. But still very cool. Now, Ronak, with you we can mint XBTC.
Yes.
It's a bit different, right? You can't, it's not directly people making money with Wrap.com, but what can people do with sBTC?
Yes. So Wrap.com, I mean, we're an institutional platform, right? We partner with a bank, with a regulated custodian on the back end, and we onboard businesses. And when we onboard businesses, businesses have to go through a KYC process. So it's a little bit different from like the onboarding with like the other platforms that we talked about. But at the end of the day, the businesses that use our platform, they're using our platform to bridge over Bitcoin liquidity over let's say, to the Stacks network, right? And maybe their users are using XBTC to maybe arbitrage, and they're traders, and that's how they make money. At least those are some of the use cases that we've seen.
Yeah.
Or in some use case, maybe like platforms like Dylan's, like they use like you would like use like an XBTC like to swap over with like sBTC.
Got it.
And give basically users a different flavor and optionality on how to like off ramp over to Bitcoin.
Yeah. So you're then way more of an infrastructure provider. You can help people get something with which they can then make money independently.
Yes.
There we go. There we go. Okay, right. Fantastic. 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 Now, I think we're all here. We're at Bitcoin Unleashed. I think a big topic of the conference is also the Stacks Nakamoto upgrade and sBTC and all the sort of exciting stuff that comes with that. Maybe want to shed some color as well, like what sBTC can and will mean for all of our apps, and maybe briefly, Dylan, you want to start? What does sBTC mean for BitFlow?
I think it means number go up, but no, I think it's good for the end user to have like more of a native Bitcoin experience, right? If you want to show up to our app and trade your Bitcoin for a stable coin, or if you want to show up with any flavor of Bitcoin that you have, it could be XBTC, sBTC, native Bitcoin, and you want to put it to work, you can do that. It could be our BTC. We built the first bridge between Rootstock and Stacks as well, bringing like the Bitcoin layer 2s together. But sBTC and the fast transaction times with the Nakamoto upgrade, I think are going to be huge for the user experience. I love that we use Bitcoin as this ultimate settlement layer, but the biggest complaint that we have from our users right now is slow transaction times compared to Ethereum using WBTC. So if we can get a solution that settles on Bitcoin with Bitcoin security, I think that's huge.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. I mean, I've used BitFlow mainnet, and it's like Stacks mainnet, right? It takes a bit of time, so that will be fixed. So, Mithil, do you want to give a quick rundown? sBTC, what does it mean for
Sure. So again, like I would be the first user of sBTC, not just, and that's why we're building Velar, even for my fund. So what happened was, like I said, in 2022, when the trust towards custodial solutions were fading off, then like we still would have to trade to make yield. So we started looking into decentralized infrastructure, and we found WBTC on Ethereum. But we had a strict mandate in our fund and complete 100% vote against it to convert any existing BTC into WBTC for its nature. And that's when something like a solution like sBTC comes in place, where it's based on a sidechain or L2 like Stacks, which borrows security from Bitcoin. So one of the main reasons that if you are holding Bitcoin, it's you don't want to give, you want to be in the same ecosystem. You want to be in the same native Bitcoin ecosystem and not move your Bitcoin out of that ecosystem, whether it be centralized systems or custodial solutions or semi-centralized non-custodial solutions like Ethereum. So just the fact that sBTC is based on Stacks I think will give a lot more trust to native Bitcoin holders to probably bridge their Bitcoin onto Stacks and still be able to use it on a derivatives or in Bitcoin DeFi in a trust minimized way, without actually completely trusting a custodial solution or converting it to some completely different token.
Yeah.
So I think that's a huge opportunity, and I would be the first user of sBTC even before I am a builder. Fantastic. So very excited for that.
So core infrastructure twice. Now, I mean, Robin, you're building on Bitcoin L1, so do you see a path for sBTC to be useful for Liquidium, and if so, in what way? Maybe in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good question. So yes, we're fully on layer 1 Bitcoin right now, but you can see that the network is kind of congesting the more it gets used. And I mean, we built a really complex financial infrastructure on Bitcoin. And we can just see like the more adoption there is, the higher the fees get, the more congested the chain is. And then I think eventually side chains and layer 2 solutions will be great. And we could see if there is like a really seamless integration between Bitcoin and Stacks with sBTC, we could totally see ourselves building on Stacks as well. Same thing for Ordinals, for example.
Yeah.
Like if we can wrap Ordinals to Stacks.
Yeah, no, it makes sense because like if someone gets liquidated, you would want to maybe do that quick, right? And if you need to wait for Bitcoin block, that could be.
And then also we don't want to have ridiculous fees because let's say you have like just a low value Ordinal, you still want to generate interest, and if it gets eaten up by Bitcoin fees, that's bad.
Yeah. So that's the classic L1 or L1, L2 thesis there. And then, well, last but not least, Ronak, like XBTC, sBTC, how will they exist together?
I mean, for us, as our customers that are using sBTC also want to have XBTC because they want to keep that peg. So again, give their end users the optionality to off-ramp if they're KYC'd via XBTC. So I think they pair well together. Fantastic. And there is no one, like, they both work in the ecosystem.
Fantastic. Great. Well, time is up. Maybe we want to just give a 1 second, where can people find you and how can they learn more about your projects? Just like one word, Dylan.
Bitflow.finance.
Velar.co, but we are everywhere on Telegram, Discord, and Twitter. Yeah.
Liquidium.fi.
Wrapped.com.
And zestprotocol.com or at zestprotocol on Twitter. And yeah, with that, thanks very much. And thank you very much for being here.
Thanks, Tycho.
Great.
Thanks, man. Great job. Great job, everybody. Good job. All right. We've got one more panel for this first half of the day, and I know everyone wants to talk to each other, so if you do have a conversation, please take it to the lounge as we finish up this first half of the day and have our next panel. That being said, we've now heard about all these new applications from the finance perspective and the future of Bitcoin DeFi. But what do we do with these assets? Where do we store them? How do we handle them? What do we do from a protection standpoint? That's what our next panel is going to be speaking about, and looking beyond the seed phrases of yesterday and looking at the next generation of crypto wallets. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our next panel and their moderator, Sid of Coinbase.
Hey guys, really excited to be here and get this kicked off. I think this is one of the most exciting panels of today. Some of the coolest products that folks are building here on stage, and hopefully we can hear more about them today with all these great panelists. So the title is called Beyond the Seed Phrase, the Next Generation of Crypto Wallets. Most of the folks here are building wallets of some sort. So as a brief intro myself, my name is Sid Shaker. I work on the blockchain research team at Coinbase. We focus on everything blockchain data related and what's up and coming in the ecosystem. And over here, these guys are building some of the most interesting up and coming apps. So would love to start with a brief introduction from each of you, and then also a one-liner on what you're building. We can start with Ken.
Sure. So I'm Ken, founder of Xverse. Xverse is a Bitcoin Web3 wallet. So our mission is basically to bring Web3 to Bitcoin through our support for Ordinals, BRC20s, rare sats, and Bitcoin L2s like Stacks, for example, and other Bitcoin-based protocols.
I'm next. Hi guys, my name is Louis. We're actually building the first hardware wallet that replaces your seed phrase with a simple combination of hardware, mobile application, and social circle. So everyone in the room can actually say goodbye to seed phrases fraudulent transaction, and asset loss.
I'm Mark. I'm the general manager of Lether, a Bitcoin Web3 wallet. We have our origins in the Stacks ecosystem. We are the original Stacks wallet. And we really believe in empowering a Bitcoin economy across layers. So Bitcoin treated as the L1 and other layers like Stacks treated as L2s and perhaps even beyond L3s.
Amazing. Hi, my name is Toby Box. I work at IOV Labs. IOV created a Bitcoin sidechain called Rootstock, similar to Stacks a few years back. And we're now working on services and tools for Rootstock to make it easy for builders to build on top of Bitcoin. One of those building blocks is a self-custody B2B wallet.
Very interesting. So it looks like a combination of both builder-centric and then also end-user-facing wallets. In terms of the current ecosystem, what is a kind of key problem or key kind of issue that you feel is lacking in the wallet space, and what are you looking to do to address it? Any one of you want to start?
Yeah. Well, I say traditionally Web3 has not taken place on Bitcoin, right? It's taken place on the other L1s. And Bitcoin, despite being the most famous crypto, the original, the most secure, most important, hasn't benefited from Web3 activity and all the use cases that Web3 brings. So we really believe that for that to happen, there has to be a wallet that is designed intentionally for Bitcoin-based technologies. Bitcoin has its own peculiarities, its own sort of capabilities and design considerations. And so as a Bitcoin wallet provider, it's about bringing what you see elsewhere for Web3 to Bitcoin, but actually making it work for Bitcoin in sort of special ways. And also, I think Bitcoin is a platform for particular sort of forms of Web3 that you don't sort of see have as much importance on other sort of platforms.
Makes sense.
I'll go next. So just working on what Mark said, completely agree with that. One of the focuses for us is to make it easy in terms of usability and time to market for those builders that you mentioned. So we're focusing more on the fintech, the Web 2.5, the Web 2 businesses who want an entry point into digital assets, specifically for Bitcoin. So we've prioritized usability and time to market for those builders so that they don't have to waste time learning things like Ethers.js, Web3.js. They don't have to give up all their control to a wallet as a service provider, which could be great, but if they want to fully integrate something into their platform, they can use our product to do that.
I think one of the most recurring themes from Mark and Toby is usability. So for us, it's all about hardware wallets, right? Hardware wallets, up to this day, is very technical to use. So according to our mom test, if you as a user, you always feel intimidated and you feel it's time-consuming and it's so technical. So for us, the challenge was, OK, how can we actually create a product that has account recovery and account security while actually preserving the traits of traditional wallets, such as like Lether and Xverse, which is low transaction fees. You can actually easily integrate it to application and compatible to all kinds of device types. So that's the goal at Rider. So for us, how do you combine the security of hardware wallets with like the usability of software wallets?
Yeah, and for us at Xverse, we wanted to build on the most secure, longest running, largest chain, which is Bitcoin. And why not bring Web3 functionality to Bitcoin, right? So things like NFTs, DeFi, identity, we've integrated all of that into Xverse through all these different protocols like Stacks, Ordinals. And I think Bitcoin, because of the large number of users and the fact that Bitcoin is the first crypto that most people will learn about, it's like the best onboarding medium for new users coming into Web3. And we should have all these capabilities that didn't exist before on Bitcoin available to new users onboarding.
Makes total sense. Makes total sense. Yeah, I mean, regarding users, as you mentioned, Ken, one of the key developments that all of you guys are working on is improving UX and user experience and the design and the flow of users onboarding into the ecosystem. It's a huge challenge for crypto overall. How do you tell your friends who don't know anything about crypto how to get started, what are the first steps that they should take, right? Most folks come through Coinbase, for example. We try to make that user experience as easy as possible. So curious to learn, I mean, starting with Ken, what are kind of the key UX decisions or trade-offs that you've been considering and the choices that you've made in your application?
Yeah, so for us, it's really about simplifying the experience because in Bitcoin, traditionally, like all the Bitcoin wallets are very complicated. It's not really optimized for user experience, and a lot of it is just geared towards like privacy, decentralization maximalists, right? And we wanted to build something that the mainstream user can understand. So some of the choices that we made include you don't need to run a Bitcoin node, right? So there's a little bit of like, you have to trust another third party, but I think for most people that is an acceptable level of risk, right? And it really simplifies the wallet experience because now you don't have to wait for your node to sync, and you can have a mobile wallet with really good experience, which doesn't need to be always connected to the web, right? And we also pioneered a Bitcoin wallet API, which did not exist in the mainstream before, which allows other applications to connect to the wallet in order to extend the functionality. So when we launched SAT Connect, which is the library that provides this functionality, you can now sign any partially signed Bitcoin transaction, PSBTs, which, by the way, has been a standard for a long time, but it just never really saw mainstream use until Ordinals came along. So once we launched that, you can now have these trustless swaps of Bitcoin to these Ordinals assets, and now even like rare sats and potentially other types of Bitcoin-based assets in the future. On the other hand, like some of the things like change addresses, right? Most Bitcoin wallets have change addresses. So if you send Bitcoin, your Bitcoin now goes to a different address. Now you have like 100 addresses in the same account. It's a little bit hard for people to grasp that, and it's also difficult for developers because now, say you're running like an app that you need to connect to a wallet, you want to know what assets the user has in his wallet. So we can provide them one address, which is what happens in Xverse, and all your assets are in there, instead of giving them, okay, here's 100 addresses, the user's assets are in there, you have to go look for them.
Makes sense. Makes total sense. That change addresses are a huge issue, especially when looking at the chain. Like, how do you know who owns what? It's a complex mess. Luis, you mentioned seed phrases. The title of this talk is Beyond the Seed Phrase. How do you go beyond the seed phrase?
Yeah, I think it was made for us, the panel, isn't it? OK, so there's 3 key things that we're doing when we're actually designing a super simple, super secure, and super strong device, right? So, OK, let's break down the 3 things in terms of key design decision. The first one is no single point of failure, right? So it's one single thing that if it gets stolen, they couldn't get access to your funds, number 1. The next one is you want a low mental effort. Like any user should not use their extreme mental capabilities in using a wallet. Like my mom should be able to use a wallet. And next is the ease maximum of transaction, right? You want the same capabilities as your banking application. I use Apple Pay quite a lot because of the effortless friction. And that's what we're trying to bring into the space. So for us, the thesis was always the biggest bottleneck for adoption was seed phrases, because you're actually encouraging people to actually remember these extreme patterns that they're not really used to, right? So for us, OK, you remove that first layer. So instead of offering a seed phrase, we actually offer what we call tap-safe recovery, which cryptographically split your wallet in multiple pieces, and it's spread across what we call rider recovery tag, the mobile application, and optionally your social circle. And all of these things actually works together, so you only need 2 pieces of your wallet to actually recover your asset. And now this is all possible thanks to our own weighted implementation of Shamir's secret algorithm. That's one of the design choices that we make. I hope I broke it down quite well better. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I mentioned PSBTs, partially signed Bitcoin transactions, which are used for ordinals trading, and they're complicated. They're sort of UTXO-based sort of logical sort of constructions that I think in the early stages of ordinals this year, lots of people had to sort of dig in and think about, okay, how do these work? What are inputs, outputs? How's Bitcoin actually exchange things? And as a wallet, we made sure to simplify that so that users don't have to think about those details. I think for us, we're built on Bitcoin and stacks, and we want to leverage the technology, but we don't want to present that to the user in a way that just adds sort of mental overhead to them. So, for example, with PSBTs, when you sign a trade in Leather, you see exactly what you're going to give up and what you're going to receive, summarized for you. And actually, that sounds maybe simple, but that's actually kind of hard to pull off from just like an under sort of the hood kind of way. But we want to do that for users so that if you're sort of a Bitcoiner, you've sort of been in this for years, or you just showed up yesterday, it's as intuitive to use. And so I think that's happening sort of across the board. That's one example. But I think especially with L2s like stacks, in the future, I think next year this is going to be sort of a big thing. Users will have to go between L1 and L2, and when they do so, we don't want to give them sort of technical work to think about or to do. I think the sort of default is that people have to think about, okay, I got to sort of bridge this asset, and now it's going to be over here, and now I can do stuff, and I got to move it back. And I think we sort of have to not hide that, because you don't want to sort of present something that's false to users. But you have to simplify it and make it just intuitive for people so that they have sort of familiar mental concepts that they can interact with.
Makes sense. Bridging is such a crypto-native thing that we all kind of understand, but it's so hard to explain to other people, right? To folks who are not into crypto. So huge improvement. And for developers?
Yeah, for developers, I mean, that's a really good question that you're asking about the seed phrase. So I agree with all of those answers. For developers, what we have tried to do with the Rift wallet is two things. Number one, address the trust issue by focusing on a self-custody wallet infrastructure. We believe that that is very, very important going forwards to build on top of Bitcoin. And number two is to provide programmability. So these guys were mentioning some of the implementations around how to overcome the friction of seed phrases there. I think MPC was mentioned by Louise, and sharding, and also you can, and also multi-sig with social recovery. Another trick is to do a double encryption where you do have your private key, but you store that in somewhere secure. There are a couple of providers doing this, storing your private keys in AWS HSMs. So these are all different ways of addressing the friction. But what I do know is, going forwards, we will need to have extensibility to provide all of those types of functionalities as they evolve. And that is why we focused on the smart contract wallet on Rootstock. Because once you have a smart contract as the wallet, it's almost like having a little bot or a little robot sitting on chain for you that you can program, and you can tell it what to do in the future. So you're kind of future-proofed. You're not just stuck with your EOA account forever. So that's the two priorities we focused on.
Makes total sense. Yeah, it's interesting that you brought this up. It's a kind of a fundamental trade-off between usability and UX, and also security, and making sure that the core use case of a wallet is keeping your funds self-custodied in a secure and safe manner, right? So when you manage that trade-off as builders, like what are some elements that you think about, and what are some compromises you won't make? Starting with Ken.
So for us, I think we need to differentiate use cases, right? Because you don't always need the maximum amount of security and privacy for every kind of transaction you make from the wallet. Like if you're going to buy a coffee for a couple dollars, you don't need to use like a hardware wallet and make a transaction there. So, and also it's slower because you have to be on the layer 1 of Bitcoin. So I think we need to cater the user experience to the use case. If it's a small microtransaction, maybe you don't need to have all this security. You don't need a hardware wallet. You can just have a hot wallet on a layer 2 that has different trust assumptions compared to base layer Bitcoin. And that way, we can still make it very easy to use, but at the same time, you can keep most of your funds on, say, like a hardware wallet or something like Rider, just to make sure that you don't get hacked. But yeah.
Makes sense.
I think for so long, right? I think we as user, when you start your crypto journey, you always have to choose between usability and security, right? If you go for usability, that means you're using software wallets, and if you want to go for security, you opt in for hardware wallets. And it was never both. But what if I tell you now you can actually do both? What if you don't have to sacrifice usability and security? And that's what we're doing at Rider, right? So for us, it actually took 2 years to actually just design the wallet from like a lot of iteration. And I think for us, it was always, I think the whole space in general is kind of guilty of shipping features after features without actually having product market fit. Crypto builders actually build products for crypto builders, right? I think we can all agree to that. And then for us, okay, what can we do differently? So we went back on the drawing board. We tried to understand from the user journey all the way to like setting a transaction, how can we actually make everything better? So for me, if I'm gonna answer the question, I don't think you should trade off usability and security. If you're able to design a really good wallet, you can have both.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it's sort of exaggerated sometimes, the trade-off. I mean, hot and cold, there is sort of a distinction. I think users should have different types of wallets. They're going to have different sort of balances they want to manage. They want to sort of use certain hotter ones in certain circumstances, colder ones in others. However, things like Rider, Ledger, other hardware devices, they can plug into software wallets like Leather and be used as a companion. And I think actually Leather, it's not really a wallet. It's a sort of an application for multiple wallets per user. Like we really believe that I think long-term individuals will have a plethora of different types of wallets that they have to manage for different use cases. And that's a good thing for us to embrace. And I think it's a matter of providing one user interface that makes it easy for the user to go between them, whether those are hardware versus software or multi-sig versus single sig. So yeah, I think there's been a lot of progress. You don't have to go pull out a vault to enter into a cold storage sort of mentality these days. You can kind of have a cold and hot experience that are pretty actually close to each other as far as the UX is concerned.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The cold-hot paradigm reminds me of like a binary situation, which is like, do you want maximum trust or do you want maximum usability? And these guys were saying, well, okay, when you're buying a coffee, I don't want the vault in Switzerland with the armed security guards. I don't need that to buy my coffee. And absolutely agree with that. The challenge is, how do you cater for that range? How do you cater for that range of situations? Do you cater for it with a range of wallets? What does that mean for usability for the end user? Or can you have one wallet that can handle that range? Also, if you can handle that range with multiple wallets, you need one thing, and that is portability. Portability of value of your assets, portability of your private keys. Because without portability, you will create a lot of friction to be able to move between the wallets, to move between the range of trust that you need. The second point I wanted to make listening to these guys was sometimes it's okay to put your trust in another entity or another person. Shock horror, not a bank, but a company who specializes in guarding your private keys. That might be okay. The compromise might be that paying for your coffee is really fast. And that's okay. But then sometimes, if you want maximum security, the maximum trust is yourself. I can't think of anything else that would give you more trust than built into your brain, your seed phrase or your private key. You can't beat that. Yes, you can come close to that with hardware devices, of course you can, with a secure element, but you cannot beat memorizing that private key in your brain. So that's the ultimate security, and you never tell anyone. But if you think about it, do you really want a piece of information that is that important forever that you have to keep really, really safe as like the base layer? I think one of the things we need to think about is, okay, I'll keep my private keys and my seed phrase for my really, really large amount of money and my valuable assets. I'll keep that really secure, and then I'll port a little bit of that over to a card or another wallet to pay for my coffee. Okay, I get that. But do I really want to put a lot of effort into keeping that really important thing safe for my entire life? Perhaps it could be better if I kept it safe for a few years, and then I ported it, and then started again. So then you're thinking about, okay, the window of attack here is a few years. Maybe it's not years, maybe it's months, maybe it's weeks, maybe it's days. I don't think anyone's solved this problem yet. We're all focusing on keeping that private key really, really safe. That's great, but why do I have to put in all that effort? Why don't we have a new private key every so often, and then the attack vector is reduced?
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot more fluid than we might sort of think. It's not just one individual with one phrase for the rest of their life. I think wallets, longer term, are going to be, several of them per person. They're going to be gradients of individual versus social, gradients of custodial versus self-custodial, and they'll sort of match patterns according to people's needs and their use cases. It's going to be sort of a tapestry versus like a single solution sort of situation.
Yeah, good that you brought that up. In terms of looking forward, right? Bitcoin is something that hasn't changed too much in the past decade or so, but now over the last year, we're seeing all these changes, right? Stacks coming up, ordinals, et cetera. Would love to go around and hear from each of you. What's like one thing looking forward 5 years from now that you would like to see people here doing with your wallets? We heard of coffee payments and things like that. Starting with Toby, actually, we can go around.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer this in a slightly different way. Rather than a feature, I think to answer this question, we will have to collectively solve the wallet trilemma. So the wallet trilemma, in my mind, is some of the things we've been talking about. It is that safety, that protection of your assets, but also the usability. We don't want a lot of friction. And then thirdly, the interoperability. There are trade-offs between those three dimensions. And I think what I would like to see in the next 3 to 5 years are solutions that go towards solving this trilemma, and all of the things you've heard today take us a step forwards to this. Perhaps we could solve the trilemma with things like recyclable private keys, so we didn't have to hold the private keys for our entire lifetime. Perhaps we could solve the other two dimensions with portability solutions. And perhaps in terms of the trust bit, the secure bit, perhaps we could solve that with something called hybrid custodians. So rather than thinking of it's self-custody or it's custodial, maybe there's a new paradigm which is a hybrid, a range of custody options. And if we can solve with those three things, I think then we can deliver that killer functionality for normal people to use in their everyday DeFi life.
Yeah, I'm most excited about, I think, crypto wallets, Bitcoin wallets in particular, becoming central to our economic lives. So you'll be using your wallets to work and charge fees, make your income, pay others for services. And that'll be others as far as humans, but also non-humans, bots. I think we're going to see the digital economy sort of meld with the physical economy. It's going to become less of like a side sort of investment opportunity. I mean, these days mostly people use crypto wallets to invest, right? To speculate, to try things out. It's still very early in that sense because people haven't really incorporated these wallets into their daily lives as far as use cases. But I think if we can encourage or sort of promote, foster Bitcoin-based assets of various types, whether they're fungible or non-fungible tokens, we're going to see that over time, they're then going to play roles that are much more integral into what we're actually trying to get done, whether it's professionally or socially. And so there are a lot of consequences as far as the feature sets and the user experiences to that, but I think it's that shift that I think is the most exciting thing, because once that happens, then what we're working on becomes hugely important. Right now, it's very preliminary, I think, what we're working on.
100%.
Yeah, I think for us, it's about the shift in narrative, right? I think for hardware wallets, we always encourage hodling in this space, right? And then but that doesn't give adoption, because Web3 is all about creating these little microeconomies. And if you want a real economy, you should encourage using utilities, bringing productivity to these assets, right? So for us at Rider, we're pioneering an ecosystem of interconnected hardware and software. So for example, at our design, we actually have what we have called near-field communication. And when you combine NFC with digital assets on-chain in the real world, you're able to unlock use cases that could actually provide value to the assets, right? So for example, maybe I go to Bitcoin Unleashed with an NFT in my hardware wallet, or maybe I want to go buy my coffee with a hardware wallet, or I want to trade NFTs with Mark in real-life assets in the space with our riders, right? So for us, it's a shift in narrative. I think it's time, because in order to get mass adoption, we have to move beyond our browsers, and onto the real world, because that's what most normies would actually accept.
Makes sense.
For me, I think we could probably see the disappearance of seed phrases, like it was mentioned earlier. I think with all these things that are being worked on right now, like MPC, account abstraction, these hardware wallets like Rider, there's a good chance that we can take out the seed phrase and just abstract it away through all these different things we're doing. And basically, then the wallet has the ability to kind of disappear into the background, so you don't really have to think about it, right? When you're using an app on the iPhone, you don't have to think about, okay, like this phone is like the device that I have to interact with all these things through. And I think that is the best kind of user experience that wallets can offer. And we're going to be spending a lot of time doing research and making sure that we can get there.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, great points. I see a lot of folks on their phones here. Just a quick show of hands, actually. Who here has actually used Xverse, Rider, Leather, or Rootkit? All right, this is a pretty good show of hands. All right, so to finish off, we're short on time here, but like a quick one-liner on how folks can actually access your product, starting with Ken.
Yeah, so we're on mobile and desktop, so go to xverse.app. You can download the mobile app or the Chrome extension. And if you're a developer, we have documentation on the website, and you can also reach out to us on Discord if you're looking to integrate with Xverse.
We're actually on stealth, but the pre-order will come on November 1, 2023, and we support the most popular chains there is. So you can check us out at rider.id.
Yeah, find us at leather.io. You can download us as a user. Also check out our developer documentation if you want to integrate us into your application. And if you want to try us out just with a use case, go to gamma.io. They have both an Ordinals and an NFT, Stacks NFT marketplace, where you can purchase your first asset using Leather.
And just to finish off, if you're a builder interested in building on Bitcoin, check out riff.technology website. And if you're interested in inflation protection use case, remittance use case, or just getting access to digital assets and building on Bitcoin, check it out.
All right, thanks so much.
Good job. Thank you guys. I'll say Joseph. Thanks. Thank you very much for our last panel. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first half of today. We are now going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:40 p.m. today to continue the conversation in topics around regulation, what's happening here in the UK around the emerging crypto hub that this area is becoming. We're going to talk about Ordinal's new infrastructure, much more, and also have a live Q&A with some of our panelists and keynote speakers from earlier today. So start thinking about the questions you may want to ask around Bitcoin layers, Bitcoin's economy, and core infrastructure for those that are out there developing on Bitcoin. With that, we'll see you back here in just a short bit at 1:40. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome back to Bitcoin Unleashed London. We are here in the heart of the UK, in London, talking about London and the UK greater as the next emerging crypto hub. We spent the first half of today talking about Bitcoin layers, what's happening at the layer 1, the L1, layer 2s, the importance of rising protocols, what's missing and what's here and what still needs to evolve for the development and building on Bitcoin. Now, the second half of today, we're going to get into the conversation around regulation. What's happening, what's not happening, where are things shifting around the world in crypto hubs, and why that's important now, and for all of you out there developing. We're also going to talk a little bit about venture capital. Where is money moving? Where is it not? We are also going to talk about new rising infrastructure like Ordinals and some other very exciting protocols as well. And then towards the end of this second half of the day, we are going to open up the entire panel to Q&A so that you, either watching at home, here in the audience, or chatting on council, can ask questions to today's speakers about all that we've discussed, including the upcoming Nakamoto and sBT releases from the Stacks part of the ecosystem around Bitcoin layers. With that being said, let's welcome up our very first panel of the second half today to talk about the great American offshoring and the bright future for Bitcoin here in the UK. Please welcome up Ian, our moderator, and his panel to the stage. Go crush it.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this panel. I hope you had a nice lunch. I had that mac and cheese, which was pretty yummy, so thank you to our hosts. I know this is a panel on regulation, so please bear with us and don't have a nap now, but let's start with introductions to our panel, and please, on the end, we'll go with Andy first.
Hi, thanks for having me here. My name is Andrea Zaragoza, and I'm partner at Bitcoin Frontier Fund. You've seen quite a few of our portfolio companies on stage today, so really proud of all of you. Shout out. Basically, we're investing in startups building on Bitcoin, so the question on regulation and jurisdiction is one that often comes up in our conversations with them.
Thank you.
Afternoon. I'm Duncan from Aberdeen. We're probably, I guess, as TradFi as it gets in this room. We're a global asset manager, managing about $600 billion, and I run the digital asset strategy at the company. So we're doing a whole range of stuff from product to bring crypto to our investors, through using blockchain technology in the business and making strategic investments.
Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I was on a panel this morning, so I'll make it short. Mike Roberts. I head up the revenue division at Copper, crypto native custodian.
And finally, myself, moderator Ian Taylor. I represent Crypto UK, the trade association for the UK, representing 160 firms, so pretty close to the policy in the reg space, and I also head KPMG's crypto and digital assets business. So I think we can safely say we've got a pretty wide, diverse panel here of folks both in the Stacks ecosystem, folks from traditional finance players, and also a crypto native doing great work in the custody space. So to quickly set the scene around the topic of today's panel, we'll focus on the UK and the US, and obviously there's other regions that are looking at how to regulate this sector. And I mean, this is obviously a Bitcoin event. And when I was thinking about how to write the intro, it seemed to me an oxymoron when you talk about regulation and Bitcoin, because when the white paper was released some 13 or so years ago, we all read that, and the idea is to create a peer-to-peer payment system that doesn't need any trust or doesn't need any party to support how the transactions and value transfers. But what I've seen in my short history of being involved in the reg space is when the ICO boom was happening back in 16 and 17, as a policymaker in a government, you have to take notice when consumer harms take place, fraud and scams take place. So what we try and do is work with government, work with regulators to make sure we get that balance of proportionate regulations. Hopefully we'll dive in to some of that today. And the UK has a policy to be a crypto innovation hub. This came out from the government last April. We also have regulatory clarity in the UK. It's not perfect, but regulation is a broad brush instrument. And then we can talk to the US. Andrea, her fund is set up there as to what the situation is looking like over there, and I'm sure we'll have a view on that. So first, let me open up the question to the floor here. Is the current unfriendly regulatory environment in the US a driver for the move for US entities to look to offshore in other jurisdictions? And perhaps maybe Michael, I'll start with you and then move along.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a bit sad. It's a bit of an own goal from the regulator in the US, really, because I say it's sad because, you know, the money's in the US, the big pools of capital are there, the innovation's there. Many people in the room are from the US. So what's gone on with regulation, particularly when you focus it into the hedge funds and things like that, is they're very nimble. Hedge funds will move where the opportunity is, and what's happened in the last 12 to 18 months is they've just set entities up offshore. So where, you know, maybe 12 months ago we were speaking to, you know, most of the firms in the US, and that you could see even the 0.72s and the big firms in the space looking to get into crypto, and with, you know, a tilt on Bitcoin, a lot of these firms have now set up offshore. So what does that mean for London? Focusing a little bit more on the title of the panel, London's got a rich history of taking advantage of these opportunities. So previously, this has happened with the derivatives market, it's happened with the FX market. You know, wherever there's kind of a level of protectionism in the States, other jurisdictions will step up and try and innovate, and then, you know, the States usually ends up, you know, doing the right thing and then sucking all that business back and becoming, you know, big as they ever are. But look, at the moment, you know, everyone's moving offshore, particularly if you want to face the offshore derivatives exchanges. You can't do that in the US. Case in point is Coinbase opening up their derivatives exchange offshore. It just tells you everything you need to know.
So let me bring in Andrew now, having experienced the enforcement actions, well, not personally, but coming from that jurisdiction where we read every other week some sort of action coming out of a different agency. What's going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us as a fund, I mean, we're established there. But I think where we really see the impact of what's happening at the regulatory level is with our startups, right? Like, these are builders that are looking to build in the space, create, and one of the main questions, especially when they're getting started, is like, where do we set up where we're not going to have to be dealing with complexities as we continue to evolve and grow? Especially at those early stages, the last thing you want to be dealing with is having to uproot yourself and go somewhere else that's going to be a little bit more friendly. So in this case, you know, it's having to be very strategic about what is it that you're looking for in terms of the jurisdiction and what are they offering. I think, you know, it's great that the UK is taking this stance, and it's definitely like a huge step in the right direction. And in US, you know, the challenge here is for startups to be well positioned, especially if they're going to be looking to fundraise. Like, in the end, the funding ecosystem in the US, the VC ecosystem there, is the largest. And so making sure that you are also taking into consideration, like, where are you going to be fundraising from? How is that going to play into your potential fundraising strategy? How will that position you in the eyes of investors is going to be a big question, while at the same time just navigating the regulatory ups and downs. And so in the US, it is a bit challenging at the moment, but I think in terms of how that plays out for Bitcoin, it's not a space that they're necessarily, you know, having in their crosshairs just now. So I think there's still an opportunity to figure out how this continues to evolve. You know, we're watching it carefully to see what's going to happen in the next few months, next few years as well. So I think, you know, it's balancing that out and looking at what some of the other options are and what are the pros and cons that you're going to be kind of playing with, especially at the early stage, and maybe even so when you're at the growth stage. You know, like, what are some of those challenges that you're going to be encountering later down the line? Because it's not only the US that's going through this. I think every single jurisdiction is trying to figure out exactly how they're going to position themselves and how it is that they're going to be favorable, but also figuring out, you know, where in the larger ecosystem they might fit in.
Yeah, you make a good point. The US is obviously the center for capital and has some huge opportunity for those that want to get funded. And we saw recently A16Z were looking to set up in the UK. In fact, my life is not very exciting. I was at the party conferences advocating for the industry, and one of the policy guys from A16 was there advocating for the industry, which is good to see. All right, so unfortunately we don't have any questions from the audience, so do grab us after the panel if you want to speak to us. But moving on to the second question, what does the panel see generally, not just domestically here in the UK, as the future for Bitcoin? Is it just an investment asset class? Is there more going on in the ecosystem that you're involved in at Stacks? Guys.
I don't mind going first. Look, from my kind of seat, I mentioned it earlier, it's considered one of the best forms of collateral in the digital asset space, and I think it'll continue to be that. Well, I should call it the #1 form of collateral in the digital asset space. It's widely used, widely accepted, and lots of funds are designed around it. What I'm quite interested in, and that's why we support the Stacks integration, is it's protecting the Bitcoin, but then letting it circulate in different ways, so that the transfer of value or the store of value that Bitcoin creates has more utility. So for me, it's now pushing on to that next level of utility, which I do think Stacks and everything that's going on in the space will unlock.
So now, we can create a bridge and park our Bitcoin over here and move it onto another chain, staked products, other ways to utilize the assets that we have.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, probably a dirty word in the room, but look, using some of the things that Ethereum have done to
how dare you
to use Bitcoin in a smart way, and just transfer value and access more markets.
Yeah.
And I guess as more groups, bigger firms come into the space, the liquidity of Bitcoin just gives it an extra leg over the rest of the market. I think just to come back on the kind of first question, the one thing I would add to it is that it's very clear that, at least from an investment product perspective, financial institutions have not given up on the US, right? It's almost like everyone was sitting there with their finger over, the send, the click on send to send out filings. As soon as there's some positivity around a spot Bitcoin ETF or ETH ETF, it's very clear that firms still want to do business in the US if they think they're going to get stuff done. So I think the US should be reasonably comfortable with that once, if regulation kind of if they get it right, then there's going to be enough supply, or there's enough firms wanting to do business, and presumably they're only wanting to do business because they know there's demand there. Most of these firms are pretty good at assessing the market demand. BlackRock are not going to launch a product if they don't think that there's going to be demand. So I think it's almost like you have the two bits on the either side, and you just need that small, insignificant bit of regulation in the middle to kind of get on board. And the US will be back to being at its best, I suppose.
Yeah, we can't discount the US. And at the Bitcoin Frontier Fund, what are the other use cases that you guys are looking at as opposed to buy the dip, HODL?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exciting times on Bitcoin, as we're all here for that. I think right now, like what I like to say is that it's the Wild West of the Wild West, because the crypto space is still very new, as we all know, and there are still a lot of challenges to navigate. I mean, on Bitcoin in particular, we're excited to see more infrastructure being built. We're looking at some of the teams building like DeFi use cases, finding ways to bring both more liquidity, more adoption into the space. I mean, everything's kind of needed at this moment. So we're in a tough position where we would like to, jump in on every single opportunity, but at the same time, having to be very mindful of where the market is at in terms of the adoption and what's going to be making sense at each moment. But yeah, I mean, you've seen some of the teams up here, as I mentioned earlier, they've gone through our accelerator program. And I think the biggest one of the biggest needs that we see from the founders, because in the end we consider ourselves kind of like a partner for founders as well, is having that support system to know how to navigate the space. Because we are treading in two different worlds, right? We're treading in the Web3 crypto space, and we're also still having to navigate a jurisdiction regulatory space that still has very much a solid foot in the traditional finance space, right? So having someone that can help you navigate those two, I think, is going to be crucial. And bringing it back to just understanding how there are different jurisdictions and how each one kind of plays their own role, and to the point that there's still a lot of funds and a lot of firms that are looking to do business within the U.S. There are limitations, of course. Like, this is an innovative space. They're figuring it out. In the US in particular, I think it's an economy that has been established for a while, so it's a little bit slower to catch up. And we see like other jurisdictions that might be a bit newer, that are more easy, to adopt and looking to be more innovative and position themselves well. So some of the spaces where we've seen particular interest, have been like Singapore. Dubai is definitely one of the jurisdictions that has been catching a lot of attention recently. There's Hong Kong as well. So, bringing back to the jurisdiction question, it's kind of balancing out those like pros and cons and figuring out exactly what you're building, because I think depending on what you're building and how you're planning on transacting and what you're offering, that's also going to determine where you should or shouldn't look into. But I think the US is still going to be in the picture. And it's great to see economies like the UK, which is one of these like older established economies, taking some of these like leaps and bounds and trying to adapt quickly.
That's actually a nice follow-on question for the panel, actually. And this is something, my role at Crypto UK, where we work with many different jurisdictions, not just other trade associations representing the industry, but also intergovernmental standard setters. What do you guys see is a place that's got it right? If you were starting out from scratch and your CEO said to you, where should we set up? What do you guys think is a good place right now?
I mean, look, Singapore was mentioned. That's a location that does make sense. We are set up in Switzerland at the moment just because they're a little bit more forward-thinking, and our product suite, staking, custody, clear loop, some of the things we do, they have a framework where we can cover our full product set with some form of guarantee that nothing's going to change. The UK is moving to the right spot, but it's an AML KYC license at the moment, which they're going to enhance later, looking, I guess, at what Mika have done. So it takes you nicely through too. Surprisingly, the EU have probably got one of the more kind of clear frameworks that comes into place next year. So I suspect the UK is going to do something like that, maybe a little bit better, who knows, but the EU has a very strong framework when that comes into play.
Duncan, do you have
I mean, maybe given the way that we're set up as a business, ADG Abu Dhabi would be given the kind of big institutional, decent regulation, decent environment. But I mean, with the crypto asset regs from the last consultation, those are followed through. Yeah, the UK looks much more streamlined to get your permissions that you need. Or the problem's still might be, can you get a bank account, depending on what you want to do, but that's a huge problem. That will follow.
Yeah, no, that's a huge problem for crypto firms in the UK, getting banking relationships. I won't bore you with that. We're at the Bitcoin event. So, I mean, let's talk about adoption. And the two sort of go hand in hand. Regulatory clarity breeds adoption. But do we need lots of the activities or market participants being regulated? Generally, one thing we've always advocated for is, regulate the entity, the on and off ramp, obviously not the technology. And we've had a lot of discussions with entities when it comes to anti-money laundering around do not define a personal wallet as a crypto asset entity, a VASP in the terminology of the Financial Action Task Force. So how do we get to 1 billion users? How do we get institutional adoption, which is something that I know that's one of the major offerings at Copper, is to provide infrastructure to institutions, and that Aberdeen, a huge asset manager, insurance company. Like, when are you going to allow your clients to invest in Bitcoin? Like, how do we get there? Yeah.
On the institutional adoption side of things, I mean, look, it's a Bitcoin conference, and you can go back to the innovation that Bitcoin brought to bear. So the finality of settlement is a very, very interesting thing that can be used in crypto, but then adopted in the traditional space. So a real-world example is our product, ClearLoop, that connects to the exchanges so that you can keep your assets off exchange. We actually do 4-hour settlements constantly, 24/7, 365 with the exchanges to clear down the risk in the system. And that happens relentlessly. And we have 12 people globally doing that, a risk team and a middle office team. Now, you can't do that in traditional finance. And if anyone's watched the GameStop movies and everything, you remember the scene where Robin Hood had the margin call, couldn't cover their margin call, had to go to the investors. Bitcoin, the innovation of Bitcoin, the finality of settlement has shown a different way to do that. So, last month, I think the number was 8,275 settlements, risk-reducing settlements we did across the market with 8 exchanges, hundreds of clients. Bitcoin did that, right? So we need to now show the traditional space, look, whether you use Bitcoin rails or something different, that innovation kicked all that off. So they've created a movie about Citadel and Robin Hood and firms nearly going under. Well, if you actually use these rails in the right way, and I come from the institutional side of things, it can really change the way things are done. And then you've got the adoption on the retail side. I mean, it's not my arena. I'll let others speak on that. But you have to delineate. Too often the two worlds are kind of blended together, and then you don't get the right outcomes. So that would be my view on it. There's a lot to learn in this space. It's now up to us to go back to the traditional space and say, listen, forget all the scandal, forget all the things that went wrong, look at this. Look at this one thing here that could change everything. So the crypto market's 1 trillion. I think the derivatives market is 2 quadrillion, right? So that's the innovation that Bitcoin brought that could change the way finance is done.
For my part, I mean, it's actually pretty simple. Asset managers or investment firms either manage funds or they manage segregated mandates for large institutional clients. If the fund is going to be sold to an individual investor in the UK, we cannot put crypto in it right now because it counts as a crypto derivative, and you can't sell that on to retail. It's as simple as that. So until that reg changed, we can't put that into any of our funds. On the custom mandates, we can put that in whenever a client wants. And what I can say now is that I'm getting more and more inbound inquiries from our large institutional clients for education, views on the market, not on use of blockchain, on specifically investing in crypto. So that tells me that they're starting to see this as potentially a thematic part, an opportunistic part of the portfolio, and it always starts small before it begins to get adopted. They're seeing this maybe alongside, I don't know, an AI ETF or a metaverse ETF or something like that. Small, but it will grow.
Right, so we've got innovation. From Michael, we got all retail products and education. Andrew, what do you think we also could have in addition to that to help adoption?
I mean, I 100% agree that there's the education components. In our case, I like to think of ourselves as, again, 1 foot in the Web 2 space, one foot in the Web 3 crypto Bitcoin space, particularly when talking to other potential investors that are looking to Bitcoin. I think there's a lot of interest. If you haven't been keeping up, there's a lot of interest from VC in particular to enter the Bitcoin space. They've been participating in some of the other chains, and so seeing what's happening here has definitely pricked up their ears, and they're just needing to get a little bit more involved. So invite them to these kinds of events so that they can get a sense of what is happening. So education, I think there's definitely more awareness and understanding, especially for those that might be more in the traditional investment end. How can they get into the space? What makes sense for them to start dipping their toes? And I think that just comes with also starting to get involved in spaces like this to really understand it. I think we're all trying to like figure it out as we go. There are some great communities, such as the Stacks community, that really provide a lot of support and education and awareness around it. But yeah, I think it's just being able to have those conversations. I mean, I was mentioning earlier, going to some of the other events in the space that are not Bitcoin focused. When you mention Bitcoin, like there's still the majority of people don't know that any of this is even possible on Bitcoin, right? So starting to have those conversations, one person at a time, one conversation at a time. But I think at larger scale, also being able to, open the doors and bring more people into the fold and have these conversations.
Yeah, I like the answers there. The innovation is something that we advocate for at government level. Not just only the instantaneous settlement, which removes a number of the frictions you spoke about with what happened with GameStop regarding collateral management, and also increased speed and reduced costs and time to settle. I mean, in the last few minutes here, I'm going to ask everyone to talk about the price of Bitcoin. No, I'm not. We promised we wouldn't do that. But maybe just a cheeky question around crystal ball. Where do you folks see the Bitcoin ecosystem in a medium-term horizon, say 5 to 10 years? And I'm going to start on the end where we started, if I may.
All right. I mean, for me, I'd like to say, we have this conversation on our team all the time, and it's like, okay, maybe we're 3 years behind where we see Ethereum and what has happened there. Maybe we're 5 years, trying to figure out where that is. But just seeing how quickly the space evolves, and especially, the Bitcoin renaissance that everyone's talking about in the Bitcoin space, seeing the interest, the community, the hype behind it. I mean, I'd like to say that in a couple of years, especially with the Bitcoin halving coming and some of these other signals that are in the space that I think are going to, provide us with a good push, I think within a couple of years we can, start to see a little bit more adoption, like more momentum, and start to see things picking up a little bit more.
For my part, I guess the boring kind of finance view is, I think Bitcoin is like the Apple or the S&P of the crypto world. So at a minimum, it's going to be the proxy for what we think will be a growing industry. We're big believers in public blockchain, and if Bitcoin is the proxy for that, then it's up and to the right, as they say.
Thank you. And
as I've mentioned previously, I mean, we see the value of it as collateral, and we just see that growing and growing. So we have offices in Singapore, offices in America. It's vibrant down in South America, etc. So institutionally, we see the adoption growing. Tilting to something of a more kind of sad sentiment, but geopolitically, the world's in a bit of a tough state at the moment, particularly the sad events in the Middle East. And I think things like that are going to drive adoption more at the kind of stacks and the retail level. It's an escape valve for when you're in a very, very tough situation. And if the world's going to carry on in the course that it's currently playing out, which is not good for any of us, I think Bitcoin gives everyone an escape valve. So I see institutional adoption growing, but actually, as a side kind of thing, it's probably helping some of these very sad situations in a way that was never available before Bitcoin was invented.
Yeah, being used what it was originally designed for as a
correct
payment. It would be unfair if I didn't give my crystal ball view asking you folks. So I was thinking about a number of discussions we've had recently, especially at the government level. We get asked all the time, Bitcoin, what value does it add? It just burns the amount of energy that Switzerland does in any given period of time. But one thing that I see happening today, and so in 5 years' time, actually the mining industry, the Bitcoin mining industry, is actually driving a lot of development in better hardware, ASIC chips, and in fact bringing down the cost of producing renewable energy. That is then transferring back into the traditional energy systems, especially in places like Texas and the US. Not so much here domestically in the UK because energy costs a truckload and it doesn't really make sense economically to mine here, right?
But I mean, you touch on an interesting point, and that's what I was trying to get across earlier, is there's this misnomer about mining and the inefficiency and the cost of mining. In a bank, if you're trying to do those margin calls, you can do them once a day, and there's hundreds of people doing it, right? It's inefficient. You're doing that with 8 people, and it's because of the innovation of Bitcoin and the way it works. So when you're measuring the utility of Bitcoin, what everyone needs to wise up with in its education is some of these things where you've got, people passing value around and reconciliations and all these things, they all drop away. That has to be verified some way. That's what the mining does. So it's a lack of understanding, and once that bridge is crossed, you can actually see, all those benefits unleashed.
All right, well, unleashed, that's the word of the day. That's perfectly concluded. So all that remains is for me to thank the panel. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and on to our next panel and topic. We've heard the word ordinals mentioned all day today. We have also seen ordinals released upon us as an industry less than 10 months ago. And with it brought Inscriptions, BRC20, and many other new experiments, standards, and protocols for those that are building on Bitcoin. In those 10 months, we watched Inscriptions go from 0 to over 35 million, and a ton more activity on the Bitcoin network than we have seen to date. And our next panel is going to talk about why that is, what's happening, and more importantly, what's next to come for Ordinal's infrastructure, and what's next around minting and inscriptions. That said, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up our next panel and their moderator, Sid from Coinbase.
Thanks, bro. What happened?
All right, good to be here, everyone. Thanks for joining us on stage. Really excited for this. Ordinal's gang out here, as we were saying earlier. To start off with, really, Ordinals is a new technology, minting and scribing, it's all new tech. We want to go into it more deeply. These are some of the OGs, some of the experts here working on really interesting projects related to this. So just to start off, we'd love to do a brief introduction going around. Both your background, you guys have all worked on multiple things in the crypto space, and then what led you to Ordinals and what makes you excited about it. To start off, for context, I lead the blockchain research team at Coinbase. We focus on everything that's up and coming in the crypto ecosystem, specifically on the technical side. So Ordinals has been a huge focus for us. So really excited to learn more from all of you. So we can start.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Brian Laughlin. I go by Bruffstar on the interwebs. I'm the co-founder of OrdinalsBot. We were the first ever inscription service. And I also launched an NFT collection on Ethereum called Satoshiables. And so I started my life over on the Ethereum side. And I got introduced to stacks through Trevor Owens. I think you all know Trevor. And he basically said, these things belong on Bitcoin. So I created the first ever NFT bridge from Ethereum to stacks. And we bridged over about 30% of our community. They got involved in the stacks ecosystem, and that really flipped me over to the Bitcoin world. And ever since then, I've been obsessed with Bitcoin, and really following along with stacks. And then when the Ordinals thing dropped earlier this year, kind of seen the potential of what it could do to Bitcoin, and I think that's played out now, where you see a ton of excitement and everyone looking at Bitcoin in a different light, and a lot of developers coming back into the space. So excited to talk about it today.
Amazing. My name is Jan. I'm a CSO of Xverse, and I'm doing this because we're a startup, right? So everybody on the team is doing a lot of different things, not just one. I joined the company about a year ago, and it was actually before Ordinals happened. And I was the guy that ruined our CEO's vacation because I was like, hey, we got to get into this. We got to make it happen. And I joined Xverse also actually thanks to introduction from Trevor, who is a very good friend of mine for many years. And I had that kind of gut feeling in me that something is about to happen on Bitcoin, that Bitcoin is such a vast network, but not much innovation was really happening there. And so I felt like it's a great opportunity. And obviously, you have to start with infrastructure, right? And building a wallet that is sleek, that is easy to use, to me, it was a no-brainer. And I really enjoy building kind of foundational piece of technology, even back in the days when I was doing different startups. And so really, it was a no-brainer. And yeah, since then, it has been a ride. We have seen Ordinals going from basically nothing to 35 million plus inscriptions and a lot of these things happening here. So super excited to be here, guys.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time for Bitcoin. I mean, I've been in the space for about, I guess, coming on to 10 years now. We actually imported the first two-way Bitcoin ATM into the country in 2014 as a kind of baptism by fire, just to learn about Bitcoin. I'm not a developer or anything. So that was when the journey started, and I've just been obsessed with Bitcoin ever since. And when we discovered Blockstack, which became Stacks, started building on that network as well. But just right now, I mean, I never thought I'd experience this level of excitement back on Bitcoin. I thought it had done its thing, and we were now just trying to support it. But actually, the fact that we're now doing things like I'm, putting music on chain, and it's just super exciting. I'm very excited to be here. But yeah, on Stacks, we started a marketplace called This Is Number One 2 years ago. And I've just been looking for ways to get more integrated into Bitcoin, and then Ordinals just completely changed the game in so many ways, and we're still in the process of that game-changing moment. It's not done yet. We're still figuring stuff out, aren't we? I mean, every day is just a new day in Ordinals on Bitcoin. Yeah.
100%, 100%. Super exciting. Thanks for sharing, everyone. We're talking about Ordinals quite a bit here. Obviously, this is the focus of the panel, but would love to, for folks who are not aware, can one of you kind of explain what Ordinals are and why they're important?
Sure. So Ordinals theory was created by Casey Rodimer, who is a Bitcoin dev. He's been in Bitcoin for many years. He says he's not a core contributor, but he has contributed to the core code. And he's also an artist, and he wanted a way of putting some of his artwork on chain. He looked at other chains and didn't really want to use those. He wanted to find out if he could do it on Bitcoin. So that led him down the road of, like, how do I inscribe my stuff on Bitcoin? He obviously knew that Taproot was available, where you can put arbitrary data via Taproot. But then how do you parse that? How do you consume that data that's in there? And I think that led him down the road of creating Ordinals theory. And he created it in a way where one Satoshi is no longer one Satoshi. He essentially designed Ordinals theory to give each individual Satoshi its own unique number sequentially. And through that, it's almost like an invisible layer on top. There's been no change to Bitcoin. It's not a layer 2. The way I describe it to people, it's kind of just like how maths is maths, just the way it is. Casey figured this out, but someone else could kind of come to the same conclusion. And I think that Ordinals is a really nice lens of looking at how Bitcoin works under the hood. So yeah, there's kind of two tracks. There's the Ordinal theory that sits on top, is the way of kind of mapping the things, and then there's the inscriptions, which is the actual process of putting the data on chain, and the two work one on one. So it's a way of identifying the sats, but it's also a way of consuming the data that's attached to it.
Yeah, and from my side, simplified version of that is Ordinals are not NFTs, right? Ordinals are what we like to call digital artifacts, and they live on Bitcoin. Most decentralized chain in the world that has been around for the longest time. And so, to me, that value proposition is just incredible.
Absolutely.
That was what really changed things, wasn't it? It was the fact that a traditional NFT involves a kind of proof of ownership and then the item itself. And what Ordinals has done is combine them into a single entity. So you now have the artwork and the proof of it are one and the same on chain. And that's what's really changed things, yeah.
Makes total sense. And in terms of on-chain, like you mentioned, you're doing some really cool stuff by putting artwork on-chain. How does one actually inscribe and mint an Ordinal, to go step by step?
Well, you need to get Xverse first, that's for sure.
Then you need to go to ordinalsbot.com. Yeah, I mean, I can take it. So that's kind of why I created Ordinalsbot, is because I'm a front-end developer, I'm a product guy. So when it comes to Bitcoin development and kind of understanding, it's quite a heavy lift for most retail people to understand. So I instantly really liked the idea of Ordinals because it's on-chain, and that resonated with me coming from Ethereum, which are essentially just pointers to somewhere else. This stuff was really on-chain, so I really wanted to try and inscribe my first thing, which happened to be my PFP. But when I looked into it, you have to run your own Bitcoin node, you have to run the Ordinals client, which, there should be more people running Bitcoin nodes. We're definitely advocates of that. But for a retail user who just wants to get involved, it was quite a hurdle. So my product mind kicked in. I thought this might be something that we could, a use case that we could help with people. And yeah, we launched it over a weekend, basically. I partnered with one of the people I've worked with in the past. And I put a front end on it. We launched it over the weekend and essentially made a drag and drop interface where people can just drag the file on. We handle the inscription in the back end, and then it gets sent to the end user's wallet. So that's
Xverse, right?
Any Bitcoin wallet, I must say, but especially Xverse. So since then, it's been really an exciting thing, and we've been building out our API as well for developers to build on top of. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say that, heads off to you guys. I mean, you really changed the game. I remember inscribing some of my early inscriptions thanks to you guys at Ordinal's bot, and so that really changed the game. Obviously, we have kind of come a long way since then, right? Ordinal's bot has made a lot of different innovations, improvements, and allowing people to inscribe on uncommon sets and all of these different things. And so it has been incredible to watch that in the past couple months, we have been able to come such a long way. And yeah, ultimately, for us, we play a very big part there too, right? Because you mentioned any Bitcoin wallet. I would say it's not true.
That's true, yeah.
Because you need to have a wallet that actually supports the taproot address that supports Ordinals, because not every single Bitcoin wallet supports Ordinals, and you may end up in a situation that you end up losing them, right, because of that. So you should definitely be very mindful of that. And one of the reasons why I pushed our team so hard into Ordinals was that I was in those early spaces with Trevor. We're hosting these Twitter spaces basically every day for 5 hours back in February. And I saw people are using Sparrow Wallet, right? And Sparrow Wallet is cool. It's amazing. It's an amazing tool. But just it's not for a normal person. It's you need to be a developer. You need to be, or at least you need to know what's going on. You need to really understand the nuances of the chain and what is this address, what is that, and how do I send this transaction to there? And not many people just can use that, right? You need really sleek UI to onboard those hundreds of thousands of people that came from Ethereum, from Solana to Degen in Ordinals, right? And so obviously we played, I would say, significant role in actually getting those people involved.
Yeah, I think also that was needed, right? Bitcoin was kind of stuck in that moment. The question was, why wasn't it fixed before? And the reason was because they didn't have 2,000 degens screaming about BRC20 tokens. And if you're degens don't want to follow a 25-step tutorial on how to set up a wallet, right? They want to use something like Xverse where it's a couple of clicks and you're good. So that really, I think that's been one of the big highlights for me about Ordinals, is that it's really pushed that boundary and made people think about UX on Bitcoin, and also then you've got a ton of developers coming in who are taking it even further as well, even outside of Ordinals.
Yeah, makes sense. And in terms of the infrastructure, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. There's bridges, there's folks coming in from other ecosystems, there's folks inscribing and minting. I'll speak from our perspective as Coinbase or as large institutions in the space. What kind of core infrastructure components should we be focusing on to enable this ecosystem to kind of grow and develop? Would love to hear from all of you guys.
I can go.
You want to start, guys?
Yeah, sure. So I think that this is definitely a new paradigm on Bitcoin. Ordinals are essentially just something that someone made up, on top of this thing. So it requires indexers, it requires, all these infrastructure type tooling that has never existed before to kind of parse this information and allow people to consume it. So that's something that's obviously still expanding, and new teams are building really cool things every day. I spoke to someone earlier who's creating a rare sats aggregator to get the pricing and everything, because that's been something we've been struggling with, is how do we price these things and keep our pricing up to date. So even things like that coming into the space is really great. I think also we can take a lot of learnings from other chains. We seem to be, the way I look at it is they're kind of 2 years behind where Ethereum is. So now it's wallets coming into the space, indexers, marketplaces, aggregators. This is all now happening on Bitcoin. So these guys also need infrastructure, they need tooling, and they need everything else, APIs. And I think everyone on the stage is building that kind of stuff, right? Because we like building the picks and shovels for people. That's what gets me going. We've got 20-odd users using our API now, building stuff we never even thought of. And that's what really excites me about it.
Yeah, I mean, you should push all of your users to Xverse. No, I'm joking. Even though it's half joke, right? Because ultimately what you need to do first, you need to acknowledge ordinals, right? I think we have seen it with many other companies in the space, and we talk and work with many of them. It's not every single one of those companies actually support ordinals, so it's not ordinals aware, right? So if I am in my Coinbase account, which I use, by the way, pretty heavily, and let's say I have some Bitcoin there, right? I don't really know if there is any ordinal, and I would like to know that. If I am buying some Bitcoin, I have it in my Coinbase before I send it somewhere else to my cold storage, whatever. I want to know if there are some ordinals or if there are some rare sets and all of these different things, because then I immediately can kind of okay, what do I do with it, right? And then why I say I'm just half joking, with pushing people to Xverse, we actually work with some of the exchanges already, and they're leveraging our infrastructure, is because you need a wallet like Xverse afterwards to send those ordinals to, because we're a Web3 wallet. We can connect to all of these marketplaces, to all of these different, I see Robin from Liquidium over there. Maybe you want to borrow some money against that ordinal, and you're not going to be able to do it from your Coinbase wallet, or at least you're not able to do it right now, and so you need to kind of educate the people that are your users, hey, you probably bought some Bitcoin, you have some extra value in that Bitcoin, so what do you do with that next? This is the clear path, what you can actually do, how you can unlock that extra benefit, right? So I think it comes down to these things, obviously infra APIs, but also the education of the user, what do they do with that extra value afterwards?
Makes sense. Yeah, great tips. Good coverage on the infrastructure. Jim, would love to hear more from you specifically about Ordinals. We spoke a little bit backstage about the tech behind it, the synthesizer, the music that's on chain. We'd love to hear just the infrastructure that you're kind of working on.
Sure. I mean, I think for me, ever since I first found Ordinals, I became a bit obsessed with executable code. It was the thing that really excites me still, because there is this modular system there's the ability to build endless modular systems on Bitcoin using recursion, recursive techniques to recall a code that's already there with new code, and it's limitless what you can do with that. And so what I started experimenting with was the idea of, if we could put a little piece of audio on chain and then recursively access that through inscribed plugins, like plugins that you use in digital audio workstations, that you could then create new samples that are not audio. There's no audio being inscribed to chain. There's literally just a chain of processes that all happens on chain. So I've been building a kind of, the start of an on-chain digital audio workstation, kind of like Logic or Pro Tools, where you can then have these chains of audio that effectively you can eventually write songs that exist in a Merkle tree, if you will. So you can have a song where every single sample in that song can express who created it, who owns it, what its rights are attached to it. And that's all held in the song file, a single song file. And this can go through so many cycles. You can have 1,000 songs using a sample and each changing that sample a little bit along the way, but it will always lead back to the original audio sample. Even in 50 years, someone might have taken a drum sound that was originally put on chain, and they've now turned it into something that sounds like a trumpet through all these different, but again, it always leads back. It's not like, one of the biggest problems for the music industry currently is sample tracking and usage and finding out who has used a sample. They're even spending millions to reverse engineer audio samples to try to prove that this is my sample that someone's changed. Whereas in this new sort of Web3 model, that ceases to become a problem, because you always know what you're working with. You can check the authenticity of every audio sample. No matter what it sounds like now, there is a chain that tells you exactly how it got to sound like that. And so that's kind of been, it's been my big mission for the last few months, really, is kind of making that work. So
yeah,
looking forward to showing people in another show next.
Yeah, very, very cool. You're doing a demo shortly after.
In there at 3 o'clock, I think. Yeah. So
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's a really cool use case for recursion, actually, because, excuse me, you've got a 4, 5, 6, 7 minute long audio file. It's just really hard to inscribe that, because there's obviously limitations to inscriptions. If you're not aware, obviously they've got the 4 megabyte block limit, but then you've got a 400 kilobyte standard transaction limit. So anything above that 400 kilobytes, you have to get a miner to mine, because it's called a non-standard transaction. So that's been a little bit of friction for creators like Jim coming into the space and saying, here's a 5 gigabyte audio file, get it on chain. You're like, well, yeah, give us 25 Bitcoin and we'll do it. But I think that with recursion, these libraries that you're building, basically the little inscriptions over time, you could basically just create a massive, massive library of these little sounds, totally easy to inscribe, and create, really complex and huge audio files or songs.
Well, they're not audio files, isn't it? That's the thing I was trying to explain to someone a while ago, is that you could take a single kick sample. You might have a sample album, say, of lots of kick drums. But what people sometimes fail to realize is that single audio sample has been passed through a chain of different plugins to create a new audio sample. And yes, on a CD, they're all audio, but in this world, they're not. You could take a single piece of audio and create an entire sample CD of new drum sounds just based on software that you've also inscribed that is changing this sound. And there's no more inscribed audio other than the original piece. And you could literally create thousands of different drum sounds by just creating a few different plugins and then different chains of how you use the plugins. And these plugins are tiny. The first synth that I put on chain is it's 3 kilobytes. And this thing does, saw wave, square wave, triangle wave. You've got all cutoff, resonance. You can do all these things in this tiny little file. That could just write infinite bass lines and keyboard parts. And so I'm very, very excited about this. Very excited. Yeah.
Curious. I mean, like with the same kind of methodology that you're using to inscribe, these small files, what other forms of use cases can we see in the future in terms of data being encoded on chain that can potentially be inscribed? Curious.
So we've been working a lot with collections and artists coming to the space. Some big collections from Ethereum are coming with quite large artwork. So it's a question of how do you inscribe that down. And one cool use case I've seen that helps a lot with recursion is that you can actually inscribe the traits. A lot of these PFP collections are made up of individual traits, layers essentially. And what you can do is you can inscribe those layers once, and then through recursion, HTML and JavaScript, basically, you can pull in those layers and flatten the image. So I've been working a lot with that. And I think in general, JavaScript's a powerful language, right? It runs the web, and it's pretty much limitless what you can do with it. And that power that comes with JavaScript is now basically available through ordinals. So it's honestly just limited to your imagination, basically, now what you can do with an inscription and how you tie them all together. And then there's amazing things coming down the line like parent-child inscriptions and re-inscriptions and all these cool things, all these amazing endpoints. So it's all the tooling's coming for people to get really creative, whether it's generative art using JavaScript or recursion, pulling in different elements. We've seen also people inscribing games. Someone inscribed Doom. It's really exciting.
Yeah, I don't know if I have too much to add. I think I'm personally really, really excited to see, what's happening now, because the Ordinals protocol itself, right? It's still evolving. It's still like pretty nascent thing. We just had a Casey Rotamore yesterday on our show. We host twice a week. We host pretty extensive Ordinals and Bitcoin related Twitter spaces. And yesterday he was basically talking that they're about to release the 1.0 version of Ord, right? It has kind of still been not really the official one, in a sense, right? And so they're still launching many of these new upgrades, be it the parent-child, which is not officially live yet. It's kind of already there, but it's not officially live yet. And we have been playing around, or people have been playing around with the recursive inscriptions and stuff like that. I like to see that now more and more artists are actually looking into Bitcoin because of these upgrades, because now they can do collections that have on-chain provenance and stuff like that, right? And so these things are really, really great. I think that's what's going to bring most of the people here, to be honest, in the short term. That's kind of my guess. But I've seen people building decentralized media publications on Bitcoin thanks to that, right? I think there is still a lot of kind of stuff that needs to be figured out, but the tinkering is happening, the experimentation is happening, and I think that's just the most bullish thing for me, that people actually want to do stuff even with music like you guys.
Well, I think it's making it easy. That's the next thing, what you were working on, Brian, as well, with the piecing together the layers. The faster we can make this so that there is a way for people to do these things that do not need any technical background. One of the reasons I loved Xverse in the very early on was because it was on my mobile. It was the only way I could look at things on my mobile, and and it's one of the reasons I've been working for the last month to try and make the Ordinal stuff work on mobile, which it is now. So it's like the quicker we can make it super easy for people to tap into all this stuff that we are doing the hard work now by experimenting and bashing our heads against walls sometimes to make these things work. But once it's working, once there's a UI there that someone can just tap into and they can do the things that we can very easily say can be done, that's when things will really change, I think,
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, speaking of make ease of use, with this audience here, we're in a Bitcoin conference. Who here is actually minted or inscribed in Ordinal? All right, that's a pretty good showing from just this room.
We still have a lot of work to do, man.
We still have a lot of work to do.
We're at the Bitcoin conference, and half of the people haven't touched Ordinals.
Yeah. Speaking of, so I actually would love to just dive into that. What are concrete steps this audience can take to interact with your products, and also get started with inscribing or minting? Starting with you.
Yeah. Excuse me. So I think if ordinalspot.com, the thing that you see first is the form. Literally drag and drop the file there. We've got optimization, we've got many options to inscribe on rare sats, and then we make it really easy for you. So if you want to inscribe your first Ordinal, it's really easy to do that through ordinalspot.com, and then of course get Xverse to store it in. Yeah.
You said it right. I don't have to repeat it. So yeah, obviously, you need a wallet. I'm sure that most of the people at this conference, they already know about Xverse, but if you don't, you should go to xverse.app and either get a mobile version or get a desktop version, depends what you prefer, or you can get both. And ultimately, go to Ordinal's bot, and you can inscribe stuff very quickly, right? Even beyond that, what I would like to say, if you're developers, I do believe that there is a lot of developers in the audience, not necessarily just collectors. Reach out to me, if you have any ideas, if there's anything else that we should be building as a company in terms of making it very easy for you. We already have, Sats Connect, which is the open source API that you can use to connect your app with Xverse, and people can easily log in. We also are launching all sorts of different APIs, to enable stuff for the developers to make it quicker and easier. And so if there is any specific demands that you guys have, I would love to have that conversation. We're still super early, right? We have been in this for 6, 8, 9 months, depends how you look at it, maybe a little bit more if you have been really, even before it was if it officially gained traction, right, in the DGen community. Casey has been working on it for a very long time. We still have a lot of work to do, and I would love to have those one-on-one conversations, because it's very important to know what your users want. So that's why we're here.
I think I've said everything.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, in terms of actual Ordinal's projects, any ones that you guys, obviously Ordinal's is a big one. Any other ones that you guys would recommend folks to check out?
I'm really excited about anyone who's building products and tooling around rare sats. If you're not aware, rare sats are also a cool addition to this ecosystem, where we are basically applying value onto sats based on certain attributes. So the first sat of a block that's mined is called an uncommon sat. And it really ties into how Bitcoin is working, because obviously it's deterministic. There's only 7 million blocks in the end, and these things have got to be quite rare digital assets. So yeah, anyone building tooling around that, I think that's a really exciting up-and-coming thing.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much. I mean, I could probably spend 3 hours talking about what you should be checking out. I don't want to give any financial advice, but we just came from Amsterdam, right? We were there, and so kind of sharing my experience there. Check out Taproot Wizards if you don't know, what they do, who they are. They throw the best parties. Everybody goes crazy, and they're in Taproot Wizards costumes. So you should definitely check that out. I know that somebody from OCM is here also at this conference. They have been kind of pioneers of a lot of tech, and they have been kind of playing around with parent-child before it was even released. So definitely check those guys out.
Have you heard of Satoshiables before?
Satoshiables, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good project. Also on Ordinals finally, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So definitely check out those projects and even those communities, right? It's not only about acquiring a specific asset, but it's really what these communities do for Bitcoin, for Ordinals, because they're really onboarding a lot more people to come here, DGen with us, and even build products, right? Another project, OMB, maybe you've heard about them. They have these bounties, right? They actually give you all the way up to half a Bitcoin when you build some open source stack for Bitcoin, right? And so it's not only about those NFTs, quote unquote NFTs like ordinals and these things, but it's more about the community that is kind of forming around all of these things, you know. So again, super bullish and happy to discuss one-on-one.
Yeah, I would say follow the utility. Follow anyone who is working on growing new products by utilizing the utility that Ordinals affords, because that's where the excitement is going to come in the future. It's not just the degen stuff. You know, look for people who are doing really interesting stuff and pushing boundaries with what's possible.
100%. All of you guys are pushing the boundaries here. So definitely come speak to these guys after the panel if you're interested. Glad to have you all. Great convo. Thanks so much. Take care.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job. All right, we went from one conversation earlier talking about what was happening between the US, the United States, and the United Kingdom here in London on the current shifting around developers and regulation. Then we got into ordinals, now we're going back to regulation and what's happening around that space. We've got over 10 large financial institutions who have begun to file for a Bitcoin spot ETF. What does that mean? What does that do? What does that, and how does it impact the future of regulation? Next up in our panel, we're going to talk just about that, the regulatory reckoning that is coming and how that may impact Bitcoin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up our next panel and their moderator, Andrew from Digital Frontier. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hello, hello. We have a panel now on the bête noire of probably everyone in this room, regulation. We are going to be talking about High Noon Crypto's regulatory reckoning and how it impacts Bitcoin. When I look back to 2022, that was a year of blow-ups. We had Terra Luna, we had Celsius, we had the big one, we had FTX. I like to think of it in terms of that Django Unchained meme where crypto had regulators' curiosity, and after that, it very much had regulators' attention. So I have three great panelists here. I would love to start by you just taking 30 seconds to introduce yourself to everyone, and I have a little surprise icebreaker question for you. If you were running an international terrorist organization, would you accept crypto for funding? So maybe we'll start at the end with Brian.
Right, I'm Brian Sanyamondo. I'm a barrister and attorney at law. I advise startups and governments in terms of blockchain rollouts and crypto asset recovery. I also run a learn-to-earn platform whereby we incentivize users with Bitcoin. So you learn blockchain and then we incentivize you with Bitcoin. Yeah, that's about me. Thank you.
And would you accept Bitcoin or crypto if you were trying to fund terrorist activities? And if so, why or why not?
I would.
You would?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, basically, it gets rid of the intermediary, okay? So the money doesn't have to go through clearing houses and the sort of rigorous KYC. If you're looking at it from a proper decentralized aspect,
yeah,
it can work that way. But if it goes through the centralized exchanges, it becomes a bit tricky.
So that untraceable nature appeals to you in your new role.
So it's the typical lawyer answer, it depends.
Rena, tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Rena. I'm with Trust Machines. We are a Bitcoin products company. Our entire mission is to unlock the $500 billion in Bitcoin capital, deploy it directly to the L2, and create an application economy for Bitcoin. Previously, I was with Binance US, where I was employee number 2. And then regarding terrorism, I probably would use Monero if I was a terrorist. At least you get some privacy enabled.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
I like your reasoning. Tell us about yourself.
My name is Vlad. I'm a solicitor at Fox Williams. We're a full house law firm, and I work in the commercial technology team with a focus on crypto, IP, commercial agreements, and data protection regulations, etc. So in terms of terrorist financing, I half expect this question to be one where I answer yes, and then I walk outside and I'm meted by police officers
Purely
who put me in handcuffs. I would say no because of the traceability of it. So.
Interesting. The opposite to Brian. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me. That's the harder question. Is it traceable or not? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to start with a question to Brian. So, in theory, Bitcoin is a mechanism for trustless global payments, and it, in theory, is beyond the reach of regulators. In practice, it's a bit more complicated than that. So how can regulators insert themselves into that process of Bitcoin payments? Like, what are the levers they can pull?
Okay, so when Bitcoin started, you have to look at the concept behind it, yeah? It was this beautiful concept of decentralized peer-to-peer transfer of value, okay? So it was somewhere here, futuristic, way beyond time. But then to plug it in the real world, it has to interact with real people, real institutions. So it sort of takes away that the ideally decentralized aspect of it and brings it into a centralized world. So is it doing what financial institutions are supposed to be doing? Does it interact with on-ground exchanges? So let's say with the Binances and the Coinbases and, you know, if those institutions are doing what banks and other financial institutions do, those institutions are regulated. So the exchanges have to be regulated as well. So there's tensions. And in countries like America, is it a security? Is it a commodity? It's an argument that doesn't have clarity in so far, because there's a Howey test, which says if there's this looking at a common thing with an intention of gaining profit from the efforts of others, it falls in that class. They say Bitcoin does not, but they don't quite say whether it's a commodity or not. They say it's sufficiently decentralized, but is it quite sufficiently decentralized as it is now? So away from that, there's also things like tax implications. You know, who do we tax? How is it taxed? Was it supposed to be taxed from the get-go? In terms of aspects like privacy, is it traceable? It's pseudonymous. It's not fully anonymous. So there's too many things in play, and different jurisdictions are looking at it from a different way. So unless you have a uniform way of looking at it, it's something that we still have to grapple with, okay? And with the abundance of caution and belaboring this point, there's some jurisdictions that are recognizing the Bitcoin as a property. So for example, in England and Wales and other common law countries like Singapore, they've recognized it as a form of property. You know, so it means the authorities are aware of it, and it's part of the system in a way, but not fully accepted as well. So it's always very sketchy, yeah.
I want to come to Vlad and ask Vlad. I mean, the premise of this panel is that regulators are taking a keener interest in Bitcoin and crypto. Is that correct in your experience? Like, is the premise of this panel right? Has interest been ramping up? And if so, Why? Is it the things I was talking about in the introduction, or is it something else?
Sure. So, yeah, definitely regulators are taking a more active role in most jurisdictions, some for the better, some for the worse. I think there are a few factors that drive this increased interest. Ironically, maybe one of the biggest ones, the keynote issue with SFX imploding, is that had almost nothing to do with the underlying crypto that caused the issue. It was an issue of fraud, and that could have happened in any industry without any particular underlying blockchain or use of cryptocurrency. But the rise of these big profile type occurrences, Luna before it that you mentioned, has definitely made regulators more active in the space. They want to protect consumers, so that is one driving force, the protection of the public. But I think also another aspect boils down to the fact that people see, some regulators see regulation as a type of gold rush, because if they're the ones who set the gold standard of what is good crypto regulation, then the world will follow in those footsteps, and they can be an authority and also a hub for crypto businesses, for crypto transactions, and that's where the money will flow in. So you see a lot of regulators now rushing to try and get good laws out and good legislation out. The UK is one of those where they're trying to take a very active role. I wouldn't say that they are rushing to get legislation out. It seems that their approach is more to take stock of everything that's going on, to consider the regulations that need to be put in place, and to slowly roll out legislation that actually works. And we'll talk about it later on this panel, I'm sure, but the recent Financial Promotions Cryptocurrency Act that came out is an example of that. So it's those two factors that are driving increased regulator attention.
I'll come to Rina. So you work for Trust Machines, and Trust Machines is building this ecosystem of apps on Bitcoin, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm curious, what are those? Give us a few examples of the most popular apps you've got. I'm struggling to kind of envision what they actually are.
So I think it's important to think about Bitcoin, both L1 and L2, because you need applications on both. The L1 is predominantly focused on UX improvements through wallets like the Leather wallet or other areas to flawlessly move Bitcoin in and out. The L2 is where the real innovation comes from products on Bitcoin. Ones that we are building are touching DeFi or NFT marketplaces, things that allow you to scale innovation in a way that brings Bitcoin capital fully deployed. For our company itself, we're incubating 2 different DeFi protocols as an American company, so really going for it. One on the over-collateralized credit markets, and then one on the under-collateralized credit markets. We're also exploring things that don't touch Bitcoin as an asset, but going back to the chain itself. We're building a chat community app that runs on Bitcoin Rails, so think about the idea of privacy, censorship resistance, using on-chain technology and bringing it to mass market.
So then out of those, which are the ones that are attracting the most attention from regulators, or that you have to work with regulators the closest on?
Obviously, DeFi is the one that's going to capture the most attention. People want to be able to deploy assets safely, securely, allow for microloans or other lending markets. Regulators are going to look at that. But I think there's a different side of it. They might look at it, but if you actually go through the premises of what DeFi principles are, it's probably safer doing this, executing directly on smart contracts, than going through a bank, in my opinion.
So Brian, I want to ask you about this kind of semantic difference between Bitcoin and then the rest of crypto. I think for normies out there in the world, it's all just one basket, and you're that's crypto. But in your experience, when you're dealing with regulators, do they understand that difference? Do they think of Bitcoin's over here and the rest of crypto's over there, or is it all just one basket for them?
Okay, again, it really depends, because there are some regulators who are totally clueless, okay? You say Bitcoin, they think blockchain, or vice versa, okay? But Bitcoin has a name out there. And let's say, for example, if you look at the AA and persons unknown case, which stated clearly that Bitcoin is recognized as property. So now they start understanding that Bitcoin is this cryptocurrency. So other forms of cryptocurrency could fall under this as well. Okay? But it's a tricky thing because regulation is way behind innovation. So 2008, when Bitcoin started, regulators had no clue. Right now, we're in 2023. Some regulators still have no clue. So there's lots of education and awareness campaigns going on to get people to understand what these assets are supposed to be doing, yeah, and how they're supposed to be classified as well.
Do you have any tips or advice if people here are working in Bitcoin and thinking of having to interface with regulators, like tips for the Bitcoin community for how to work with regulators, what they want to see?
There has to be this partnership where the community, first of all, is upfront and transparent. This is Bitcoin. This is what it's supposed to achieve. This is how we at X and Y Stacks, this is how we want to build. And these are the apps, and this is how they work. So there has to be that sort of cooperation. There has to be that transparency. There has to be willingness from both sides to listen to each other. I think the tension here comes when it comes to the disclosure requirements, because what the regulators are saying, we need to know what's going on. Because when you use, let's say, the mixers and tumbler services, you're trying to obfuscate things. You're trying to get too much privacy going on. So what are you trying to hide? Okay? But also, when it comes to other sorts of regulation, too much transparency is also not good because there isn't data protection as well. So it's just about the communities interacting with each other and educating each other, because the asset class is now here. You can't work by yourself. You have to work jointly and together. Yeah.
I want to come to Rena as a representative of the USA over here. I want to ask, why has the Securities and Exchange Commission been so reluctant to approve a spot Bitcoin ETF? Like, what do you think their thinking is there?
In their opinion, because our exchanges are unregulated, their opinion, because they don't have oversight, they don't feel comfortable in issuing a Bitcoin spot ETF. Every other country has gotten on board. Canada has a spot ETF. It's actually a travesty to be American and wanting to build in Bitcoin right now. We are subject to arcane laws from the 1930s that really don't apply to digital assets.
Does it matter if a spot Bitcoin ETF gets approval?
I mean, I think this week's fake news proved that it does matter. Like, when capital flows into the market, price will potentially appreciate. More and more people are coming in. Like, think about the 10 ETFs that are on queue in America. That's 17 trillion in assets that potentially would be flowing into Bitcoin. Bitcoin is also a scarce asset. So when you have all this capital coming in, people are really going to think of what comes next, what do I do more, and that's where the builders, all the folks here, really come into play.
For Vlad, I want to bring it back to the UK. You mentioned it earlier, this new promotions regulation we've had in the UK. Tell us about that a bit, and what impact is that going to have on this crypto and Bitcoin market in the UK?
Sure. So I'm of the view, and unsurprising as a lawyer, but I feel regulation brings certainty to this space. And yes, sometimes regulators may be gatekeepers, and sometimes they can hinder more than they help. But in a nascent space where there's still so much bad press floating around, I think the regulator acts as a stamp of approval. And if something is regulated, then people, the wider public, can be more confident about the product or in this case, crypto as a whole. And with this new regulation, well, one of the main things it does is it closed the loophole that existed prior, where if you weren't established in the UK, then you could service UK consumers without having to follow any of the existing financial services regulations. Now, with the establishment of this, this legislation, what it means is that there are restrictions on who can provide crypto assets to individuals in the UK, and there are 4 categories. One of them, you have to seek registration yourself for AML, or you should do it through an authorized body, and so forth. So what builders in the space are doing, they may think that, oh, I'm not producing, I don't have an open protocol, I'm not a developer on those things, I don't have, strictly speaking, a cryptocurrency. But the reality is that it probably does touch most projects who operate with crypto. So you do need to be aware of this legislation, and you need to be on board with it and comply with it, which means getting your ducks in order, because although, as the case has been, most projects may fly under the radar. So they won't feel the ire of any regulator. But as regulators crack down on the space, as I'm sure they will in the next 6 to 12 months, then you don't want to be the person who's made an example of, because you will be made an example of, and it won't be pleasant. I know it's a painful process, registering with and complying with these legislations, but at this point in time, it is a necessary evil. So you need to ensure that you are cooperating with the FCA in the UK. And quite often these regulators are sympathetic. They understand that it's new, and if you open a dialogue with them, you can achieve an outcome that is satisfactory. But it is about having that dialogue, and I think that's the most important thing, because if players in the space refuse to have that dialogue, then the response from regulators, I think, will be harsher, and you'll have more draconian regulations in place. So although a free market is good, the response to people acting like cowboys back in the Wild West days of crypto probably won't go on for much longer if there's no collaboration with regulators.
Well, I mean, practically speaking, what do firms need to do to be compliant? You talked about working with a local partner or whatever. Like, do you have to work with a local partner? Or, I mean, are there ways of becoming compliant without a local partner?
You can seek AML registration yourself. You can also seek to be an FCA-approved provider of these services. It's quite a cumbersome process. It's not easy to do it. For businesses without establishments in the UK, you may seek to partner up. That also isn't without its own issues, but may be a smoother transition than trying to seek registration yourself.
Brilliant. We've got a couple of minutes left in this panel. Just kind of closing thing, I'd like to go along the line, maybe starting with Brian. I mean, in an ideal world, what would you like to see from regulation, and how optimistic are you feeling about getting the kind of regulation that you'd like to see?
In my ideal world, I'd like the devs to understand that Bitcoin is not a perfect product, okay? And there's shortcomings to it as well, okay? And what's important is investor and consumer protection, all right? Chair Gensler says this all the time. It sounds a bit, all over the place, but people do get hurt in this, okay? And recovering those assets is a very expensive process, especially in the courts here in England and Wales. It's very expensive. So we just need to be in a situation where the devs understand that regulation has a role to play. As Vlad has said, people have to be protected. And when you have a rule book, even the scammers will know how to scam according to the rule book, okay? But the finance industry has been known for too much fraudulent activities. So let's just come to terms and work together.
Rena?
I'm probably the opposite approach of you as the builder and the dev, but what I want to see is like regulators to at least have a little bit more of an open mind, at least in America. Bitcoin is a commodity, so we shouldn't be on the same rules and regulation as a security. Like, they have to adapt with us, and I want regulators actually to see the opportunity ahead of what decentralized technology can do for humanity. This is why a lot of us are in the Bitcoin space, and if they could open up their minds just a little bit, I think they could actually see a lot of value that goes beyond speculation.
Vlad, you can have the last word.
Thanks. Following on from what Rena was saying, I think collaborating with regulators is a really great way of driving this regulatory landscape because, and regulators in the UK do it. The ICO, I know, does it with their regulatory sandboxes. We've advised clients on that, and the FCA as well with their sandboxes. They're great ways to try innovative technologies, and it's about ensuring that that type of environment exists in the UK because that will promote a safer development of cryptocurrency tech and also protect consumers, like Brian said. At the end of the day, that's how we get mass adoption.
Brilliant. So that's the end. Thanks very much to my panelists, Brian, Rena, Vlad. If you want to send them money for their terrorist operations, you know how to. Thanks very much.
I said.
Good job, guys. Good job. There we go. All around. Boom. All right, everybody. We're going to take our first break of the afternoon. We'll be back here at 3:30 this afternoon to continue the last part of today. And this part will be very exciting. Again, we're going to open up a Q&A session for the speakers who are up here today so that you in the audience, you at home, you on council can get the chance to ask questions in real time around what's happening within the Bitcoin economy. And with that said, we'll see you back here at 3:30. Welcome, welcome, welcome back, everybody, to sunny London. You wouldn't believe it. It is sunny in London in October, ladies and gentlemen. One more reason to be incredibly excited here at Bitcoin Unleashed. And if we can have everyone quiet down, take your seats. I know it's the afternoon. I know you've got a lot of discussions to have. I'm looking to you guys in the back. Right there, yep. If we can, quiet down, quiet down. Feel free to take your meetings into the lounge area if you are doing business. We'd love that. And thank you all for all the questions and comments flowing through Council right now. I know the application, the team are thrilled. There's a lot of activity. To all of you at home, the questions you continue to provide us, we're going to get to those here in just a moment. The first third of today was spent on the infrastructure around the Bitcoin economy. We talked about layer ones, we talked about layer twos, we talked about new protocols. The second third, we talked about regulation. Where is this industry going? What's happening? What's not happening? How could things change in different regions of the world as regulation may or may not impact Bitcoin itself? Well, now for this last third, we're going to get back to building. We're going to get back to infrastructure. We're going to talk about applications and what is possible for the Bitcoin economy today and in the near future. We also are going to have a Q&A session, again, with some of our speakers today to talk about those earlier conversations and your questions at home and here in the audience as well. And with that being said, let's welcome up our next panel to talk about sBTC and the power it can provide to the future decentralized applications of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up our next panel and their moderator, Will, from the Stacks Foundation. Have fun, everybody.
Good game, sir. All right. How's everyone doing? Good to see you not on Zoom. So we're going to be talking about sBTC-powered applications, but in addition to that, we're going to be just talking about Stacks 3.0. There's a lot going on. Stacks core engineering. And I guess first, we're going to do some introductions. And I made a presumption that these guys are all too modest to justly introduce themselves, so I'm going to introduce them for you. We'll start with myself. I'm the Ecosystem Project Manager at the Stacks Foundation. Started off managing a lot of grants, and that's extended into helping all of the different working groups coordinate together. And so at the far end of the stage, this is Andre, who's the product manager for the sBTC protocol. Andre's been involved in a lot of really exciting things, Zcash, Citycoins. He's leading all of the partnerships in dealing with getting different signers on board for the sBTC protocol, supporting premier app developers, and all different kinds of things that we'll get into. And then we've got a couple of wizards in between Andre and me. So we'll start off with two OGs. We got Frieger in the middle and Mike. And so before I was the Ecosystem Project Manager, like I said, I was managing the grants program. And these guys, their names are all over the grants application. So there's over 1,000 grant applications in the history of the program, 700 applicants. Well, Frieger was the number 5 application ever submitted was by Frieger. He holds the record for the most applications ever submitted at 16. He holds the record for the most grants completed at 7. And then Mike is in second. Mike was number 12 application ever submitted, and he's submitted 7 applications, completed 5. So he's got a pretty strong conversion percentage there. Frieger's been involved in co-authoring 3 different SIPs. So that includes SIP 9, which is NFTs on Stacks and token metadata. He's also a core contributor to Rider and started Frieger Pool and was a resident specializing in decentralized identity. And then Mike, I'm probably going to make you all blush, but co-authored Civ 15, co-founder of Residio, co-founder of Ecosystem DAO, co-founder of Clarity Innovation Lab, and is now building a lot of really cool sBTC tooling, the sBTC bridge, the APIs, among other things. And then lastly but not least, we got Jude, who's, I like to call him the Forrest Gump of stacks. Like in every photograph, you'll see Jude in the corner somehow, but in this case, it's not photographs, it's code commits. So if you go to GitHub, Stacks Network, Stacks Blockchain repo, you'll see on the leaderboard, Jude has almost 10,000 commits, 2 million lines of code added, and 1 million lines of code omitted from the code base.
Amazing.
So on top of that, he's the technical architect behind a lot of amazing projects. He's co-authored 9 out of the 21 SIPs, and he's the head of the technical advisory board. So, all right. Anything else that you guys would like to add? Any credentials that I missed? Apologies if I did.
You're making us blush, Will.
All right. So we'll start by just some context setting. So, Andre, let's try and help everyone speak in a common language here, which is something that we do. So Stacks Core Engineering, there's a couple of terms that we're going to help define for people. What is Stacks Core Engineering? What are working groups? And then most importantly, what are the working groups working on right now?
Sure. So Stacks Core Engineering is really how we work together in a decentralized ecosystem. So sBTC and the upcoming Nakamoto upgrade are truly community-led initiatives with dozens of contributors and many different companies working on this. We build in public. Everything we do is open source, and working groups are how we organize ourselves to this end. So currently, there are 4 primary working groups that we've organized. sBTC is the first one, which is obviously the decentralized two-way peg to Bitcoin. We have Nakamoto, which has some significant improvements to the Stacks chain that will improve the overall scalability and security of the network. We have Clarity WASM, which has some upgrades to the Clarity virtual machine, integrating that with WebAssembly. And lastly, Quality of Life, which is primarily focused on implementing security and testing standards and best practices to make sure that everything we do is secure and efficient.
So Jude, when we're thinking about the current efforts around we could call Stacks 3.0, we've got sBTC, we've got Nakamoto. You were here really from the beginning. We've had a series of large launches throughout the history of the project. Going, let's say Stacks 2.0 was probably the largest launch in my memory, which was about 2 years ago. Curious if you could help people get a sense of comparison-wise, what the ongoing efforts, how they compare with previous launches.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, we've gone from a handful of people writing everything to dozens and dozens. It's a 10x improvement at least. We're far more decentralized than we were in the past. The working groups are staffed and run by people across several different ecosystem entities. And yeah, we have a lot more pull requests from a lot more people to go through nowadays than we did in the 2.0 days.
Yeah, there's 50 plus members of Stacks Core Engineering, I would say. And then on top of that, that's like technical contributors. And then on top of that, there's a ton of people that are planning amazing events like this, that are dealing with support for developer advocacy and founder support, things of that nature. So I want to real quickly get into, just get a sense of Frieger, Jude, Mike, Andre, what, if we could just kind of go around the horn real quick, what's on your plate right now? What are what's in flight? What are the projects that you're working on and the contributions that you feel like you're lending a hand with? Mike?
Yeah, thanks. Well, the big thing going on at the moment is the developer release for sBTC Bridge.
Which we'll be utilizing in the hackathon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So there's been a huge effort. It's been a really amazing experience to be kind of part of this decentralized team of people. Incredible for me personally. My personal contribution is building the UI, building a sort of a kind of canonical version of a bridge application that can use the technology. There's far more moving parts, which I'm sure Frigga maybe will elaborate on. And these are just coming together in the developer release. So there's a way of actually running sBTC on a pure development environment.
Great.
Thanks.
Frigga.
Yeah, I worked on the smart contract for sBTC, and also I wanted to get more into the Rust development of the Stacks blockchain, so I took the opportunity to use the sBTC code base to contribute a bit, and also worked on the binary of the sBTC release.
Could you tell us a little bit about Clarity Bitcoin library?
Yeah, so Clarity has a view on the Stacks blockchain, and there's a library smart contract that allows you to verify that the Bitcoin transaction exists. It was mined on the Bitcoin blockchain. So you can do some actions on the Stacks side only when you have verified that the Bitcoin transaction exists. So this is a helper library smart contract that other smart contracts can use, and sBTC is doing this as well. So you mint sBTC only if there is a correct corresponding Bitcoin transaction on the Bitcoin network. So you have a proof on-chain that it's OK to mint sBT or burn and sBT. Yeah.
So Jude, we're talking about two chains kind of communicating. We've got this Clarity Bitcoin library. Like, help us understand. I know you've been working on a lot dealing with improving transaction time and the block time, Bitcoin finality, fork awareness. Maybe give us a little bit of a broader understanding of the main components that are going into the blockchain upgrade at this point.
Sure. I have a longer talk about this tomorrow if y'all want to dive in with me, but the 4 principal changes that Nakamoto brings are no more forks, very fast blocks on the order of seconds as opposed to on the order of once every Bitcoin block, reduced Bitcoin MEV, so Bitcoin miners can't make money by futzing around with the transactions that honest miners send. And, I'm sorry, the 4th one here.
Reorg resistance?
That's it, yes, reorg resistance.
What was it?
Reorg resistance.
Reorg resistance.
Bitcoin finality. Attacking the Stacks blockchain is just as hard as attacking the Bitcoin chain now.
And so, Andre, I'm sure you've got some war stories from helping product development. This is a protocol development. So, we're really all just trying to build the technology that other people are going to bring to life with applications and building really cool stuff on top of it. From a product development point of view and business development, we're trying to get other stakeholders involved. Obviously, maybe give us a sense of the smaller initiatives within sBTC product development that you're working on to help make sure that we breathe life into this protocol once it goes active.
Sure. We'll say on the product side, a lot of the upgrades that these guys were just talking about basically have the impact of bringing the user experience on the Stacks network much more closely aligned with Bitcoin. So being able to transact with Bitcoin with a user experience that's very closely aligned that also receives Bitcoin level security and finality. So with these Nakamoto rules that Jude was just mentioning, sBTC transactions will be as secure from a reorg perspective as transacting on Bitcoin. So all of this has the impact of improving the user experience on Stacks and providing that sort of enhanced usability when you're transacting with Bitcoin. On the product side, basically I do a lot here to work on ensuring that we are building the features and developing the right sort of user experience that will generate the sort of demand that we are hoping to see when sBTC goes live. Most recently, I've had the privilege of working really closely with a lot of the startups that are in the ecosystem that are preparing to launch with sBTC when it goes live. So we're working with over a dozen companies that are working on different use cases from DeFi and lending and different options platforms. And so, working with them to make sure that they're onboarded to this new developer release that we've been working on and making sure that they are set up for success since they're the ones that are going to be driving the influx of new users and applications on the network.
And what are some of the new or novel business use cases that you imagine are going to be empowered by this upgrade?
Yeah, so there's a few opportunities here for sBTC and the Stacks network that I'm really excited about. I think the first, as a general category, DeFi is a lot of the core focus with this. So I think that there's an opportunity right now for sBTC to be the best place to borrow and lend Bitcoin on-chain. By providing a good user experience for that use case alone, I think could unlock a tremendous amount of value to unlock Bitcoin's full potential as being a collateral asset, also a productive asset, allowing people to take loans against their Bitcoin and also earn a yield on it. And right now, there isn't any good way to do that on chain. And so with sBTC, our goal is to really unlock that, be able to take out a loan without going through a central counterparty. Same thing for general sort of trading use cases. As of today, it still isn't really a great way to trade Bitcoin on chain to access stablecoin liquidity. So I think there's an opportunity to provide a 10 times better user experience just between trading Bitcoin and USDC in a permissionless and non-custodial way. That's certainly where a lot of the focus is, at least at the beginning.
And so, Jude, going back to the comment with the difference between Stack 2.0 and 3.0, one of the working groups called Quality of Life, still coming into its own. It's a relatively new working group, but really the mindset behind it is we want to do whatever we can to I guess, promote decentralization and promote more and more contributors contributing to the blockchain code and give them a better quality of life experience when they come and they work with the blockchain. Just curious if there's anything that you've noticed in terms of the developer experience that has changed about the blockchain code base and just testing and deploying a large decentralized project like this that you think is either an area that still needs improvement or an area that you've seen improvement?
Both.
Both?
Both. Yeah, it's gotten better.
Can I have one of each?
Sure, it's gotten better. The Nakamoto code base is better factored so that you don't need to become an end-to-end expert overnight to contribute. But there's still a long way to go. The code base is, as is the case with many startups, you ship features or you die, and that means that technical debt builds up, and there's not immediate rewards or payoff for paying it down. So this time around, we're trying to do both: pay off technical debt, make the code better factored and approachable, while at the same time, shipping the Nakamoto feature set.
Do you feel that there's the code base written in Rust primarily?
Yes.
Do you feel like there's been an increase in the number of developers that are coming into the orbit that have experience in Rust or have an interest in learning Rust?
Yeah, sure, there is. It's more than just learning Rust, though. You have to understand, how blockchains work. The thing that makes the blockchain code base difficult to approach isn't the language per se. It's that we historically have extremely high standards for contributors, because when you launch a blockchain with new features, it's like launching a rocket. Once that engine starts, it's not stopping. You either get to orbit or you die trying. There's no rollback, there's no undo button, and we're talking about nearly $1 billion of other people's money that's at stake here. So we necessarily have very high standards for contributions.
In Frieger, just curious, I know that you are a main player, well, a main contributor to the stacking pool space. And curious if you or Andre, if you have any thoughts on how sBTC or these upgrades, are going to change the end-to-end experience of stacking. Anything that comes to mind, and how the changes in consensus are going to impact that?
Yeah. So eventually, stackers really have to do some work to get some rewards.
And why is that?
So it ensures that sBTC works, and that we don't have minor extracted values. Yeah. So they have to run software and do some signing of transactions that the Stacks miners were producing. And so it's really something that they have to do now. And for now, they, in Stacks 2.0, 2.1 and so on, they can just live without running a node.
Right.
Just make contract calls and that's it. But with Nakamoto, they have to really contribute to the network in the real sense, I would say.
Andre, anything you want to unpack?
I can add on to that a little bit. Yeah. So when the Nakamoto upgrade goes live, the user experience for stacking is going to change pretty significantly. So I think what Frigger was alluding to there is that now users are going to be responsible for actually doing some work as part of this. And so, after Nakamoto, people who lock their STX in consensus will be responsible for both participating in validating new block production on the Stacks network, as well as processing sBTC peg-in and peg-out transactions that are coming into the network. And so in order to do that, it is going to change the user experience a little bit. You'll be required to run a Stacks signer node, which basically entails running Bitcoin D and a Stacks node to basically detect that those transactions has occurred, as well as the signer binary. But for the vast majority of typical users, the experience will still be the same. You'll be able to earn your native Bitcoin rewards. There won't be any impact to that, especially if you use a stacking pool like Fastpool that Frigger developed. The user experience is going to be largely the same.
But that's okay. If you're stacking, you're already running a node, right? Right?
And then Mike, just curious from like a founder's point of view, you've been involved in starting a lot of different initiatives. I guess how would you pitch a potential founder on building on this and say differentiating it from not just being like, there's a lot of wrapped BTC assets, I guess in your mind,
I think
there's something about sBTC that's unique.
I think it sort of just bounces off of what Andre was just saying is, that this is part of the trust model of the trust minimization of sBTC Bridge, and how that uses like Schnorr signatures on layer 1 to be able to aggregate many hundreds of signatures and get a threshold vote, and that's really a key part of what we're trying to do here. And I think if you look at across the bridge space, which is a huge kind of multi-billion-pound space with many hundreds of millions of dollars lost to untrustworthy bridges or custodial solutions, I think that really highlights the importance of this project and why it's so exciting. Another point I wanted to make as well in response to the conversation is the importance of the foundation and people like Hero Gamer and the SIP process, that we're reviewing the SIPs for these things in real time, and that this is a process that people can get involved in and contribute to and have a say in how these protocols work. It's an open standard.
Yeah.
I think that's really important, something that Jude's pioneered for sure. And that, part of that conversation is we're looking at how sBTC works at the moment, and you can submit, as Frigger was saying, you can submit a transaction on layer 1, and it goes through this trust model, and you end up getting sBTC minted to an account. So you've got this one-to-one relationship. But building on that, then it's what do you then do with the sBTC? there are all sorts of open research questions like how do we bridge ordinals through the sBTC protocol? So we can actually take digital assets, BRC20s, etc., from layer 1 and look at ways to manifest these things on layer 2, where we can do more stuff with them.
And maintain
really
the indexing and
maintain the indexing, yeah, maintain the trust, the trust model, but the ownership model of ordinals. So yeah, they're kind of things I'm really excited about. I'm kind of like part of another DeFi startup project where we're looking at kind of like how we can integrate sBTC with DeFi protocols.
And so I just want to double click on something you said. So as a call to action for anyone that's interested, you can go to GitHub. There's 2 primary orgs within the Stacks ecosystem. There's Stacks-Network and Stacks.gov. If you go to Stacks-Network, you can see the discussion boards with all of the topics that we're talking about, the repos. If you go to Stacks.gov, you can actually go and review the 2 SIPs that you just mentioned, Mike, which I believe were just posted last week, or updates to them. And so there's an open SIP right now for sBTC and one for Nakamoto. So yeah, all of this stuff is up right now for debate and public comment, and you're able to participate. So just curious, Andre, like when you're trying to pitch different potential partners, like how you frame the addition of sBTC and the upgrades for Nakamoto to add to the Bitcoin connection between stacks, like being a true layer 2 Bitcoin settlement, actuated smart contracts, I guess increasing the overall liquidity of Bitcoin on stacks and the interoperability to stacks.
Yeah, I think that these are all interesting points here. I think on the liquidity side, I mean, we have the advantage of being able to work on the largest and most liquid cryptocurrency. And so, we're working to onboard a lot of that Bitcoin liquidity, potentially unlocking over $500 billion of liquidity onto the Stacks network for productive use cases. And I think a lot of our strategy with that starts with focusing on developers and making it a really good platform, providing an exceptional developer experience, and with the hope of providing basically a flywheel effect where we can attract developers to build new applications, applications can attract new users, users bring more capital, that brings liquidity. And so I think with that, we can really start to see an increase in liquidity on the Stacks network. I also think the point on interoperability is really key, and especially going into next year, bridges are a key part of our strategy, which can both see new stablecoin liquidity coming on to the Stacks network and also providing a really important on and off ramp for users from Ethereum DeFi and other DeFi ecosystems to come in and participate in the Stacks network. So both of those have, I think, are ways that sBTC can really increase the overall liquidity and connectivity of the Stacks network to other blockchains.
So in addition to network effect through just getting this amazing collateral of the Bitcoin asset passing through the pipes a bit better, also the developer experience, like you mentioned. And Frieger, there's, maybe you could help us understand, I don't know if you've been tracking the Clarity WASM work, but could you maybe help people understand how and why this would be a developer, an improvement to the developer experience, and also maybe even to the user experience, what a project like this entails?
Yeah, so I love Clarity, so the project is really nice. It allows you to write, or to take your Clarity smart contracts and, for example, run it in a browser. So it is a runtime that takes the Clarity contract and compiles it to WASM, to WebAssembly, and then you can use it wherever you want to use it. And also the implementation could result in much faster execution, and that could mean that Stacks blocks can take much more transactions, so kind of increase in block size without increasing the block size, or
yeah,
something like that.
So we're talking about around April, we'll have blocks that settle in 5 seconds and smart contracts that have about 100x improvement in terms of execution speed, which I think is going to be very attractive to founders, developers, but also noticeable on the user experience side too. Jude, StackerDB. This is maybe not something that jumps out as being like the sexiest part of the whole project, but just curious if you could talk to us a little bit about StackerDB and how could this potentially be an important building block?
I was kind of surprised to see this on the talk at all, just because it's kind of deep in the system.
Yeah,
really
I think it's really cool. First, help everyone understand what it is.
Sure. So the problem we set out to solve here is because blocks in Nakamoto have to be signed by stackers, that introduces this new problem of how do the signers find each other, and how do they talk to each other, and how do they do so quickly. Now, you can build a signer network that does this, but then you have to solve all the same problems that you kind of already had to solve to build the blockchain peer-to-peer network, because you just know that those signers, they're going to be running behind network address translators. They're not going to be on the public internet. They're going to be behind firewalls. So how do they talk to each other? So what StackerDB lets you do is you can embed a peer-to-peer network that's connected to a smart contract within the Stacks peer-to-peer network. So Stacks nodes can help relay messages between endpoints, i.e. the signers in this case, but it's generic. It works with anyone with a conformant smart contract. The idea is that you, as a node operator, can subscribe to one or more StackerDB instances. The StackerDB instance is controlled by a smart contract that determines who is allowed to write how much data to the replica. And StackerDB-aware Stacks nodes discover each other and automatically replicate changes to one another so that all replicas maintain an up-to-date view of the StackerDB contents. There will be at least one such StackerDB in Nakamoto for holding the signer's signing state when they do signing rounds and distributed key generation.
Crazy. And then, Mike, give us a sense of the sBTC tooling kit. There's a couple of APIs, the bridge API, the signer API. There'll be a UI, opportunities for other people to obviously plug those APIs into different UIs.
Yep.
How do you think about all of the tooling that goes into actuating sBTC?
So the way I think about it is that we're building tools for the community. I've got to shout out to Kenny, who's here, and Yannick as well, who I'm working with on that side. So I've kind of like gone ahead of the curve, I suppose, building the UI and the API, and then I also pulled out a common module of code that can be useful for building like payloads and sBTC related payloads that go into transactions. And the API has got some useful endpoints for people who want to kind of like check a transaction, deconstruct the payload that's inside it. And then I think a lot of this code will actually go into Stacks.js eventually. I think Yannick is kind of rewriting my code at the moment and making it available through Stacks.js.
So applications that support Stacks.js they'll just inherit the ability to support.
It would just make it super easy for people to engage and create their own sBTC related applications.
That's great. So just as a closing question, is there one particular thing in 2024? We've got the halving coming up. We've got Nakamoto, sBTC. Is there anything that you're really looking forward to, just seeing come to life? We'll just start with you, Andre.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say sBTC.
Yeah.
I think that is really the big unlock, to unlock Bitcoin capital, be able to offer a better scaling solution to help Bitcoin reach billions of users and unlock a Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem on the layer 2 is all made possible through sBTC. So that's what I'm most excited for.
Jude, anything?
I'm looking forward to being done.
Yeah. You're looking forward to a vacation?
Again.
Yeah. How about you, Frigger? You need a vacation?
I think if clarity has a bigger audience or developer ecosystem, that would be really nice, because I love the programming language.
How about you, Mike?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, need a holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah, love Clarity. I think Clarity is amazing. But just, yeah, looking forward to that like integration of Bitcoin with a layer 2 that's going to actually add value and make Bitcoin scale and more usable.
Cool. Well, hang in there. We're turning the corner, the final push. So thanks for taking some time to help everyone better understand what's in the works right now. That's all. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. All right, everybody. If you didn't have enough of Frieger, you want to see him a little bit more, he's hosting in the Dev Den, right on the stage over here, his game, Proof of X. So if you want to have a little fun, you want to play some games, you want to hang out with Frieger, check out the Dev Den where he'll be hosting Proof of X as well. That said, we're going to continue this conversation and we're going to switch back from applications of sBTC to the future of decentralized finance. And if we can have everybody calm down, quiet. If you have a conversation that you want to continue to have, you want to do some business development, you want to sign some deals, you want to talk more about sBTC, we've got 2 lounges for you, one to the left, one to the right. Feel free to continue that conversation so that we can continue our discussions today around the future of decentralized finance. Let's welcome up our next fireside chat with a big round of applause for the future of DeFi. Please welcome up Brittany of the Stacks Foundation and her guest. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right. Who is excited about Bitcoin DeFi? We got the afternoon crowd. I love it. I'm Brittany. I'm from the Stacks Foundation, and I'm here with Daniel from IOV Labs, and we're going to talk about Bitcoin DeFi and some very exciting things about, I think over 100 million locked on Bitcoin through Rootstock. So kick us off. What is Rootstock? What is IOV Labs? What should we learn?
Yeah, so very nice to see you all, and great to be here with everybody in the Bitcoin community in London. Rootstock was a concept which developed around 2013. A number of Argentinian blockchain developers were trying to understand what technology choices you might need to make to build a new economy. For anyone familiar with the economic situation in Argentina over the last 30, 40 years, you can maybe understand why that was a concern to them. And at the time, you had Bitcoin, which by that point had established itself as an incredible means of peer-to-peer payment and a great store of value, the asset being a great store of value. But you also had the beginnings, some of the early designs around Ethereum, a mechanism for basically running smart contracts. And essentially, the founders of Rootstock wanted to combine the two and take the best of Bitcoin, the best of Ethereum, fuse them together, and they created Rootstock, which was the first Bitcoin sidechain, developed through 2013, 2014. Mainnet launched on January the 4th, 2018, and it's been live ever since. It's EVM compatible smart contract platform, so ERC20 tokens, ERC721s. But there are a number of different characteristics about Rootstock which make it unique. So, there's different definitions of what a sidechain is, but the one that we think is perhaps the most universally useful is that you need economic, cryptographic, and philosophical connection with Bitcoin. So there is no competing money token on Rootstock. We use Bitcoin. You bring Bitcoin from the Bitcoin network, you lock it in the two-way peg, and you unlock Rootstock Bitcoin. Then you can use Bitcoin to store value, pay gas, etc. The consensus mechanism that Rootstock uses is connected to something that's called merge mining. And the way merge mining works, without going into too much, I'll give you a very brief description of how it works for the miners, which is that when the mining pools send the templates out to the miners, there's a 1 or a 0 different in the header, and that difference indicates that it's going to be a rootstock block that's going to be merge mined. So different ways to think about this, but essentially we piggyback on the cryptographic power of the Bitcoin network to create rootstock blocks. So you've got Bitcoin native in the network, no competing money token, and you've got the cryptographic connection to Bitcoin. And for mining the rootstock blocks, we pay, rootstock pays to the Bitcoin miners 79% of all the transaction fees that are generated on the network. So we're actively funding the Bitcoin miners to keep mining Bitcoin. And that's essentially what a sidechain is. So yeah, it's been around for about 6 years now, and yeah, going strong.
Right. So what do you view as Bitcoin DeFi? Like, what's the purpose? Why would people use, Bitcoin versus using some other DeFi products out there?
Yeah, so this what I've described here, the merge mining process and the alignment, the question is, so what, right? There's 100 different ways to build a layer 1. I think what's specific about Rootstock and why it is such a great home for Bitcoin DeFi is that because of the partnerships that Rootstock has with the Bitcoin miners, Rootstock is secured today, and you can go and check out on the rootstock.io website. You can see this for yourself. You can look at the blockchain explorer and see this data is being secured by 57% of the hashing power of the entire Bitcoin blockchain. So that's why we can comfortably claim that, cryptographically speaking, we are the second most secure blockchain in the world after Bitcoin. And so as a home for DeFi, it makes Rootstock a place which is ultra secure. So that's kind of the kind of thinking, right? Number of things around like block speed, block times, and transaction speed, which are also beneficial, but on par with other kind of significant networks. But why Bitcoin DeFi on Rootstock's interesting is that you've got amazing protocols like Money on Chain, like Sovereign, like Tropicus, where you can take your Bitcoin, you can bring it into Rootstock, and you can put it to work on the network without having to use a competing money token that fluctuates significantly in value, or wrap your Bitcoin at great cost, or pay the kind of fees that you would need to pay on Ethereum. I think Edan from Sovereign and Sheer from the team are here. They've done an incredible job at building out this incredible Bitcoin DeFi platform on top of Rootstock, and hundreds of thousands of users using Sovereign today. So yeah, I mean, there are of course different choices as to where you might want to do Bitcoin DeFi, and of course there's other alternatives. But if it's a question of security and economic and philosophical alignment to Bitcoin, the technology choices behind Rootstock kind of explain why we think it's one of the best places to do DeFi Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, you just mentioned there some adoption numbers. I think this is sort of the question across crypto is like, who's using this? Where are people using it? Why are they using it? I don't know if you can go into some detail more. And for those who may not know Sovereign, you mentioned 100,000 users.
Yeah.
Like, who are these people? What are they doing with it? And where else are you seeing adoption?
Yeah, so there is 3,500 Bitcoin locked in the two-way peg today. There is no limit to the amount of Bitcoin that can be brought into Rootstock, theoretically 21 million. There are another additional $180 million worth of either natively launched or bridged from Ethereum assets on the network as well. So in terms of stats, depending on Bitcoin price and asset price, it sits somewhere around 300 million in TVL. In terms of TVL on DeFi, we're like top 24, top 25 network for TVL in terms of actually locked in DeFi platforms as opposed to on the wider network. I think it sits somewhere around sort of like 90 million today in terms of actually locked in DeFi protocols. In terms of usage, yeah, so Rootstock was born in Argentina. And there's a significant number of the users. Obviously, we don't have, this is blockchain. We don't have user data. But we know anecdotally that a significant number of the users on Rootstock are in and from Latin America. We tend to think about DeFi in terms of two categories. We talk about advanced DeFi and we talk about everyday DeFi. There's some really interesting. I heard a few comments from some of the earlier panelists about real-world use cases and like real utility and repeatable transactions and the importance of creating economic circuits that have purpose and can run. We feel very strongly that while advanced DeFi is like a super important part of building out the DeFi economy, so leverage yield farming and speculative token launches and all of the great stuff, that is essentially for early adopters and innovators. It's designed by and designed for them. It's typically designed for financially literate, technologically advanced users who are frankly willing to deal with like quite possibly complicated UI, right? But if you get back to the sort of roots of the philosophy of why Bitcoin was created and why many protocols and many layer 1 blockchains were created, it's to address inequalities and inefficiencies in the global financial system. And that's where we think everyday DeFi comes in. So this advanced DeFi economy that's being built, our view is that it's being built with a purpose, which is to build retail finance use cases on top of it that can be used by people in emerging markets. So when we talk about everyday DeFi, we have these kind of like shorthand use cases. So pay, save, borrow, and send. So getting paid your salary in crypto, paying utility bills in crypto, saving money and getting a reasonable yield, something equivalent to a kind of US dollar T-bill in a secure way without taking too much risk. Borrowing money, sometimes from like microloan type models, but on chain with kind of like uncollateralized pools, but like very, very limited and very small in size. We see some really interesting use cases in LATAM for those types of protocols being used for small business loans, basically. And send, which is remittances. So sending money to and from family members overseas. Now, a lot of those use cases, if you're based in the UK, for example, those use cases aren't that compelling to you unless you have a family member overseas. Even then, why not use TransferWise, right? If you've got a UK bank account, you can access TransferWise. Why would I need to, do on-chain saving when I can get a reasonable rate at Halifax or Monzo? But for the 1.8 billion people who are underbanked around the world, they don't have access to those kind of services. They don't have the type of regulatory system that's allowed innovative neobanks to emerge. And so we've seen, especially in Argentina, but we've seen something similar happening in Colombia, and there's some really cool stuff happening in Nigeria as well, where we're seeing this kind of crypto neobank leapfrog effect, where similar to how mobile adoption took off in emerging markets about 10, 15 years ago, where people, in some cases, they never had a home phone, they went straight to mobile, or they never had a laptop, their first experience of the internet was a smartphone. We're seeing that a lot of modern banking services that are being offered to, or what you'd recognize as a modern banking service, that are being offered to people in emerging markets are being done through, again, what we call everyday DeFi use cases. So this would look like essentially mobile apps, very simple user interface, but you can buy US dollar stable coins, you can on-ramp in Argentinian pesos, you can save and store value in US dollars and get a small return on that, and you can get paid your salary or send money overseas. And I think that where in national economies where the kind of economic polycrisis of the last sort of 8 or 9 years has really hit them quite hard, I think that there's an answer here in what everyday DeFi can do for people. And so, IOV Labs, a lot of the support we're providing into the ecosystem and a lot of the work we're doing to attract protocols into Rootstock, we're doing it specifically focused on everyday DeFi use cases. So that this incredible economy that's been built on top of Rootstock and on top of Bitcoin can be, in our view, used for the maximum possible positive human impact.
So you're working in emerging markets, and it sounds like you've seen most of the adoption there. I think we talk a lot in crypto about the underbanked, the unbanked. This is a great target to kind of have these services. But how do you actually get adoption from these communities? Because they they may not be, in the forums or in Reddit or spending all their time sort of on X.
Right.
Like, where are you? Is it like on the ground, or like what are the ways in which these kind of technologies get adopted? Because I think there's a lot of applications here that would be very relevant to these communities, but I think there's been kind of a gap of how do you actually reach them? What things resonate? Do they even have access to the right technology to be able to onboard to some of these platforms?
Yeah, so let me make some category distinctions here. So we're not talking about unbanked people, we're talking about underbanked. So these will probably look like middle class or affluent people in emerging markets, in relatively stable emerging markets, who, for whatever reason, they just can't get access to US dollars because there's capital controls or the formal rate is too expensive. So it's not that they can't access the global financial system, it's that the version of that system that they access kind of sucks. Yeah. And again, like Argentina is the canonical example, but you see other examples like this. In Turkey's another one. Yeah, I mean, a point on the kind of support for this, the Chainalysis annual adoption of cryptocurrency report that comes out towards the end of the year, for the last 2 years has kind of repeatedly said, like, global cryptocurrency adoption is at its highest in a range of emerging markets, specifically Vietnam, India, Argentina, Brazil. I think in the top 20, the only developed markets are basically the USA, which is speculative token adoption and Bitcoin and stimulus checks. And that's kind of it. The adoption of cryptocurrencies globally is coming primarily from emerging markets. So in terms of how these companies are finding these users, most of the experience of the majority of people that we see in our network is essentially a combination of very easy to use wallets and US dollar stablecoins. They are usually getting onboarded by a family member who wants to send them some money and they want to do so on chain. Or in some cases, a company that wants to pay them in US dollars as opposed to in the local currency. They want to get some kind of return on their dollars, so they ramp their existing physical dollars in some cases through a cash on ramp into USDC or USDT, and then they get yield on that. And that is, I mean, from a retail finance perspective, I mean, what do you do with your bank account? You put money into it, you keep it there, and then when you need it, you spend it, and that's what you do. Okay. Sometimes you get a loan. Almost all of these neobanks have got debit cards attached to them. There is a wild scenario in Argentina which I can never actually explain because it baffles me, which is it's cheaper to buy things on your credit card and pay the bill at the end of the month than it is to pay it on a debit card, because the devaluation in the currency is so significant that you lose 8-9% a month if you pay it up front, or you gain 8-9% by paying on credit card. So I mean, they look like banks. They do pretty straightforward things. I mean, you take some examples. So Buenbit, one of the largest on-ramps and off-ramps in our ecosystem. They have about 800,000 users. Incredible product. People like Lemon Cash, I think 2.4 million users in Argentina and Colombia. And there's kind of and they all have similar characteristics. They basically look like Monzo or Starling Bank, but they're offering primarily 3 or 4 primary assets and mechanisms to engage in kind of retail finance services, but to do so on chain.
So there's a lot of adoption there. You mentioned a number of markets. Most of those are not US-speaking markets. They're very diverse in terms of their culture and their language. How do you think about growing the ecosystem, and especially around education? Because I'm sure there's a number of crypto scams that kind of target a number of these people. They just think that it's easy to take advantage of groups that don't have that many alternatives. So how do you go about building the ecosystem? I'm sure we could spend a lot of time there, but what is maybe like 1 or 2 lessons you've learned in kind of working with these communities?
Relentless focus on a small number of use cases. And I mean, I don't want to simplify, but that's it. We have these use cases. We spend all of our time and money focused on making sure that the circuits work and that there's value being delivered there. use cases.
Use cases. Okay, and so for any of the developers or people who want to use Rootstock or want to put this in their application, where do you recommend they go learn more or go check out what you guys are doing?
Yeah, so Rootstock is an open, decentralized protocol. You can build anything you like on it. I'm obviously talking here about everyday DeFi because we feel quite passionately that that is the kind of third wave of crypto adoption. Go to rootstock.io. We've got a really sophisticated dev portal. If you want to get up and running fast, Forward protocol launched on Rootstock a couple of weeks ago. This is a no-code platform that allows you to basically build smart contracts without writing a single line of code. It's been incredibly successful in the couple of weeks it's been live. I've even got someone in my finance team at IOV Labs like writing smart contracts using it. So I'd suggest that if you want to use the network, best place to go is go and check out Sovereign, SOVRYN.app, possibly. Is that right? Really amazing, like full suite of DeFi applications up there. Money on Chain, by far the best decentralized stablecoin out there. Bitcoin collateralized. Incredible project that the guys are running over there. Again, Argentinian team. Fantastic stuff. So yeah, check out rootstock.io and check out the dev portal, use Forward protocol, and check out Sovereign and Money on Chain.
That's great. Well, just to summarize, I mean, I think it's great to see Bitcoin DeFi is already here, and it's growing very fast in these emerging markets. We've heard that a lot on the stage, the Global South. So definitely check out Rootstock, check out Sovereign, and help bring the future forward.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for being here.
Good job, good job. There we go. All right, all right. We're going to continue the conversation around building Bitcoin DeFi, or decentralized finance. And as we get this next panel prepped and ready to get on stage with a big, warm round of applause and welcoming. Before we do it, though, right after them, we're going to open up for the community Q&A. So those at home, make sure if you haven't already, drop your questions into the Council app, council.xyz/Bitcoin, to drop those questions in live in real time, and we'll bring those up on stage. For all of you here today, get your questions ready. We've had panels all day today. I'm sure you've got questions, everything from infrastructure to Bitcoin layers, regulation, what's happening here in London and the greater UK from a crypto hub, and also from a venture capital side and now a building side. Get those questions ready, and we'll be ready to take those here in just a few minutes. With that being said, let's welcome up with an enormous round of applause, talking about building on Bitcoin, Hero Systems, Sovereign, and lastly, Alex and Trust Machines with their moderator, Gina. Ladies and gentlemen. There you go. There you go. There you go.
All right, welcome everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Gina, Chief of Staff at Trust Machines, where we are interested in growing the Bitcoin economy. We build Bitcoin applications and really want to see it used as a productive asset. And I'm thrilled to be here to introduce folks that are building on Bitcoin. We have Alex Miller, CEO of Hero Systems. We have Chente Husu, who is CEO of Alex Lab, as well as Yago, who is core contributor at Sovereign. And so these are lightning talks. We're going to get a chance to hear from each of these folks about what they're building, and then maybe some brief Q&A. So to kick it off, maybe I'll hand it over to you, Idan, and if you want to provide the background and the context.
For the last 5 years or more, we've been hearing the same thing over and over again. Just hold. Just hodl, just hold. And it's good advice, which has slowly over time morphed into sort of like religious advice. And with that religious idea that you should just hold, we started to put the emphasis more and more on the just. And Bitcoin, with the ossification of thought that came with just hold, has ossified itself. Now, some of you here in the room I know from a long time ago, and you will remember what Bitcoin was like in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. In fact, all the way up until the block size wars, it was so exciting. The sense of adventure, the sense of innovation, the sense of we're going to take it to them and we're going to kick their asses. There was no holding. It wasn't hold. It was go out there and conquer. And that's the energy I'm getting here today, and it's so exciting. I think we're about to enter the most important period for Bitcoin from a technological perspective, at least since 2014, because of the people here on stage, because of the people here sitting here. And we're seeing so much happen right now. Ordinals and BRC20, Taproot assets, BitVM, roll-ups to Bitcoin, sidechain development. It's all happening right now. And we're going to start seeing the fruits of it just in time for the halving, which, of course, is the way it always happens. So what usually happens with situations like this is, it seems like it happens by mistake. But it's not a mistake. It's not a coincidence. It's not just a random event or a random confluence of things. I am a core contributor to a project called Sovereign. Sovereign is an open source project which decided 2.5 years ago, a bunch of people came together. Our lead developer, Aurora, she wrote a manifesto on Bitcoin Talk, and she said, Bitcoin is going to need to absorb and adopt, just like we always said we would, every good idea and meaningful technology out there. We need to be faster, cheaper. We need to have Bitcoin-backed stablecoins. We need to have DeFi. We need to have NFTs. We need to have developers, and we need to have ways for people to develop. And she said that this was going to happen because we were going to make it happen. And she inspired me and a whole bunch of other people to join her on this mission. And the last line of her manifesto was she invited every single Bitcoiner out there to either join her or compete with her. And what we've done, those who've joined Sovereign and those who are competing with Sovereign and collaborating with Sovereign, we've manifested a reality. We've turned Bitcoin into inevitable, and we've turned Bitcoin's revolution into inevitable. Today, Sovereign is a project to which over 100 developers have contributed. We've built out a suite of DeFi assets, meaning that nobody needs to hold dollars anymore because you can hold Bitcoin-backed stablecoins without any middleman. Nobody needs to go to Sam Bankman-Fried because there's decentralized exchanges that you can use with Bitcoin. Nobody needs to go to Celsius because you can borrow and lend without any middlemen on Bitcoin. And frankly, we don't even need the US government anymore because we've got decentralized governance and we're building an entirely alternative world built on Bitcoin. Now, where does it go from here? Right now, what we have is suboptimal. Actually, we were just in the room talking about this clicker and how genius it is. Because look at it. It's got just 2 buttons, backwards and forwards. Right now, on Sovereign and all of the different projects that we're working on, the UI, UX sucks. We should have 2 buttons. Buy, sell. That's it. When we know we've gotten to that level of simplicity, we're doing the right thing. To do that, right, the UX requires the right infrastructure. We're building that infrastructure now. I am extremely excited. I'm more excited about Bitcoin than I've been since at least 2014, because what I see now is roll-ups are coming out. We've been working in Sovereign on roll-ups for 2.5 years. The technology is finally coming together to make it possible to build anything on Bitcoin, having any execution system, have them all interoperable, have Bitcoin be trustlessly transferable between the different systems. And basically, all of the cool shit that we've built is about to become obsolete, which is the most exciting situation in the world. Right? We're going to get to do everything that we've done bigger and better. So, I wanted to just communicate that excitement to you. I want to assure you that there's plenty of stuff to do with Sovereign. There's plenty of ways to compete with Sovereign. and that now there is no better place in the world to be building than Bitcoin. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Excellent. Well, there was one perspective of building up Bitcoin DeFi. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chante.
I don't know what to say after Yago. Have you looked at this energy? But what I can say is that, by the way, I'm co-founder of Alex. My name is Qiande Xu. Alex stands for not Alex Miller, but Automated Liquidity Exchange. We are a very special group of people who used to work at TradFi. I was a managing director at Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse, built multi-billion quant business there. But three of us decided that we can build a better Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley, but more decentralized, non-custodial, and on-chain, and in order to achieve financial inclusion. I understand these are the things that you have been heard through and through today. But we hold it to truth. So what we have done is that we were one of the first projects that built on stacks. We started building about 2 years ago. We built a bunch of, I would say, features, DeFi features, such as AMM, Launchpad, bridges, et cetera, to the point that we are so far now, we become almost like a finance layer on Bitcoin. And just like Yago said, it's horrendous at the moment. I mean, nobody in the world with the right mind will want to move the L1 asset to L2 and do all the fancy things. Think about this. You have BRC20. You want to use it on the order book on AMM. What you need to do at the moment is that you need to get a transfer inscription ID. Then you need to submit this transfer inscription ID to the packing account, like Alex or Sovereign. Then you need to send a confirmation on stacks, right, to make it an on-chain transaction. You have to wait, Alex, wait for the confirmation.
I'm working on it.
And then you get that confirmation on-chain, then you can send it to the stacks address, and you can use it to do whatever fancy stuff you do. Honestly, I am embarrassed that that's what we have to do, and that's what we are here for. We have grown, evolved into a finance layer on Bitcoin. Our single contribution is really abstract the complication away between L1 and L2. So end of October, early November, with one click, literally one click, you can move your L1 asset on Bitcoin to L2, such as stacks, and using our, I call it Bitcoin decentralized oracle, to do all the confirmation in the backend. That's all you need to do. And this is not easy, and that's who we are right now. We are a finance layer on Bitcoin. We're going to share with you all the composable blocks of code and smart contract with the builders. If you want to build DeFi, through our API, you can repo our GitHub. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. And that's how we start building a very, very viable, very exciting ecosystem. Come to build perp, derivatives, come to build a launchpad on Bitcoin, and come to build on Alex. So that's where we are right now. And last but not least, Bitcoin builders like us are almost like choosing a road that is less traveled, right? It creates a very exciting opportunity, but it also presents very unique challenges. What are the challenges? Technical challenges. You have to deal with a Bitcoin script, which is very restrictive. You have to deal with which of stacks. I'm sorry, Alex, I always point to you. I don't know who to point to. Stacks. And then you have to deal with clarity language, which the community is still very small. And this implies a financial challenges. Just give you an example, for our smart contract to be audited, there are maybe 2 or 3 firms that can audit smart contract on Clarity. It's more expensive. How do you bootstrap your liquidity? If you are a DeFi builder, you are interested in Bitcoin DeFi, come to build on Alex. That's what we are here for. We help you technically, we help you financially. Rachel and I just set up Bitcoin Lab that we can invest in you, and we're going to announce our first investment very soon. And we come to help you to bootstrap liquidity, and we have a very, very vibrant community that are dying to have more Bitcoin DeFi. So that's who we are. I didn't even use my slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Chente. And Alex, I'm curious about, Hero is building a lot of the tools that the team at Alex might be using and more. And so I would love to hear a little bit more about what's the latest and greatest, what's on the roadmap.
Absolutely. All right, so quick show of hands. Who here has built an application in crypto themselves? Okay, I hope so. If your guys' hands didn't go up, we'd be in trouble. Who enjoyed the experience of trying to build an application in crypto? Okay, bull, no, I'm sorry. Any of the hands that went up, that was lie. Nobody likes it. It's very difficult right now. And as we just heard Chente, tell me several times. Hero is all about fixing that for Bitcoin, right? We are a dev tools company for building on Bitcoin layers. Our goal is to just give you the best possible developer experience, whether that's contributing to the actual layer work itself on stacks, on ordinals and things, or actually building the most robust APIs that you have, an entire all-in-one platform for building and deploying smart contracts. If you go to hero.so, you'll see the entire suite of products that we offer, and it's all about improving the lives of the developer. Obviously, one thing that we're very focused on and excited right now is the Nakamoto release for stacks. I think there's this fundamental idea that we have, and I'm guessing that most people in this room or watching this live stream share, which is that the whole point of crypto is to build something that's going to be around for a long, long, long time, that's accessible to anyone, anywhere in the world. Well, if you're going to do that, it kind of makes sense to do it on top of, the oldest, the most trusted thing. The thing you can actually trust is going to be around in a long time. I somehow doubt that the 897th ranked chain on CoinMarketCap is really going to exist in a few years. And that's why we're all about Bitcoin, right? It is the thing that truly decentralized trust that has gained the acceptance and the adoption. And fundamentally, everything that has been built everywhere else in crypto is ultimately coming back and getting built on top of Bitcoin. I think in particular, starting with DeFi. It's really the obvious application for something like that. And I think in particular, bringing down block times to something much more rapid. I assume everyone also in this room is carrying a cell phone on them right now. As we move more and more to mobile, 10-minute blocks don't work for people. They barely work on desktop, and they absolutely don't work for people on mobile, right? How long are you willing to stay on a screen on your phone after hitting a button? 5, 10, maybe 15 seconds? No, probably back down around 10. Focusing on how we improve the experience on both sides for both individual users and developers so that we can actually create the full network effects around applications and create something where I can instantly collaborate with someone who is 5,000, 10,000 miles away in a way that works for anyone, whether it's me, my mom, my niece, whoever it is. That's the key to unlocking things for the next future. And so that's where we are with Hero. How do we make it easier for developers through APIs, through frameworks, through IDEs to make it possible to build that next generation of the internet and technology for everyone?
Great. Well, we only have a couple minutes left. I was curious about, how can folks both find you but also participate in the roadmaps in the future and just the ecosystem that you're growing for your project?
Sure. I think there's one really key, interesting opportunity because I've met a lot of people in the room today who are interested in ordinals, which are, non-fungible assets. with Sovereign, we've built in an EVM-compatible environment. That's rootstock. One of the reasons we've chosen to build on rootstock is the EVM compatibility, because we know, and we're bringing EVM directly to be secured by Bitcoin. So right now it's on a side chain, but within the coming year, we're going to have roll-ups which are going to change the game for what you can do. We've also built out the largest DeFi platform in the Bitcoin ecosystem, with over $2 billion traded, some $600 million borrowed and lent, and an SDK which is easy to plug into. But what don't we have? We don't have ordinals. And the 50,000 users who use Sovereign are interested in having ordinals. If you are interested in using ordinals as collateral, in fractionalizing them, in providing them with additional expressivity, it's really easy to connect with Sovereign. You can just steal a lot of the code from EVM projects, which is what we recommend doing because it's audited, it's been out there. You don't have to build from scratch. And you can focus on product and UI. And so there's an audience waiting for you, there's capital waiting for you, and there's an entire ecosystem of DeFi apps waiting for you. And I think that's a really exciting opportunity for anyone who's in the DeFi space. I know you guys have been involved in it as well. Maybe you want to talk about it?
Yeah, Yago was talking he's going to invest in our Bitcoin lab.
That's right.
What's exciting? You know, we can stay here a whole day and become, you know, almost like an echo chamber, congratulate each other, and not look at the outside world. Money comes to crypto for yield, right? If you look at the current market environment, with inflation so high, most likely Fed will hike another once, and then rate is going to stay long and high. So DeFi yield is not that exciting anymore. So I was talking to Kyle yesterday at dinner. The new monies are not coming in. The question is that how can you make the existing crypto capital that come to your ecosystem? And really the question then is, how do you build a bridge from everywhere else to Bitcoin, but also from Bitcoin to everywhere else? So that's what one of our ecosystem team is building. And number two, how can you make those USDC, USDT yielding, right? Because you put in in a money market, you get 4 to 6%. And I'm very pleased to announce that we have a team, TradFi background, that is going to offer USDT and USDC 4 to 6% all night long type of yield. So yes, you can have Maple or Goldfish type of RWA on Bitcoin via Stacks. So there are many exciting things that the Alex ecosystem is building. You can find us on our very nice new website, alexgo.io. And I'm looking forward for you to all come to use our ecosystem. It's out there. It's very competitive. Thank you.
As I mentioned, you can check out hero.so for a list of all of our tools. We're on Twitter, our team's obviously in the Stacks Discord, providing support through there. So like I said, whatever it is that you want to do, that you want to try and build, our tools and our team can help you do it. So get in touch with us, talk to us. If you're participating in the hackathon that's going on with this weekend, we look forward to seeing you there. Say hi to our developer advocates who are going to be on site there. And we'll actually be announcing a couple things there that'll be ongoing after that as well. So even if you're not participating in that now, there will be a lot of opportunities to work with our team afterwards.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Yago.
Good job. Good job. All right. Messing me up. There we go. There we go. Awesome. All right. All right. We made it. First day at Bitcoin Unleashed London. We have made it to our very last panel of the day. As I've been promising you all day, our speakers from earlier and throughout the show are back to come on stage to answer your questions that you have from today's conversations. Again, as a recap, we talked about infrastructure, Bitcoin layers, we talked about potential changes there should not be to the Bitcoin core. We talked about what was happening around regulation, what's happening here in London and greater UK. And we also talked about venture capital. We talked about rising areas of opportunity for building. We've been talking about development and workshops and demos. We've talked about it all. So let's ask some questions. Let's get a little deeper into today's topics with those who provided us their insights and their knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back all of our speakers from earlier throughout today to talk to you about what's happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem with their moderator, Gina from Trust Machines. There we go. Here we go.
All right.
We'll let you start with the questions, and then we'll turn it over to the audience. You and I talked about one we saw in council a little earlier today. Someone from the audience was asking.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that this is a great community of folks who often are very curious about how to evaluate different projects and what are sort of the different trade-offs that projects are making. And so that was one thing that I wanted to kick it off with. There's been a lot of developments in the Bitcoin space as a whole, projects like BitVM and Taro Assets, et cetera. And so could you speak quickly on in terms of where your project stands, maybe what you're optimizing for from a security perspective, and if you wanted to comment on any of the other projects and developments as well. Manip, I'll hand it over to you.
All right. I think that's a very interesting question. It's almost like I think I need an in-depth blog post to try and classify this. So let me give a TLDR version of what that blog post might actually look like. So I think I'm calling this maybe like a Bitcoin L2 trilemma. So on one axis, you basically have the option of building an open network or a federation, right? On the other axis, you have, hey, should you have a token or not have a token, right? And on the last axis, it's basically full VM. Like, do you want to have like full smart contracts, or do you want to have some limited version of it? And let's say you can only pick two. Right? So if you look at Liquid is saying, OK, we will have a federation. We will not have a token. And we can do more fancy contracts over there. Lightning is saying, we won't have a token, but they want to be open. Lightning is actually not a federation. Right? So what they're giving up on is there's a bunch of things that are not on a chain, not on a full VM. So it's offline data, offline computation. So I think Taproot Assets basically qualifies there, right? It's more peer-to-peer. It has some information on the L1, and I think the choice that sort of like the Stacks project made was, hey, we're going to be open, right? It's not a federation. Anyone can become a miner, and we're going to have full VM. But that also means that we need incentives, and that's why there's a token. And sometimes in the Bitcoin community, that's not the thing that people want to see, right? Rootstock is actually very interesting. They try to almost square the triangle by trying to reuse existing Bitcoin miners. That instead of incentivizing separate miners by their own token, they're saying we'll try to sort of reuse existing Bitcoin miners for their own infrastructure. And I think maybe that's a great segue to pass it off.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're focused on at the moment is. Am I coming through? Doesn't sound like it.
Sorry?
Can you guys hear Daniel?
You guys hear? No.
No, it's good.
That was going crazy. OK, I can shout. How's that? Is that better? There we go. All right, marvelous. Yeah, I mean, look, focus for us at the moment is very vanilla. We want to make Rootstock a lot easier for developers to build on. So that means that the outcome is we're spending a lot of time keeping Rootstock EVM compatible so that Solidity smart contracts and ERC tokens can run on the network. At a sort of deeper level, the progress that we need to make to continue to expand the merge mining, the use of merge mining by Bitcoin miners continues. We've also got some really interesting stuff coming up with the two-way peg, where this is the mechanism we use to bring Bitcoin into rootstock. So we moved away from a purely federated model about 18 months ago, and we now have a security in-depth model using the proof-of-work hardware security modules, full attestation, and we're going to be expanding that to 66 fully attested, what we call pegnatories, in the near future. So that's kind of how we've kind of placed our technological bets, and we're just continuing to work on them. So expanding the number of merge miners, making the peg even more robust, and making it easier for developers to build on the network. Relatively straightforward stuff. And of course, from a user perspective and an adoption perspective, making it easy to access sBTC in a trustless and permissionless way. And there's a lot more work we need to do on that as well.
Tiente and Yago,
I have something short to add to this. I think what you guys are saying has been the reality of building on Bitcoin now for a long time. The reason, and I spoke here a moment ago, and I seemed excited. The reason I seemed excited is because I think the compromises that we've had to make to build on Bitcoin are diminishing rapidly and are about to disappear. I think we're entering a phase where there are no compromises, where we will have the full security of Bitcoin available with the full expressivity of a Turing-complete system, with the full scalability of infinite, and we will have trustless Bitcoin moving from main chain through these different layers. And I don't think that's far away. Now, you can be working on part of that platform, on part of that stack, which is what we're doing here, and you can be working on applications that will be part of that stack, and you can be doing that today within the constraints of today's current compromises, and you should be. And I think that would be my message, right? The compromises that exist right now are temporary, and they have constrained us. They've suffocated our growth in comparison to other ecosystems. But they're about to be lifted, and the best thing that we can be doing now, and I think what all of the projects on the stage have been doing, and as a result are going to prove very valuable, is they've built out an initial ecosystem, initial audience. They've proven product market fit in the constrained world, and those constraints are about to be released. We're releasing the Kraken.
I came from TradFi, okay? And we started raising money for Alex's project when Bitcoin was 67,000. And here we are 2 years later. What I want to say is that for the builders here, instead of all these technical difficulties, because we are all, racing towards this. And that's why I think Rachel and I decided to do this, is that, again, we chose a road that really only few people travel, but it also means opportunity. Feel your technical challenges, feel your financial challenges. That's why Rachel and I put all what we have in this Bitcoin lab. It's not to compete with other accelerators out there. The purpose is really, we know what you have gone through. You need technical advice, for example, on stacks, clarity, on Bitcoin L1, the script. You need SDK, you need API, you need to repo our GitHub really fast, not to reinvent the wheel. So that's on the technical side. That will give you advice. On the financial side, we help you to bootstrap your liquidity. We give you some funding. We don't have huge checks, but we help you so you can get by at this current macro environment. And you have a very vibrant community that right away will accept you. And I think, again, sometimes we stay in the room, again, we become very religious and philosophical. Ultimately, why we are building here on Bitcoin is because we want to have a viable competitor to the fiat system. And let's not forget that. But how do you build a competitive monetary and financial engines, a time machine that you can preserve your current saving for the next generation, you can lend, that you can consume right now and pay later, you can borrow. These are not easy. These are really the backbone of our human civilization, what we are doing right now. So what I want to say is that a lot of people say Bitcoin doesn't need DeFi. Well, if you just do send and receive, that's not finance, right? That doesn't create civilization. What creates civilization is finance, is that time machine that can transfer value through the generation and through the geography. That's what, people call it DeFi, but that's what finance is for, and we are just building on Bitcoin. And we feel your pain, so that's how we decided to contribute, is that we get you funding, we help you on tech. We want to create, just like Jaco and I, we keep on yapping to each other. We want to create a very, very viable ecosystem. Otherwise, there's no point for people to come to us, to come to Bitcoin. And I think that's what excites me most, is that you have a vision, you have those volatility, whip you around. I was just looking yesterday, 10-year US Treasury yield volatility is about 7% annualized. S&P is about 15%. Bitcoin is about 28 to 32%. Stack is double that. Alex is 2.5 times double that of the volatility. That's where we are living. But if you have a vision, you believe that we can build an on-chain Goldman Sachs that is decentralized, right? You just go through that, and then we try to really, lift each other up. And so please come to talk to me if you are interested in this very unique opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how many of the people in the room here are looking to build or already building in the Bitcoin ecosystem, looking to raise money or already raised money, or how many are just sort of speculators or investors or hodlers. But what you were saying, is one of the things that makes building in Bitcoin and building in crypto a really unique and difficult industry to work in. Now, there are lots of unique and difficult things. There are the technical constraints, there are the regulatory constraints, there's the UI constraints, there's the privacy constraints and not tracking your users. There's a whole bunch of things that make it much more difficult than Web 2.0. But one of the really difficult things is that in most industries, you expect that you start out here and then you kind of go like this. But anyone who's held Bitcoin, and certainly anyone who's built in the space, knows that it looks nothing like that. You go like this. And you're just like on this incredibly, now being a founder or building something is a roller coaster experience, but when you hypercharge that with this 2.5, 10 times vol, right, it's crazy. So if you're an investor, if you're a developer, if you are a VC in the space, you have to realize that you are not investing in technology, you're investing in farming, right? There's seasons. And you have to know which season you're in, because if you try to plant your crops in winter, they're all going to die. And if you don't water in the summer, they're all going to die. And if you don't harvest during harvest season, you're going to lose the crop. Now, we've had, for whatever reason, probably the Bitcoin halving, a 4-year process. We're right now towards the end of winter. Winter is for repairing, for building your greenhouse, for getting your tools in order. We've all been getting our tools in order. We've been building infrastructure. We've been making improvements. We've been quiet. We're now going to be moving into spring. And spring's when we're going to be planting. It's going to be where new projects can get started. It's going to be where raising money is going to start getting easier again. It's where, if you've invested in a token, the price is going to start going up again. This is the best time. This, right now, the moment before spring, that's the moment to start paying attention. This is the best time.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And we are in a group of folks who are building through this time. So yeah, would love to take some questions from the audience if y'all have any.
You got a question?
Thank you. Yeah, love the enthusiasm. So as you're saying, we're removing those technical blockers at the moment, coming into spring, but the next battle, I don't think will be technological, it'll probably be regulatory. So just in my opinion, so what is your strategy coming forward? Obviously, we've got the UK changing backwards and forwards, Saudi and Dubai looking very open, Hong Kong, etc. And where do you see your strategy going forward in that?
Ignore them.
I can give a very, very quick answer to that. I think one of the benefits of building on Bitcoin is that Bitcoin has the most regularity clarity out of any asset. So on a relative basis, it's like, okay, maybe the industry as a whole has less clarity, but if you're building on Bitcoin, you're better off than doing anything else, right? So BTC, the asset, has, like even in the US, the SEC is like cracking down on everything, but even this extremely unfriendly regulator is sort of saying like, hey, Bitcoin is fine. You know, Bitcoin, they're sort of like, you know, no issues there. So I think that's one takeaway or a big benefit of building on Bitcoin.
And one thing I'd just add to that is there's a reason why I think regulators are concerned. I mean, there is a lot of bad actors and a lot of scams in the space, and frankly, that is a barrier for those building credible projects. They're polluting the positive narrative and the people building out real use cases by flooding the zone with shit, right? And I think that's a big issue. So regulators can be part of the solution in helping crypto grow, but obviously it's much more complicated than that slightly more positive message.
Regulation is a problem for centralized projects. If you're building a centralized crypto project, you've made a fundamental mistake, right? What we need to be doing with technology which is designed to be P2P and decentralized is building P2P decentralized technology. Sovereign has no corporation. Sovereign, I don't know who the people I work with are. I don't know where they are. I don't know what their real names are. They're pseudonymous. And they contribute because everything's open source. This is the way that we should be building now. You might want to enter the space. You might want to enter the space and say, well, how do I do it without setting up a company or starting out centralized or potentially getting arrested by the police in Amsterdam? Sovereign community has tried to help people with this kind of problem before. Developers will come with an idea, and the sovereign community will launch it. And because we're a financial system, we will divert to a pseudonymous account funds on the basis of whatever that system is generating, or tokens, or whatever it happens to be. We should be building decentralized launch pads which go more than just being decentralized themselves, but which also allow people to launch decentralized projects. That's one of the things that Sovereign is doing. And we need to have decentralized ways of regulating ourselves, because there is a lot of scams and shit out there. And as the barrier to entry to building on Bitcoin gets lower, the quality is going to get lower as well. And so we need to have decentralized systems for guarding ourselves and regulating ourselves so that Bitcoin remains the safe haven, not just for money, but also for finance. And the way that we do that is by building DAOs and systems for collaboration. So if we take cypherpunk seriously, if we take decentralization and we take Bitcoin ethos seriously, we can build alternatives and solutions to all of these things. We need to, because the regulation out there is a hindrance, not a help. It doesn't save people. It doesn't stop FTX. It doesn't stop Celsius. Ultimately, the only people who are going to do that is us.
Thank you.
All right, we got one right here.
Hi, what a fantastic first day. Just want to say congratulations to everybody. Okay, so storytelling is what moves us as people, as humans, through the course of time. What I'm interested in knowing is, what's your narrative? What's the narrative you want to share? And how do you want to inspire others to join?
My story is very simple. I am an Asian woman. My mother came from China. My mother-in-law is in Senegal. I want financial inclusion. I think women and also emerging markets, the reason why we don't have that kind of economic power is because we were not financially included. Simple as that. My mother-in-law in Senegal, she cannot have dollar account. You know, we are very spoiled here in UK and US. We take a lot of things as granted, but if you move away a little bit to, you know, to Nigeria, to Indonesia, you will see why crypto, and particularly Bitcoin, has such a, you know, attraction to the people there, because you have a really first time in our generation and the previous generation, you have some technology there, you can compete with fiat. So I think that's our storytelling, but also as a builder, that's your vision. Again, you get whipped around by the volatility, but once you have that vision very, very clear, that's where you're going, then you have a playbook, but have a, you know, have an adaptable playbook, right? For example, ordinals, like Yago said, BRC20 now comes room. Have and what Muni were talking about, they're more taproot asset coming. Have a very adaptable playbook, right? You want to adapt the market because this industry is very, very vibrant, noisy, exciting, and you, as a builder, you can get tired of it. So try to have your vision, have your adaptable playbook, and just go there. And that's our storytelling, is that we are really building for the financial inclusion.
I think just to build off that, I kind of reversed into payments and Bitcoin by accident by building a power and internet company. You talk about trilemmas. I came across my own trilemma about 8 years ago, which is that if you want to provide renewable energy in a rural village, you need to also provide connectivity and a mechanism for payment. If you want to provide the means for peer-to-peer transfer in a rural community, well, there needs to be a way to charge the phone to do so and an internet connection to send the payment. If you want to access internet in a rural community and get on the network, well, you've got to power the router, and there needs to be a way to pay for it. So by trying to solve the issue of power and energy off-grid, we ended up having to spend most of our time addressing the issue of how you do mobile payments in off-grid and environments. And for me, it was a window into a lot of what you were talking about there, which is that I think that we take for granted how debilitating it can be to be underbanked. Not just unbanked, but underbanked. To have access to a financial system, but it not be the whole thing, to simplify. And I think that we are entering a period of intensifying global instability where these various different economic crises which are combining to make this polycrisis is making our future a little more uncertain. And I think within this, we're already seeing that there has to be some form of decentralized financial system that emerges to ensure that, frankly, normal everyday people are not getting caught out while these macroeconomic trends smash them. And I think that if you reverse back from that and you start to think about the technology choices you would need to build a decentralized economy, you have to start with Bitcoin. And so, I mean, one of the pleasures of the work I do in working with so many people in the Rootstock ecosystem, working with Edan, but also many of the users that use Edan's products and the products in Rootstock, is that a large majority of them are based in emerging markets, trying to get access to US dollars in the face of currency devaluation, trying to send remittance payments. And frankly, that's what motivates me. It's what motivates a lot of the people at IOV Labs and a lot of the builders that come to Rootstock. They make a similar calculation. If you want to build an entirely new banking system, you need to start with the vault, and Bitcoin is that vault.
All right, I think we got time for one more question right here in the center.
Great, thank you. Great conference, excellent. Well done, everybody. What I just wanted to ask is really about how can we get, or maybe you may be able to suggest already, to get the on and off ramp in Bitcoin and crypto to be much more frictionless, or is there ways already or ways that are coming, but so it can increase the mass adoption?
I feel like you guys are closer to the on-ramps and off-ramps.
I think this is a challenge.
I'll make one very brief point, which is that it's actually questions like that that really matter, because a lot of building this future financial system, it's about the nuts and bolts of getting better ramps, getting developers educated, making sure the wallets have got the protocols integrated, making sure all the tokens are available. So yeah, ramps are where it all starts. You can't go from fiat to crypto without a really good, really simple ramp. So I don't necessarily have an answer to the question. It's what our team and a lot of the people in our ecosystem spend most of their time doing. Yeah. Do you want to maybe add something?
I can comment a little bit about the UX, but also I love the previous question because it gets to the why. Like, why are we doing what we're doing? What sort of like personally motivates you? And that made me think. I think it had to do with like how I grew up. I grew up in Pakistan, and I think we as humans, like, we have a desire to sort of like, work with other people and improve the human condition. And what happens in a lot of countries, especially in Pakistan, is that if the systems around you, let's say the government or anything else, is not working for you, it's a very frustrating place to be in, because you want to do the right thing, you want to contribute towards like improving the human condition for yourself, your family, your friends, but something is in the way. You feel helpless, you feel powerless, right? So this idea of like giving the power to the people so that they can fix their own problems themselves without asking for permission is a very, very powerful idea. And I think that's what excites me towards Bitcoin. Like the same thing, like if you feel like, hey, something's broken, it might be inflation, it might be something else, it might be you're scared of the debt crisis, like you can self-educate. There's a community of people, of diehard believers you can join. But this technology is sort of beautiful, like, because you don't have to ask for permission. Everything's open source. You can contribute to GitHub. You can start building something. You can do these transactions, and no one on the planet can actually stop those transactions. So I think this concept of like giving the power to the people is very liberating, because now you can no longer blame other people for your problems. You're like, hey, I have my destiny in my own hands, and I'm going to do something about it. So I think that's the why that really, really drives me, because I do think Bitcoin is a force for good for the planet. But then you can play a role. Like everyone in this room right now, we are still very, very early. Like we are in very early stages of Bitcoin. And imagine like playing some small role in a technology that ended up changing the lives of billions of people. Like I think it's an amazing mission to be on. And now coming to the UX side, I think my theory has so far been that this industry has spent way too much time in the infrastructure phase. And sadly, I think in many ways we are still in the infrastructure phase. What Iago was talking about, that soon I think those barriers might be lifted and maybe the infrastructure is not going to be in the way anymore. I do think a lot of the UX challenges are coming from the infrastructure. It doesn't mean that people don't need to innovate on the UX side and make things simpler. I think they can, but right now when they try to do it, the infrastructure gets in their way. And I do think the infrastructure needs to mature a little bit more. That's why in the Stacks project, a ton of focus is on the Nakamoto release that actually has great UX features, like block times go down to seconds instead of waiting for like Bitcoin blocks over 10, 30 minutes and so on. But I think it might not be clear to everybody, but this industry, the infrastructure is still not mature enough, and a lot of problems are actually coming from there.
I'll just say, with regards to the question around fiat and on-ramps, off-ramps, it is a major challenge. It is an idiosyncratic challenge with every single jurisdiction, and every single interface has different solutions. However, this is something we've been struggling with for years now. Before working on Sovereign, I was working on a remittance company using Bitcoin. And there's a lot of opportunity, and there actually are more near universal solutions that are becoming possible. And so I can't go into detail now in the 40 seconds we have left, but if anyone has entrepreneurial spirit and wants to tackle this problem, please come talk to me, because I think there are big opportunities and clear directions forward.
All right, we are coming down to the wire, but maybe just last closing thoughts and where folks can find you.
What was the question?
So for me, I think the closing thoughts are, I am personally extremely excited about what we are calling the Nakamoto launch. I can't wait to make it easy to move Bitcoin from an L1 into an L2 in an easy way, fast way, and basically try and expand the Bitcoin economy. So there's a timer. Roughly in the next 6 months, we are running towards it. If you're a builder, go learn about it. Go learn about sBTC and the Nakamoto launch and how you can use it.
Yeah, I mean, Rootstock.io, you can find out everything you need to know about Rootstock. If you've worked with Ethereum before, you've worked with Solidity, you can apply all of that and build on Bitcoin with Rootstock. If you want to get up and running very quickly, Forward Protocol is a no-code platform that you can play around with. We're always trying to improve the infrastructure of Rootstock and working with the community to do that. Our focus, though, for the coming 18 months is to make it easier for developers to build and make it easier for users to use, and we're just going to keep going with that, really.
I have so many thoughts, and I don't know what the final thought is. I think because most of us here are builders, and I'll choose one final thought, is that entrepreneur builders, we are built differently, right? We can be too focused and too biased in our own bubble. But remember, the pie, the size of the pie is not fixed, right? We need to get this exponential growth going. How do we do that? Work with each other. We are in the best sector that we can work with each other. Why? Because most of the stuff are open sourced, okay? So work with each other, find your partners, go to an ecosystem, but link with the other ecosystem, find your friends, find your partner, find your mentor. I remember the day when FTS collapsed, I met with Munir for a coffee. You remember that day that I was crying so much? And he told me, oh, now you are an OG, right? So you remember that day? So the pie is not fixed size. It's up to us to grow the pie and work together. I'm dying to work with Idan. I love his energy. So that's my final thought. It's really nice to be here, get the energy, and work with each other.
The only way we get to live in a world that we want to live in, the only way our children get to live in a world that we would like for them to live in, is if we build that world. And building a world is a massive challenge. It is not something an individual can undertake. It has to be undertaken by communities. It has to be undertaken together. And so my final thought is this. We need to build a world on Bitcoin. We need to build it together. And we need to stay sovereign.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. I'll come in for a hug.
I'm not going to.
I'll give you. There you go. 1, 2. Thank you. All right, everybody. That concludes day 1 of Bitcoin Unleashed London. We had a fabulous day full of talks on both everything infrastructure, regulation. We talked about venture capital, applications. We saw demos. We saw workshops. We had great conversations in between all. And we've got so much more coming back to you tomorrow, same place, same time, and hopefully the sun will be back out here in London as well. And before we depart to the happy hour and you at home can go about your day, I do want to give a big thanks to all of our sponsors who made this event possible for each and every one of us to partake in. A big shout out to Hero Systems, to Gamma, to Xverse, and to Leather Wallet. And a special shout out to additional partners, Council, Sovereign, IOV Labs, the Alex team, DSpread, Megapont, EZA, who's hosting the hackathon this weekend. Again, thank you everybody very much. And a final shout out to the Stacks Foundation for helping to organize this entire effort as well. And thank you to the production and technical teams behind the scenes, making sure that I sound good and we all look good as well. Thank you very much. We'll see you back here tomorrow. I'm Kyle Ellicott, your host. Until tomorrow.